Everybody doing okay on this side of the room this morning?
We are.
Mr. Swift. Mr. Goodman, y'all good this morning?
Yes.
Anything we need to do before we bring the jury in?
Yes. I would like to ask the court to revisit your order on my legal motion.
Right?
Yes, and that is based on the opening statement from the defense. They mentioned numerous times throughout their opening statement that Mrs. Swift was never interviewed from Mr. Swift. That seems to be one of the themes or the defenses that they plan to use in talking about that she never requested an order of protection, that she never asked for possession of the house, that she continued to live there, and there was numerous times that he mentioned she was not interviewed. Open the door, and we have an absolute right to rebut any statements that they made about
All right, Mr. Taylor, what do you think about that?
Lemony, you went through each of these statements. You analyzed in your order. That's part of the court record. Each of the statements, and you made comments in there about it. In your order, you talked about context would have to be set up. Some of them were speculative. Things were about the conduct of another. The things that were listed in 803.3. Your Honor indicated in your order that you would, I think you, in essence, dismissed some of them, saying, but you left the door open on 2 or 3 of them. And so we had the order. I filed a response on the same day, I guess right before I got your order, a motion in limine additional, asking that these 803.3 statements not be introduced into evidence until we had a jury out hearing in which the witnesses can be questioned about it, and it could be determined, not in front of the jury, whether the context or had been set up. Now, yesterday, before we did start opening statements, I asked Your Honor to exclude or prohibit the prosecutor from that they shouldn't be mentioned until context would be done until we had a jury out hearing. Your Honor said you seemed to agree with me, and then the prosecutor said what the prosecutor said, but I went on record saying that, and then afterwards it was brought back up, and Your Honor, after opening statements, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel are not evidence from yesterday. The things he said, if he can't match it up, because I objected to some of those after I mentioned my motion in limine afterwards again, that, and Your Honor said the statements of counsel were not evidence. Now, I did not specifically refer to any of those statements. I just listed what I thought the evidence would prove. They're the arguments of counsel. And I have not opened any door, obviously. Opening the doors with a witness, asking a question of a witness. And I guess what I was trying to do is not take the chance of having any potential prejudicial questions brought up in front of the jury, or what Mr. Swift said, or what he allegedly said, or about his conduct. So I have not opened any door. And so that's what I submit. And I would still reaffirm what I said yesterday about we need a jury out hearing. And I think I'm asking Your Honor to make a definite ruling whether it's for or against me on this issue, because I have to protect the record. And I'm trying, you appointed me to this case to do my job. And I'm going to do it, Judge, how I see fit. We may disagree about things, both sides, and maybe with the court, but that's what I'm asking. I have not opened any door, and I still ask for the jury out hearing. All right? Could I respond briefly?
Sure.
Your Honor, the only issue with that is, as you know, we have to put our proof on first. And if we are going to be prohibited from being able to ask these questions and to put in proof about her actual fear, then the defense should not be allowed to then argue that she was not in fear. Your Honor, if they put their proof on first, then it wouldn't be an issue for us because we would know whether or not we could use that. But, Your Honor, if you're going to prohibit us and you're going to limit the fact that we can't put on proof that she was afraid and that she was in fear, then it's unfair to the prosecution to allow the defense then to use that as a defense for this crime.
I'll be quiet. Jury out hearing means outside the presence of the jury. And what I'm asking to request, and I requested yesterday and before, is if the state's going to try to do that, we have to dismiss the jury and we'll have to bring the witness in, and it'll be incumbent upon the state to lay the groundwork for the admissibility, whether or not that applies or not. That's all we're asking for. I mean, I think that's the way to do it. It's the way we've always done it in other trials. So.
Irrespective of whether the defendant has opened the door, and I'm not convinced that opening statement constitutes an invitation for that testimony, the court still has to analyze these statements in view, outside the presence of the jury, in view of relevance, in view of whether they fit within the narrow exception of 8033, and whether the context and timing of the statements are appropriate. And so I don't think there's anything for the court to do right now other than to say, once again, I'm going to follow the rule, and we're going to determine these matters outside the presence of the jury. That is certainly an argument and a factor that I will consider at the moment, but I've got to hear the specific testimony to be able to analyze these matters. I've given you the best guidelines I can pre-trial in the May 17 order. Other than that, we're going to follow the rules of evidence, and the court's going to analyze those things, and then I'll give you a specific ruling on specific testimony there. So, anything else before we bring jury in?
No, Your Honor. So, I guess I'm asking, is Your Honor saying that if he intends on doing that, we need to approach and say we're going to have a jury out hearing and dismiss the jury and go?
You need to make an appropriate objection at the time that you think that 8033 or any other rule of evidence comes into play. You all are asking me to make a blanket ruling. I'm not going to do it. I've asked the state in the order, if you anticipate you're getting ready to answer that, ask those kinds of questions, give me a signal. Let's know. Let's do it. If you don't, then please make an objection and let's deal with it.
That's what I'm asking. They can just come and say, Your Honor, we need a jury out.
Once again, if there is an objection, we'll deal with it. If the state will let me know when that time comes in direct examination, we'll analyze it at that point. I'm not going to create some artificial rule at this moment that if the state doesn't do this, I'm going to automatically exclude it or I'm going to get mad. That's not the point. The point is, let's head it off if we can. If it doesn't get headed off, then object and let's deal with it then. Okay? Can't hear you.
Can I ask, you asked the state to let you know at that appropriate time?
I did.
Okay. I guess the state let me know too?
Well, I think if I know, you'll know.
Okay.
And I'll tell you if you don't. I promise you.
All right.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring jury in.
All rise.
You need the podium microphone up. Is that what you need? All right. We good? Hang on a second. I think they've saved that blue seat for you. Yeah. Let's all be seated. Good morning, you all. First, tell me if everybody's good this morning. I'm just going to start at my left. Everybody good this morning? Everybody feeling all right? Okay, that's good. That's good. You all heard the warnings and the rules yesterday afternoon. Let me ask you this, and again, I'm going to look up and down the line to make sure. Has anybody approached any of you in any effort to talk to you about this case? I'm just looking by. Sir, anybody bothered you about this case? Did each of you follow the rules that I asked you to follow yesterday in terms of how this case goes? Okay. All right. Good deal. Thank you all very much. Stay ready to call the first witness. All right. Sorry, would you say that again in the mic?
Brandon Alexander.
Thank you.
Pictures and photos.
Come on up, officer. Good morning.
Good morning.
Come on up. Would you come up and raise your right hand for the clerk, please?
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
You may be seated.
Sir, you're a Corporal Brandon Alexander.
I am.
Okay, and where are you employed, sir?
Right now I'm employed at Dyersburg Police Department.
Okay, where were you employed in October of 2011?
At the Dyer County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long had you been employed in October 2011 with the Dyer County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9 months.
Okay, were you post-certified at that time?
I was.
Okay, and do you recall being on duty on October 30th, 2011?
I do.
Did you have the occasion that day to be called out to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the nature of that call?
Possible missing person.
Okay. Were you informed of who the possible missing person was?
It was Karen Swift.
Okay. And what did you do when you got that notification?
I went out there to investigate the possible missing person.
Okay. When you arrived at the intersection of Harness and Millsfield, what did you find?
I seen Miss Swift's vehicle parked on the side of the road with a flat tire.
Okay. What tire was flat?
The front passenger side.
Okay. Was there anyone at the scene when you arrived?
Mr. Swift and William and Kathy Bona.
Okay. Did you check the vehicle when you arrived?
I did, and the vehicle was locked with all the windows up.
Okay. Did you previously know either David or Karen Swift?
I only had a dealing with them previously a few weeks or a month later in reference to the poisoning of their dog.
Was it earlier or later?
It was before this incident.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure we're clear on that. Did you know the Bonas prior to that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did David tell you anything on the scene about his wife?
That
He can testify about what he saw.
They're incriminating statements of the defendant. They're certainly admissible. Did David Swift make any statements to you about his wife that day?
he made a statement that he woke up, noticed that she wasn't home.
Did he tell you what time he woke up?
Roughly 10:30 a.m.
Okay. Please continue.
After waking up and noticing that she wasn't there, he said he started texting her, asking her if she was going to bring food home for the kids. Upon further investigation, I believe he found her car at Millsville Highway near Harness Road, and then contacted us in reference to her being missing.
Did he tell you anything about the last time he had seen his wife, Karen?
He mentioned that he'd seen her approximately 2 o'clock when her and I believe his daughter Ashley arrived home.
Did he give any description of what she was wearing when she came home?
She did. Can I refer to my report to confirm it?
That's up to the judge. He's asking if he can look at his report to refresh his recollection.
He said what I believe it's like blue jeans and a shirt, but there's several different outfits mentioned in the report, and it was 12 and a half years ago. So,
may the witness have permission to look at his report?
He can consult with his report, but then Mr. Taylor's going to get an opportunity to look at it as well.
Yes, sir. Do you have his report? I can give you this. Have you had a chance to look at your report?
Yes, sir. It was blue jeans with hose in it and a gray jacket.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary from Mr. Swift's appearance that day?
He was on crutches and had a brace on one of his knees.
Okay. Were you able to get you stated that the car was locked and the windows were up. Were you able to get a look inside the car?
Yes, I believe it was later. I ended up getting a spare key from Mr. Swift to investigate the vehicle further.
Okay. Did you, in fact, do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us what you did when you were able to inspect it further.
Before inspecting the vehicle, I took photos of the vehicle. I opened up the driver's side door, took photos. I took photos of the entire vehicle. After taking photos, I entered the vehicle to see if there was any relevant information on where she had been in her past few hours or any clues whatsoever. I noticed in the driver floorboard was some boots and a miniskirt, black in color. Other than that, nothing appeared out of ordinary.
Okay. You're a pretty tall guy. Do you recall whether or not you had to move the seat back to get into the car?
No, sir. I'm approximately 6'2", and I didn't have to move the seat when I sat in the driver's seat.
Okay. I'm having the bailiff hand you some photographs that have previously been shown to defense. Would you look through them for me, please?
Yes, sir. This is the vehicle I took photos of.
Okay, those photographs were all taken by you?
Correct.
Are they a true and accurate representation of the condition of the vehicle as you encountered it that day?
Yes, sir.
You're asked that they be admitted to State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor, and published to the jury.
We want to mark those as collective, number one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and get them marked, and then we'll pass them to the jury if you want to.
While they're doing that, I'll continue, if that's okay, Your Honor.
Beg pardon?
I'll continue asking questions while they're doing that, or do you want me to wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When you were in the vehicle, did you notice any signs of a struggle?
No, sir.
Any obvious blood stains?
No, sir.
Pulled hair?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to open the hatchback of the vehicle?
I was.
Okay. Did you discover anything in the hatchback?
I just observed a cooler, and inside that cooler were a few beers.
Okay. Could you tell whether or not the spare tire had been attempted to be accessed?
It didn't appear so.
Okay. Did you stay with the vehicle until it was towed?
No, I believe I had other calls I had to answer, and I believe Sergeant Walker was on scene, and I left it to him.
Okay. And who was Sergeant Walker?
He was my supervisor at the time.
Okay. Did that end your involvement in this case?
No, sir. I ended up returning back later to Mr. Swift's house to ask him some further questions, and that's when I went over there.
Okay. What did Mr. Swift tell you when you went to his home? Well, first, how did you gain access to the home?
I knocked on the front door, and Mr. Swift allowed me inside through the front door.
Okay. Did you have a search warrant at that time?
No, sir, I did not.
He willingly let you in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now talk about your conversation, if you would, that you had with Mr. Swift at that time.
If I remember correctly, we walked in through the living room area, through the, I believe, dining area towards the back room. I believe that was Miss Swift's room at the time. I remember speaking with Ashley. She advised that her mom picked her up. They laid down in her room, and Mr. Swift showed me on the computer where he had been messaging and calling Miss Swift, trying to find out where she was at.
Well, you said he showed you on the computer. How was he able to do that?
He logged in through Verizon and showed me on the Verizon account.
Did Mr. Swift ever show you into the garage that evening?
No.
Do you recall whether or not the garage doors, the outside garage doors, were open or closed when you...
I believe they were shut.
Okay. Now, would you publish those to the jury? You pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor, if you'd like to wait till the jury's seen the photos, you're welcome to do that. Have you seen a copy of the officer's report that he consulted earlier? Okay. ready to go? Okay. Yes, sir.
Officer Alexander, let me ask you some questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecutor mentioned the report. You refreshed your memory.
Correct.
You have a copy of that report with you.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. You were an officer and you went to the Law Enforcement Academy.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had been employed as an officer for several months before you were dispatched on this call.
Correct.
And part of the training is to observe, take, and discern what's important when you go to scenes.
Yes.
Okay. And you do reports to remember things.
Correct.
And you put what you deem to be important in the report.
Yes.
All right. And you were taught that before this day.
Correct.
And you know how important it is because you've done this on a lot of cases before you went out on this dispatch. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you received a call at approximately 15:10 from David Swift, or dispatch did.
Roughly, yes.
All right. So Mr. Swift called law enforcement about this.
Yes.
All right. You went out there.
Correct.
All right. You went out to where the car was.
Yes.
All right. And before you got there, you were the first officer on the scene?
Yes.
All right. Before you arrived there, you don't know who had been in the car or not because you weren't there. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And when you arrive there, you see people around the car.
Yes.
You see David Swift there.
Correct.
And you talk to David Swift.
I did.
All right. He's standing there, and you see her car with a flat tire.
Yes.
Okay. And you ask him to unlock it.
Later, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think he had the key at the time.
Okay. And then did he have to go get it?
That would have been the time that I had left, and I've come back and took pictures because I answered the call when it was completely daylight. When I took the pictures of the vehicle, I had the key, which was closer to nighttime.
Okay. And so when you first came out there, David Swift is there,
Correct.
and you didn't take pictures at that time. You just looked at it.
Correct.
All right. And then you didn't go in it at that time.
No, sir.
All right. And then you left.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you left to go do something else?
I believe it was to answer other calls. Yes, sir.
Okay. And because right then it was just a missing person report.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Possible.
Yes.
Okay. And I guess in your report, did you indicate that, let me back up. When you left the people there, David Swift.
Correct, but I believe Sergeant Walker was saying.
Okay. All right. And you came back, what, an hour or two later, or several hours later?
Sometime later. I'm not exactly sure what time.
All right. And it was daylight when you saw David Swift when you first arrived there.
Yes.
And you looked at him.
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you if you noticed anything unusual about Mr. Swift.
I did not.
All right.
Besides him being on crutches and something wrong with his leg, a brace or something on one of his legs.
Now, you looked at him.
Correct.
You didn't see any scratches or marks on his face or hands, did you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. If you had recalled, you would have put this in this report, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Because you're trying to put important things in your report.
Correct.
And you didn't put anything about it because you didn't see any of that.
Correct.
All right. And you asked Swift questions, David, and he answered them.
Yes, sir.
And he was cooperating with you.
He was.
He was trying to find his wife.
I believe so.
All right. And you left and came back later. Did you call him and say, come up here and open the car? Or how did he know that you were coming back at a certain time?
I believe he was still on scene when I showed back up to the car, and that's when we unlocked it. Then I went to his house after that.
All right. Did you take pictures when you came back?
Yes.
All right. And it's getting close to night.
Correct.
And you actually open the door and go in the car.
Yes.
All right. And when you left and did other calls, you weren't there, so you don't know what happened about who went in or who didn't go in the car, do you?
Correct. No, I didn't.
Because you weren't there.
Correct.
All right. And you come back, and then that's when you take pictures.
Yes, sir.
That's when you actually get in the car.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you don't, the prosecutor asked you this question. You don't see any blood or anything that indicates a disturbance, do you?
Not that I observed.
Well, and you didn't write anything that you observed as a struggle, blood, or anything in the car. You didn't put anything about that in your report, did you?
No, sir.
Because that would have been important, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you mentioned you found clothing in the vehicle.
I did.
All right. And you took pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't say you smelled bleach or any strong odor either, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you took pictures, and then after that, you asked David Swift if you could go to his house?
I don't remember if I asked if I could go to his house. I believe I just showed up after he had already went home to ask him a few other questions.
Okay.
And that's when I ended up at his house.
Were there other law enforcement there while you were there?
No, it was just me.
Okay. And you knocked on the door and he let you come in?
Yes.
All right. You asked to talk to him and he said yes?
Yes.
All right. He showed you back there. You asked about things and he answered your questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to search his house?
No.
All right. You didn't say, hey, let's go in every room and look around or anything?
I did not.
All right, because you're just there to ask him questions, and he's answering your questions.
Correct.
And he let you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he took you into his house in different rooms.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you ask him whatever you're going to ask him, and you could have said, hey, can I walk around the house upstairs and downstairs?
I could have, yes, sir.
Right. And he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
All right. And you didn't ask to, and at that time you didn't deem it necessary to do that, did you?
I didn't believe I did at that time.
All right. And you left.
Yes, sir.
Before you left, that's all the involvement you had on October the 30th
Yes, sir.
for this case?
Correct.
Okay. Was the Swift vehicle, Karen Swift's vehicle, facing north before Harness Road on the east side of the road?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. Now, the prosecutor asked you a question about the seat being back.
Yes, sir.
All right. In your original report in 2011 on that day, you didn't mention that, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you added that just a few months ago, didn't you?
Added what?
That the seat was back.
I didn't add that. I was asked if I had to move the seat, and I did not have to move the seat.
All right. But you don't know where it had originally been positioned, do you, before you got in there?
I know when I got in the seat, I did not have to move it.
All right. But you had left.
I did leave.
And when you first arrived on the scene, you don't know who had been in the car.
I don't know what position it was before I entered it.
Right. And whether
except for what it was at when I entered it.
Right. And whether somebody else had moved it back or not.
If they did, I don't know.
Because you were gone for
Correct.
other calls.
Yes.
Okay. And when you first arrived, you don't know who had gone in the car before that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, but this thing about the seat being back, you were asked that question just a few months ago by the prosecutor. And that's when that was revealed.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. I couldn't
Think
hear you.
about the seat being pulled back.
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you discussed with the prosecutor just a couple months ago?
I was asked that question by the prosecution a couple weeks ago, yes.
Okay. All right. But you didn't put that in your report or state that in your report?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, you had been dispatched to that area before October the 7th of 2011, hadn't you? On the thing about the dog.
I believe when I was originally dispatched to the animal care hospital on St. John, if I'm not mistaken, because they were already there with the dog at the vet.
You're talking about the Swifts,
Correct.
David and Karen.
I don't remember if David was there or not.
Karen's
I remember
there?
Karen and one of her sons being there.
Okay.
David may have been there, but I don't recall him being there.
It was before the car incident,
It was before the car incident, correct?
and you did an incident report about it.
The dog, yes, sir.
All right. And if it's dated October, do you have a copy of that with you?
I do not know, sir.
Can I approach Judge? Can I just pass that to you to refresh your memory? Just read it when you're through, look up. I'm mainly just interested in the date. Okay. Will you pass that back to me, please? Does that refresh your memory about that incident?
Roughly.
Okay. Was that October the 7th of 2011?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was that about the Swift's dog?
It was.
And it was about poisoning?
Correct.
All right. And was it also about Mr. Hogshooter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Which is a neighbor that lived down or across from him?
Yes,
Okay. And you responded to that call?
I did.
All right. Did you go out to the scene and talk to any other witnesses?
I know I went out there eventually to look at Hawkshooter's place, and there was a bowl of some blue something that we believe the dog got into because it was around the dog's mouth, from what I was told.
All right. Did you eventually go to court on that?
I did not.
Okay. All right.
Okay, I want to be clear on this. When you went out to the vehicle the first time, were you able to get in the vehicle?
No, I was not.
Was anybody at the scene able to get in the vehicle?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. When you went back the second time, was anybody able to get in the vehiul?
I was able to get in the vehicle because
And how were you provided access to enter the vehicle?
I believe Mr. Swift handed me the spare key.
That's all I have. Thank you.
When you came the first time, did you ask to get in the vehicle?
I did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Anything else? You can step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Taylor, any reason to hold the witness?
Not today, but I would ask the subject to recall on Monday.
Officer, you're subject to recall on Monday, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
State Chief Walker.
What was the first name, Mr. Box?
Heath, H-E-A-T-H.
Gotcha. Thank you. While we're waiting on Mr. Walker, will you and Mr. Taylor come up for this? come on around. Good morning to you.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies.
Sir, you're Heath Walker,
Yes, sir.
and what is your profession, sir?
Retired officer.
Police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you employed on October 30th, 2011?
Dyer County Sheriff Foreman.
Did you have a rank or a title that?
I was sergeant of second shift.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on that day to be dispatched to the intersection of Millsfield Highway and Harness Road?
Deputy Alexander was dispatched. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call of the missing person come in, so I went to the scene in case he needed anything.
Okay, when you say second call, who made the first call, if you know?
The first call was received a dispatch from the Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay, and you said the second call. Who made the second call, if you know?
Dispatch received a call from David Swift.
Okay, and did you in fact respond to the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and what did you find at the scene?
What did I find?
What did you encounter when you arrived?
I pulled up directly behind Deputy Alexander and the bonus, which was parked to the south of where the Miss Swift's vehicle was parked.
Okay, and as the shift sergeant, what were your duties when you responded to the scene like that?
To start gathering information and try to find out if there was anything, the next step that we needed to go for the missing person.
Okay, and tell us what those steps were that you followed.
I spoke with the bonus briefly. I spoke with Deputy Alexander. I believe Mr. Swift arrived. I spoke with him, and that proceeded then to ask him about maybe going to his house and looking around to see if I could detect anything out of the ordinary there.
Before you did that, did you call any of your superiors or higher-ups in the sheriff's office?
I did. After speaking with the bonus, I felt that I needed to let the investigators know that I had a gut feeling we needed to proceed.
Just a second, sir.
When you were there, did you get in the car at all?
Did I?
Did you get in the Murano?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you arrange to have anything done with the Murano?
After speaking with Investigator McCray, we come to the conclusion we needed to have the vehicle towed to possibly protect any kind of evidence that could be saved.
Okay. And who was Investigator McCray to you at that time?
Who was he to me?
To you, yeah, in relation to the chain of command at the sheriff's
He
department.
was the senior investigator, Chief McCray.
Okay. While you were there, did you have the occasion to ask the defendant any questions?
Did I ask him any questions?
Yes.
I asked him about going to the house, and we did that. and at the house. I spoke with him as I walked through the house. He walked with me. I noticed that he had some type of, I don't know if it's reserve or auxiliary type uniform of a police officer. I did notice that hanging in the laundry room.
Did he talk to you about being a reserve officer?
After my second trip there with Sergeant Petrie, we did talk about his time as a reserve or auxiliary, and yeah.
Okay. When you were investigating a missing persons case, do you try and obtain cell phone information about the missing person?
Yes, sir.
Did you do so in this case?
I did so. I spoke with Mr. Swift about Karen Swift's cell phone, and was able to obtain the number. I had dispatch contact Verizon and fax in the proper paperwork to have her cell phone pinged in an attempt to get a location possibly of where the phone was last used.
Were you successful in that?
Sorry?
Were you successful in that attempt to locate her?
We did get the ping, but it was an old ping that ended up not being relevant at the time.
Okay. Were you able to determine at your time on the scene whether or not Miss Swift had more than one phone?
I was, and I had been notified that she had a second phone, which was also pinged, that was given to her by Bill and Kathy Bona.
Did you ask the defendant about Miss Swift and the second phone?
Not directly for that phone, but I asked her if she had any other type of cellular device as far as that he knew of that I would be able to have pinged, and he told me not that he knew of, that she didn't have anything but their family plan phone.
Okay. And you said you went into the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there anyone with you when you went into the home with him?
Just myself and him.
Okay. And how did you enter the home that day?
Through the garage.
Okay. Did he tell you when the last time he had seen his wife was?
He advised me that, Mr. Swift advised me that the last time he had seen her was spoke with her was approximately 2 o'clock in the morning. He knew that she had come in with her daughter because the daughter was staying with a friend and was ill and needed to come home, and that Miss Swift come in with her about 2 o'clock in the morning after getting her from a residence in Rowan.
Did he state whether or not he was able to see her that night?
I did. I specifically asked him that, and he said he did not see her, but when he heard her when she come in, and they talked, he was at the top of the stairs of a 2-story house, which was his bedroom, and Miss Swift come in, was in the downstairs, and he spoke with her from the top of the stairs, but didn't actually see her.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary, the defendant's demeanor, while you were asking them questions?
When myself and Sergeant Petrie was talking to him after my second trip there, I noticed that he would, every time we would ask questions about Miss Swift, he would look at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye. He would just look at the ground, and then we would start talking about his experiences and what have you with the auxiliary and reserve. And he would look me dead in the eye, just wide-eyed, and like he was enjoying that conversation. But I would start back talking about or asking questions about Miss Swift, and he'd look back at the ground. He wouldn't look me in the eye again.
Just a speculation. You can just say that you look down or...
Objection sustained. Let's move on.
I asked if he disregarded.
He's able to testify to his personal observations, Your Honor.
I agree. I'm not going to give him a limiting instruction.
Okay. So, Sergeant Walker, when you left the house that evening and you'd had the vehicle towed, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear for the call.
After you left Mr. Swift's home that evening for the final time and you had the vehicle towed to the law enforcement center, was that the end of your involvement in this case?
It was not. I continued with the next day with the search part, which I don't remember the exact timeline, but I was in with the search part the day the cell phones were recovered. And I'm sure I had talked to Mr. Swift in between. He lived about a mile from where I lived, so I didn't know him at the time, but yeah, I mean, it was my community, so I felt like I needed to do what I could do. But I did speak with him more.
Was anyone inside the vehicle while you were on the scene up on Millsfield and Harness?
While I was there was nobody in the vehicle.
Okay. Pass the witness, Sharon.
Officer Walker, at the time, how long were you with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department?
At that time, yes, sir.
All right. And you had been with them for how long?
I started January 19th, I believe, 2001, as a correctional officer.
All right. And so you had basically 10 years experience with the Sheriff's Department at that time?
I was a certified officer April 2003 is when I was actually a certified officer.
So it was just a little less than 10 years?
Close to it, yes, sir.
All right. And you received the call and went out to where Karen Swift's vehicle was located?
I didn't receive a call. I was sitting in dispatch when the second call come in from Mr. Swift. That's where I was sitting. So with it being two different calls, I thought I needed to go to because Deputy Alexander was already on the scene.
And I guess before you arrived, you don't have any knowledge about who went in the car or not?
No, sir, I do not. Right. I do not.
And when you arrived, the other officer was there?
Deputy Alexander?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you stay at the car and then leave at some point?
Deputy Alexander stayed on the scene the whole time until the car was taken by the tow truck driver. He waited on the tow truck. He waited on the tow truck driver.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand because I want to be clear. So Alexander was there when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
All right. David Swift was there when you arrived?
I believe he showed up.
Okay.
Right after I did.
All right. And when you saw David for the first time that day?
Yes, sir.
You observed him?
Yes, sir.
You talked to him?
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary about his appearance as far as scratches, marks, or cuts, did you?
I did not.
All right. And you're a trained officer. You look for those things, don't you?
I would call myself very observant.
All right. And you also noticed, did he have crutches or have an injury to his leg?
Crutches.
Okay.
He was on crutches.
All right. And you're saying Alexander was there, and then you left before Alexander did?
Yes, sir. Me and Mr. Swift left and went back to his house and left. The bonus were still there, and Deputy Alexander was still there, and the car was still there when I left.
All right. And so you didn't stay there, and Alexander left when you got there.
Sorry.
When you got there, Alexander and the others were at the car scene.
Yes.
All right. And you left before Alexander left.
Yes, sir.
All right. You believe Alexander stayed.
Do I believe what?
You left and Alexander was still at the car.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
sir. Yes, sir.
And so he didn't leave after you got there, Alexander.
Not that I know of. I had left and went to his house, the
All
Swift's
right.
house.
And then you pretty quickly asked Mr. Swift to go to his house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he said yes.
And he what?
He agreed.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you drive over and he drives over in his vehicle.
Right.
And you ask to look in the house.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you walk in through the garage.
We walked through the garage
Right.
into the house. Yes, sir.
And when you're walking through the garage, you don't see anything out of the ordinary, do you?
I actually looked around the garage after I exited in the residence, but no, I did not see anything at that time.
So you actually walked around the garage and looked at it when you first went out there with Mr. Swift.
I looked but did not search. Yes, sir.
All right. You looked and you didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
No, sir.
All right. You didn't see any blood or issues like that or the smell of strong bleach, did you?
I did not.
All right. And if you had, you would have written that in a report, wouldn't you? If you had noticed some of that things, you would have alerted law enforcement about that.
Yeah, I did not detect anything
All right.
that was noteworthy at that time.
All right. And so then you went into, did you go into every room of the house?
No, sir. I know I never went upstairs. I never went upstairs at all.
Well, you asked David Swift to look around, and he let you look around wherever you wanted to, didn't you?
He followed me, yes, sir.
Right.
And took me to each room, telling me which room was what.
Okay. And if you wanted to look at any certain place, you just had to ask him, didn't you?
He did not deny anything. He did not deny me access to anything, no,
Right.
sir.
And you looked at whatever you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't see any scenes of blood or a struggle, did you?
I did not see anything out of the ordinary.
All right. And then you're at the house for a while after that, aren't you? Talking to
Not
him?
for a while, but yes. After speaking with him, after looking through the garage, I left the Swift's house and went back to jail to do the paperwork for the cell phone pings.
All right. Let me make sure I understand.
Okay.
The cell phone pings, did they ping to a certain location?
The pings that we got pinged around the Mississippi, somewhere around the Mississippi River.
Okay. And this is Mrs. Swift's phone?
Miss Swift phone? Yes.
Yeah. That's what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you came back to the Swift house on October the 30th, that same day?
That same day, yes.
All right. Were other officers there when you came?
That's when me and Sergeant Petrie went back and spoke with Mr. Swift.
All right. Did y'all walk around the house again?
I believe we did, because I remember seeing a burn pile back behind the house where they had looked like burned garbage and stuff.
Okay. But nothing out of the ordinary?
Nothing.
All right. And you and the other officer came back again and walked through the house?
We did not that day. After that, we mostly stood out front in the garage. Myself and Deputy Petrie stood out front of the garage talking.
All right. And David Swift was there?
That's who I was talking to, yes,
Right.
sir.
Next to the garage?
Standing right outside the garage door.
And did other officers, bless you, did other officers come while you're there?
Nobody else came while myself and Petrie were there, no, sir.
All right. All right. And did you all go back and look around outside and the area down from the house on October the 30th? You and the other officer?
As in which area? I mean, we looked around.
Outside of the yard or any other place?
We did walk through around the yard. Yes, that's how I noticed the burn pile.
Right. But nothing out of the ordinary?
No, sir.
All right. And you asked as many questions as you wanted at that time of Mr. Swift?
Yes, sir.
And he answered your questions?
Yes, sir.
He completely cooperated?
He did.
All right. And then y'all left that day?
You
left?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Myself and Sergeant Peter left.
And the day after or the days after that, did you personally go back to the house?
I had been, yeah, I'm sure I did, because we had walked around the yard before, with his consent. We had walked around the yard before. I mean, I spoke with him, but it wasn't nothing I documented. It was
you went back out
we
there?
were just still following up on leads and trying to get anything to try to help find her.
Okay. And he was answering your questions and cooperating?
He was.
All right. Just 1 second. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Could I ask Mr. Smith if he was familiar with that Mississippi River area where the alleged phone ping was located?
Did you ask?
Did you ask?
Did I ask? I'm sorry. I did. I asked him about the Mississippi River. He said I only cross it. He said we don't go there. He said I only cross it when I go to work. He said we have rode four-wheelers down there once, I believe is what he said. That's the only time they had ever been there.
Okay. That's it.
Sir, you can step down. Mr. Box, you releasing Mr. Walker?
I am releasing, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
I'll release it.
All right.
Release.
Sir, you're free to go. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we, you gonna need video for this next witness? Why don't we go ahead and take about a 10-minute break there, and that'll give you a chance to get that set up. All right, let's do that.
All rise.
You may be seated. All right, we'll be in recess for a few minutes. there anything else we need to do before we bring the jury in? All three of them?
Judge, can we approach again?
Yeah, hang on just one second.
Yes, sir.
Were you on duty on that Sunday, October 30th?
No, I was not on duty on that Sunday.
Okay, what were you doing that day, if you recall?
I was visiting with a sick pastor in Memphis.
Okay, but while you were in Memphis, did you receive any calls relating to your position as chief investigator?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, do you recall the nature of that call and who made it?
Sergeant Heath Walker had called me.
Okay, and what did he call you about, sir?
He had called me and informed me that we had a missing missing mother in Dyer County.
Did he relate any more information?
He related that she was missing. There was a divorce had been filed to that nature.
Okay, what if anything what if any directions did you give Sergeant Walker on how to handle the case at that time?
He had told me the car was found on Millsfield Highway at Harness Road. It was there with a flat tire. I told him to photograph the car, secure the car for evidentiary purpose.
Okay. Did you tell him to do anything else with the car?
I asked him to, once the car was secured, tow it to the sheriff's office so it could be transported to the crime lab.
Okay. And you mentioned Harness Road and Millsfield Highway. That's in Dyer County, Tennessee, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay. Do you know why Sergeant Walker is retired?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us?
He had a stroke.
Okay. Thank you. Did you learn who made that missing person call to dispatch that day?
Sergeant Walker had told me that Mr. Bill and Kathy Boner had made that initial call.
Okay. Were there any other calls to report?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who made that call?
He told me the second call came from Mr. Swift.
Okay. Did you know either David or Karen Swift prior to that day?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you notify Sheriff Box of the situation that day?
Yes, we spoke.
Okay. So let's move forward one day. Next Monday morning, are you back in Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a priority? Was there any? Let's just say, where on your list was the Karen Swift missing person?
Immediately when I arrived at work, I gathered investigators together so we could start trying to reach out and find out what happened.
Was it a priority for you that morning?
Yes, we made that our priority.
Okay. Do you recall who was at that meeting that morning?
Lieutenant Calvin Johnson, Investigator Gregory, Investigator Barden, Sheriff Box.
Okay. Now, Rick Gregory, you said Investigator Gregory, is that Rick Gregory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's very ill.
Okay. And you mentioned Lieutenant Calvin Johnson. Is he going to testify at this trial?
No, sir, he's deceased.
Okay. So when y'all are all meeting together, is there some sort of protocol that police departments follow with missing person cases?
Yes, we start contacting family members, friends, checking for phone records, cell phone numbers, and things of that nature.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to obtain any personal information about Karen Swift?
After the investigators spoke, we realized that there was a divorce that had been filed, and that she had went to a party the night before at the country club in Dyersburg, Halloween party.
And you said that a divorce had been filed. Were you able to determine whether or not she had moved out of the family home?
No, she was still living in the home.
Okay. Were you able to determine whether the parties had any children?
Yes. They had 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Okay. You said that in your investigation, you had determined that Ms. Swift had been to a party the evening before.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that?
It was at the Farms, the country club there in Dyersburg.
Okay. Did you try to interview any of the people who attended that party?
We did. We obtained a list of those individuals, and they were interviewed.
Okay. Were you able to discover any relevant information about the disappearance from those witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine if Ms. Swift had gone to that party with anyone?
Yes, sir.
And what did you determine?
We determined that she went to the party with Bill and Kathy Boner.
Okay. Were you familiar with the Boners prior to that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. Did you determine, or were you able to interview anyone who saw her at the party?
They were interviewed, not personally by me.
Okay. Was any relevant information to your knowledge obtained from those interviews?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn what Ms. Swift did after the party?
That she had left the party with Bill and Kathy Bonner and went back to the Bonner's residence.
Okay. Did she spend the night there?
No, she had received a call from her daughter saying that her daughter was ill, so she immediately left to go pick her daughter up.
Okay. Do you know where they went from there?
Once she picked her daughter up at a friend's house, she immediately came home.
Okay. And how do you know that?
Because of her phone records.
Okay. What happened to Karen's Murano that the officers found on Millsfield that day?
It was told to the TBI crime lab.
Okay. Was it? You know how it got to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, a local towing service took it, and it was we had Deputy Fisher to trail that vehicle to the crime lab.
Okay. Was it processed, to your knowledge, in Nashville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of, to your knowledge, what type of processing does the TBI do?
We had requested that, if there was to locate any blood stains or any usable evidence in that vehicle.
To your knowledge, was there any relevant evidence obtained by the TBI in the vehicle?
No, there was not.
Okay. You've been in court when we talked about her tire was flat. Did you have anything special done with the tire to have it examined by someone other than the TBI?
Yes, sir. Later, we sent it to a special lab. The examiner was Mr. Gary Bolden.
Okay. Do you recall where that is?
It's in Ohio.
Do you know how the tire got there?
Yes, sir. Investigator Gregory personally took it there.
Okay. And do you know how it got back?
Yes, it came back by FedEx.
Do you recognize the document that's been handed to you, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a receipt receiving the tire by Investigator Gregory.
And do you recognize Investor Gregory's handwriting on that receipt?
Yes, I do.
Okay. State would like to move that as next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll mark that. I believe that's number 2.
Regarding the tire, did you ever receive a request from anyone associated with the defense to examine the tire?
No, sir, I did not.
And to your knowledge, where's the tire today?
It's in our evidence at the Dark County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you investigate phone numbers that were associated with Miss Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you determine?
We issue documentation to Verizon to obtain the sale records.
Okay. And did you determine how many phones Miss Swift had?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
There were 2 phones.
Okay. Do you determine the origin of those phones?
One of the phones were on Mr. Swift's family plan, and one was a phone that Bill and Kathy Bonner had given her.
Okay. Do you remember any of the characteristics of either phone, or do you recall the number of either phone?
One of the phones that the Bonners had gave her was I believe the name was a Voyager phone.
Okay. And do you recall the make and model, so to speak, of the phone on Mr. Swift's plan?
I knew it was a Verizon. I'm not sure the exact make and model.
Okay. Did you contact the cellular providers?
Yes, we did. We submit documentation.
Okay. And how do you do that?
By issuing a judicial subpoena to obtain phone records.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, that was done.
Did you receive a response?
Yes.
Okay. Did you bring those records with you today?
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, pursuant to our prior 90211 notice, we moved the phone records into evidence with their affidavit. Yeah, it's on the phone drive. Just give
All
it to
right,
Helen.
that'll be marked as Exhibit 3.
Investigator McCoy, were the Karen Swift's phones ever found?
Yes.
Okay. How were they found?
They were found with the search party we had with THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and their cadets.
Okay, where were the phones found?
Her phones were found approximately about 500 to 600 feet from the drive of the Swift home.
Were they on the road? Where?
No, they were in a wooded area about 170 feet.
Okay, do you recall who found the phones?
I believe it's Trooper Jason Page.
Okay, and were you notified of that at the time?
Yes, I was there at the time.
Okay. Huh? Yeah. You've seen these. Investigator McCoy, I had the bailiff hand you some photographs. Do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs of?
Those photographs of the cell phones that I found along with Trooper Page.
Okay. Now, do you recall who took those photos?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Investigator Barton.
Okay. There's a gloved hand in one of the photos. Do you recognize that hand?
Yes, that's my hand.
Okay. So you were the one who recovered the phones
That's correct.
that day. Okay. I believe we're publishing them to the jury. State would move. Are those pictures a true and accurate representation of the phones as you discovered them that day?
Yes, sir.
The state would move to enter the photos as the next state's collective exhibit and ask them to be published to the jury. That's a different one.
Mr. Taylor, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Which one? As far as I know.
You want to pass those to the jury now?
Go ahead.
Okay, let's take a minute and let them look through them. You all know my math is not good, but that is number 4, right, Helen? Okay.
So the phone records are number 3.
With the thumb drive.
The thumb drive is number 3. Okay.
So it's not just me then. Thank you. I do feel better.
Okay, investigator, what did you do with the phones after they were recovered?
They were sealed and packaged as evidence and placed in evidence.
And after they were placed in evidence, were they sent anywhere for analysis?
Yes, they were sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where the phones had been discovered?
Beg pardon?
Did you have the occasion to show another law enforcement officer where you discovered the phones?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was Trooper Goshley.
Okay, and describe Trooper Gossley and what his position is.
He is with the CERT team, the special response team that we got to come and do the mapping from the phone and where the body was located.
Okay, so now at that time, the body had not been located.
That's correct.
What date, do you recall the day they were recovered?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, was it early on or was it later on
The phones?
in the investigation?
Early on in the investigation.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I missed you when you said, did Trooper Gossley, after you had showed him where the phones were, did he come back to Dare County?
Yes, he did.
And what was the purpose for that?
It was to show him where the body was located, had been found.
And you showed him that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Did you ever ask the defendant to give a more formal statement than he had given to Sergeant Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
We spoke with him, Investigator Johnson and Investigator Gregory. We asked him to come in to give a more formal interview.
Okay, did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did you video record that statement?
Yes.
Okay, did you bring it with you?
Yes.
Okay, you know which?
This one here.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, sir.
And is that a true and accurate, well, to your knowledge, is that a complete recording of what was recorded that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The state would ask to play the recording.
Defendant's objections noted to the recording. Okay.
Just hand it back to him. And I'm just asking you, Investigator McCright, to make sure that when the interview comes on the TV screen that it's the same interview that we're referring to, the one that was conducted by Gregory and John.
Sure.
Johnson.
Yes, sir.
You have a seat for me right over there. What happened to you, man?
Well, it was Easter morning. I had to have knee surgery. I had to have a total quadriceps and patella tendons ruptured.
Yeah.
I was at my daughter's soccer game and had to be taken by ambulance and had to have surgery the next morning. And about a week ago, it's been giving me a lot of problems. I haven't been able to, stairs and stuff like that because I had to pull sutures and drill holes in the kneecap. It's restricted, but about a week ago I was at work and turned wrong, and so I had an appointment today with another specialist to get a second opinion, but once all this happened,
Nice, my name is Rick Gregory. What's your middle name, Dave?
Glenn, G-L-E-N.
Just one hand. When's your birthday?
1/9/68.
Social?
It's 497-68-0506.
Cell phone?
870-740-1577.
870-740-1577.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Arkansas. That's my company phone, my BlackBerry.
Where you working at?
Tenaris. Used to be Maverick too.
What do they do there?
We make pipeline for oil and natural gas.
Okay. Can you spell that?
Tenaris.
Okay. Just like it sounds.
Yeah, Tenaris.
Spell it again.
Tenaris.
Tenaris.
Yes. Yeah, it's an Argentine company.
Who owns the company?
Well, it's Polo Rocco is the CEO and president, and it's been his family for years. And I mean, we have like globally 277,000 employees, I believe. That are over there, they're the largest employer in Mississippi County. We have about 1,100.
How long have you been there?
3.5 years.
3.5 years.
January will be 4 years.
Is that the only cell phone number that you have?
Yeah.
Do you have a home phone?
No,
Do not have a home?
no, but we got 5 other lines that, that she's had and the kids have had. And
Are all them accounted for?
yeah, they're all.
Let me have them just.
Well, I can't tell you I know them all by memory. I know, of course, Karen's. You've got her cell number. You did. It's 731.
All right.
377-5549.
Is that her primary?
Well,
Yes.
I'm finding out that she's got other phones, but that's the one that we've had, that she's had on the Verizon account that I pay for.
Right.
And
Any other ones that you know of?
that she has, that she would have. Well, I found out yesterday that Bill and Kathy Bono had given her another cell phone. She'd been using it for, and
Any idea what that number is?
I'd suspected because she'd been known in the past to have multiple phones, prepaid phones and stuff like that. And about a year and a half ago, she had one that I had found and questioned her about it. And I confronted Jamie Gurin about that yesterday because she'd been calling him a lot. And she told me that he gave her the phone, and he lives in Lake County. But he said that they just talked, that they weren't intimately involved or anything like that.
What's his name?
Jamie Gurin, Gurin or G-U-R-I-N or E-N or. But he's the father-in-law to the girl across the road when we first moved over there, and that's when Karen really started changing and doing all kinds of stuff and the drinking and but it was her father-in-law that would come over there all the time. They became friends.
Okay. David, we got to go through this part here, okay? It's just policy and procedure for us. I'm going to read these off to you, and as I read them, as you understand them, if you would just put your initial out there at the side. Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. Just wait, initial, if you understand that, put your initial there. Initial. There we go. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questions if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. The final paragraph is, I have read this statement of my rights and understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. You understand that? Okay. Sign there. With DCSO, Dare County Sheriff's Office. It's 11:15. Close enough.
I'm willing to do whatever I can to try to help and find her. I just want her home safely. And
All right, let's go back to Saturday morning. We can just start from there. How the day went.
well, Saturday morning, she had actually Friday night we had even at our house we had a hayride and stuff for the kids, and even though all this, Friday night. So I got to get you to Saturday morning, and I mean, even under the circumstances, we've been still trying to be there, for the kids and still communicating, and so Ashley had a girl that spent the night Friday night, and
Who's that?
Reagan Wheeler, I believe. Reagan.
Your daughter had?
Yeah, my daughter had a girl after the hayride, so she had a girl that stayed Friday night. And then, so Saturday morning, I got up because Karen had a house to go clean over in Trimble. And so I got up and took the girls to skate, took my two daughters, Ashley and Keely and Reagan, and then, stayed there with them. We got there about 9:45 probably, and stayed there until 12. And then Ashley wanted to spend the night with Reagan, and so I said, well, that'd be okay. So Ashley went home with Reagan, and Keely and I came back home. We went to get something to eat or something, and we came back home, and then we went over to Trimble, where Kim was cleaning that house, and took her something to drink, and I even did what I could around there to help with the light fixtures or whatever, because she was Habitat for Humanity. And
Who does she work for somebody in this house cleaning business?
no, she just started. Mary Claire Hopper wanted her to clean it, and she hadn't worked in years, but since all this, she's wanted to get some jobs and work, and she's just recently started doing the YMCA, doing some training there. So, and then Kathy and Bill pay her to come on Mondays to clean their house and pick up their kids, and she usually stays there till 8:30, and from like 12:30 or 1 till 8:30, and then she does landscape for them and stuff, and
But let's back up for a second. Where's his house in Trimble?
It was 203 Walnut Street, Trimble. And actually there was she was a little bit concerned because there was a trailer next door to the little ways, and she said that was the ex-husband before they got evicted from that house. It was a Habitat for Humanity home, but they were only paying like $200 a month, but the house was destroyed. It was on like 7
Her
years old.
ex-husband?
Who?
Kathy's ex-husband?
No. The people that lived in that house that got evicted, and that's why they was having Karen to clean it, because they're going to sell it, yes.
So this house was empty?
It was empty, yes. Okay. But you could see, and I kept noticing the man, he kept, looking over and stuff, and Karen said that's the ex-husband of the wife that lived here, and the wife finally got evicted after a year, so anyways, I was a little concerned about that, but we stayed a while, and then Keely and I came home probably about 3 o'clock, and then she got home probably about 4:30, and 4:30 or 5, and she asked me, she said, why don't you take Keely to go see a movie tonight? I'm going to Kathy's.
And this was Friday night?
This was Saturday night.
Saturday night,
yeah. And I said, so are you going to a costume party, or what are you doing? Are you all having a party? And she said, no, I'm just going to Kathy's. I said, well, okay. So I asked Keely, if we want to go see a movie. And she did it first, and then we got talking and everything. She'd rather me take her to Walmart and buy her a toy or something. So I just wanted to take her so she wouldn't be upset because her mom was going out again. And so we left about 7 o'clock, I guess, 7 p.m. Saturday night. I took her to Walmart, went to Walmart, and went to the mall.
Did you buy anything at Walmart?
Yes. Matter of fact. Receipt. She wanted a toy. Let me see, this was 10:30. I think that was it. We went to the mall, we were at Claire's. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. That was at Walmart where I bought Keely. And then we were in Claire's. Matter of fact, I saw Bill and Kathy's neighbor, Janie, and she was talking about the situation and that everything that was going on with Bill and Kathy. She said, well, if you want to know what's going on, you can come in my backyard and you'll see what all was going on.
Okay,
So,
explain to me
what the situation,
we don't know.
You don't know?
we've done heard that about 3 times, I guess, so.
From other people?
No,
No,
you,
For me, yeah.
You keep kind of hitting on it, and
Okay, well, okay, probably Kathy owns Fine Arts Warehouse, Kathy Boner. And she, her and Karen became really close friends. You know, our daughters went there and danced, and then she was over there, you know, all the time. Karen started sneaking out of the house, and she would go to be with Kathy and Bill. And I know even this past summer.
And when you say go to be with them, what do you mean, go to party with them,
Go party, and I find them naked in the hot tub in the backyard. I found Karen naked in bed with Kathy one night. This was there was once after Kathy's birthday party at the country club, and we all went over to Bill and Kathy's house. And Karen, there were several, they just got naked in the hot tub. And anyways, we couldn't find Karen. And Robin Alfred said, where'd Karen go? So she went in the house to go find Karen, but Bill Bono had already gone in there in the house. And so Karen said, Robin said, I'm going to go check on Karen. And Karen was so intoxicated she passed out. She was on the couch, naked. And so we all went in there, and everybody's ready to go, and they had to get her dressed. Well, Robin Alfred told me later that she prevented Bill from raping Kathy. Said he was trying to take advantage of her. And said she's the one that put the towels on her and everything. And after that all happened, I tried to pull Karen out of the situation. I said, listen, it's not good to be over there. I said, I see what's going on now. There were school teachers that were over there that was involved, Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked in the hot tub, everybody was. And I didn't think anything about it at first. I thought, and I just thought, but then when I realized what was going on, and I tried to pull Karen out of it, and then I caught her over there another time, naked back in the hot tub. And Dustin would come home at night, and I'd say, I need to go check on your mom, because there'd be times that somebody'd have to drive Karen home. Or, right. Or I'd have to go get her and drive her home. They'd call me. And so I was always concerned and worried about her. And so whenever the night that she went to the country club with Kathy and Bill, or she told me just Kathy, but I found out later Bill went too. But she had promised me she'd never go get in the hot tub again. That was bad judgment. I even confronted Kathy about it. Okay? And Kathy said, I want not that way. We decided not to do that anymore. But anyways, Dustin got home. Matter of fact, I think he might have been over your son or something, but he got home. I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, it's almost 1 o'clock and don't know where she is. So I went to park down the road. I went to Bill and Kathy to their backyard and went around, and I'd heard people in the hot tub and everything, and there was Brian, Shannon, Lee. It looked like they were engaged in sexual activity. They told him naked, and Bill was getting out of the hot tub, but I heard Shannon say, where did Karen go? And I thought, oh my God, she promised she'd never do this again. And so I just went inside the door. Bill had already gone inside. I said, Bill, we're inside his door now. I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about Karen. Oh, she's upstairs talking to Kathy. I just went on upstairs, and I stood there in the doorway, and I heard Karen, and I could see Karen was in the bed here, and Kathy was over here. And, they were talking, and I heard Kathy say, well, I think that's Bill coming up here or something back. And Karen said, oh, well, if he wants in bed, or back in bed or something, he can kick me out or whatever. So I finally said, Karen, I said, what are you doing? I said, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm worried about you. And she said, oh, just going home. I'll be there in a little bit. I said, why are you in bed with Kathy? I said, what's going on? I said, have you been in the hot tub? She said, no. And then she got upset and started cussing. And so I said, well, get up. I need to talk to you. I need to make sure you're okay. And she said, just leave. I said, I'll be home in a little bit. I'm tired of you always checking on me, blah, blah, blah. So I went over there to the covers, and I pulled them back, and she was, wet. She did have a towel, but she was totally naked. And I asked her, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And later on, I confronted Kathy about that, too. And there's just a lot of stuff that's been going on that people have told me, Robin now.
You confronted Kathy. What was her attitude?
Oh, no, I'm not that way. It was by phone, and that, it was just bad judgment.
You didn't say anything to her that night?
Oh, yeah. She wouldn't say nothing. She was just over there, but, they were all both drunk and been drinking, and that's what always happens over there, is to the point of all the partying. Then another time, and I've got dates, when she did this, but Karen snuck out. It wasn't that long ago. It's probably a month and a half ago, 2 months, like somewhere in there. Karen was sneaking out of the house again, and she, which I'm upstairs, and even since I worked a third shift, and we haven't slept together in years, the marriage was not bad until recently, until all this happening with Bill and Kathy. And that's whenever I confronted the situation. I got shunned, Rob and Alfred got shunned because we confronted what all was going on over there. And that's whenever, we got, you're not welcome no more, blah, blah, blah. And Robin confronted them too. And she, they just shunned her, and she didn't want to be friends because she realized what was going on and everything. But going back to, it was about 9:30 one night, and Karen was sneaking out of the door. And I happened to hear the door open. I went downstairs and went outside. I said, Karen, where are you going? She said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. I said, well, I asked you earlier, we were out of groceries and everything. And she said, I said, you're going to Kathy's, aren't you? No. And she got mad, and she said, fine, you go get the stuff we need at Walmart. I said, oh, okay. And then she got really upset. And so I didn't trust her and all that. I said, Karen, fine. I said, I just wanted to trust you. I said, but if you're going to Walmart, that's fine, or whatever. So that was about 9:30, and then Dustin got home about 11. And I told Dustin, I said, she was there with the girls. I said, Dustin, I said, I need to go check on your mom. I said, make sure everything's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I parked away from her vehicle. I saw her vehicle there, and I went inside, searched everywhere, couldn't find her. So I thought, I'm going to find out, if she's having an affair, whatever's going on. And so I went and sat in the Murano. And I probably waited an hour, hour and a half, and it was hot. And I kept texting her saying, where you, I didn't go to bed. I got to work the next morning. This was like on a Wednesday or Thursday night. And I think it was on Thursday night because I had to go work. And she said, "No, I'm just enjoying myself in here." She said, "It's very peaceful and quiet." Well, a little while later, about a half hour later, here comes Kathy driving up and parks, and I just get out of the vehicle and I tap on the glass and scares, Kathy. And then I go to Karen's side. I said, "Where you been?" I said, "Kathy, why are you taking her around and stuff?" I said, "If she was going to go to your house, why wouldn't she just go to your house?" I said, "Y'all are hiding and covering up something. There's more to this." And which Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she has a dance studio. And I think that's been a lot of the stuff that's been missing with Karen's head and stuff. And then with the excessive drinking and partying, but Karen told me no, said Kathy came pick me up and took me to her house. And it just, nothing makes sense. And so, there's been times during the day even, I'd come home early from work or something, and Karen would be, she was so drunk once that she was, had passed out on the porch in her own vomit. And Dustin came down and saw that, and he just reminded me that recently. He said, "I was there that day. I came down and called her an idiot and went back upstairs." And so when I got there, I took care of the girls, and also Holly Jones was there, a friend of hers that I took care of her little boy because she couldn't leave at that time, drive home or anything. And then I found out another time that Jennifer Lamb, that's our next door neighbor, she told me that Robin was over there one day with Karen, and I guess they were drinking, but Karen was drinking so much that Robin was going to have to leave. They were going to have to go somewhere, and it was probably like 2 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 or something, and said, Robin called Jennifer and said, "Can you come over here? Help me get Karen in bed, get her dressed, get her in bed because she's sick, throwing up." And so Jennifer went over there and they got her undressed, got her in bed. And Karen told the girl she had another virus or something, the same thing she did that one day on the porch incident. And so they got her in bed, and then Jennifer took the girls over to her house and took care of them. So and Karen used to never drink. I mean, she grew up in an abusive, her dad was alcoholic and used to abuse her mom, and she saw that, and she has resentment towards, her parents for not taking her out of the situation, her mom, and also her, dad doing that. But
because we got a basic idea now, at least I do, of what it was like. Let's skip forward to maybe I may have missed something here, but I have bring you up to date on it. So this past weekend,
okay,
when you first noticed that she wasn't at home.
Yeah. Well, so I guess it was. She went out. I texted her probably at.
What time do you think she left to go out?
I don't know the time point because I know that Ashley called her and said she didn't want to stay there at Reagan's anymore. Okay. So Karen called me about, and I've got the text, you can see it when it's out there charging. But it was probably about 1:15, 1:30. Said I'm going to get AM. I'm going to go get.
We know it's AM hours in the morning.
Yeah, right. Okay. So she said, "I'm going to get Ashley. I'm going to put her in bed with me." I said, "Okay, I'll leave the door."
Okay. Hold. What you got? When she came home with Ashley was your daughter, correct? How was she dressed?
She had jeans on. I think they were like holy jeans and a gray coat.
Okay. Remember what kind of top, anything else underneath the coat?
No, I didn't see that. I don't know.
Okay. Was there any kind of argument or anything there?
No. I just, it was very brief. I wanted to make sure that Ashley was okay, and then she was okay, because I questioned Karen about driving and getting her. I said, if you can't drive, I won't get Ashley. And that was all the conversation was.
Okay. How close did you get to her? Could you tell whether she'd been drinking?
Oh, yeah, you could tell. I could always smell she drinking, and that was, but that was it, as soon as I realized that Ashley and they were unsafe, I went back upstairs and went to bed, and then I that's all I know until we got up about 10 Saturday morning, 9:30, 10, I woke up, and I thought Karen was in bed, I thought they were all in bed, and so Ashley and Keely got up probably about 10, And they went in there, and she wasn't in bed. And so probably about 10:15, I sent a text. I said, well, I thought maybe she went in town and the girls were hungry. When I said, where you at? I said, are you bringing the girls breakfast, or do I need to fix something? Never got a text back or anything. I waited a while.
This is still Saturday morning.
Okay. What number did you text her on?
My phone.
From your phone to what number to her?
To the only number I know of was the 5549.
Okay.
And so, no response. I'd call it, it'd go straight to voice message. You know, I left several messages, and also I kept texting. And then so finally, about a little after 1, I talked to girls, and let's go try to find, you know, she's probably at Kathy's or whatever. I was even texting her saying, are you at Kathy's, or did you go to, I thought maybe she had to go clean the house again at Trimble. And so
this is like 1 in the afternoon now?
Yes.
And still no word from her, no phone calls. Has anybody else called to inquire about her or anything else?
No, they hadn't. Nobody had, so I just thought she was with Kathy or something. Okay. And so I called Jennifer next door, Jennifer Lamb, and because Keely didn't want to go. Keely, my 6-year-old, was kind of a homebody, and of course Ashley was ready to go try to find her mom. She's 9, and you know we're starting to get worried. And so I called Jennifer and I said, we're going to go look for Karen, but Keely wants to stay here. I said, are you home back from church or whatever? She said, well, isn't that your all's vehicle up there on Millsfield? And I said, I don't know. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, when I left out of church at 9:30 or so, said I text Karen, said I saw it had a flat. And she said, go on up there and see if that's your vehicle. And so I loaded up the girls, got them, and went up there, and sure enough, it was our vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and asked Kathy if she'd heard. She said, no, I've been trying to get a hold of her. And I said, well, the vehicle's here on Millsfield, and it's got a flat. I said, so you haven't talked to her? I said, do you think you can call Mary Claire? Or we had that conversation, offer to see if she had to go clean the house, or but I couldn't figure out, you know, who she would have called, or if she would have started walking, or, I mean, it just, I don't understand. But I didn't know at the time that she had another phone, but from my understanding, there's no activity on that phone. But, so that's all I know. Up to this point, the only thing I know is Jennifer Lamb at school, when I dropped the girls off, she told me that Kathy called her, Mona, at 10 o'clock last night and said that there was a ping off of the phone, I guess the 5549, that was around 4 a.m. Saturday morning, and it was around near the Mississippi River. And so I called.
She heard that?
Yeah, she said from the police. And so I called Kathy. Now, when Jennifer told me that, I called Kathy right before I came down here. And, because I saw Kathy coming this way, she was headed somewhere, and so I called her and I said, have you heard anything? And I said, by the way, Jennifer just told me that you had information about one of the cell phones, that there was a ping off of it or something, a message that was received or something at 4 a.m. yesterday morning. And it was around the Mississippi River. I said, where did you hear that? Because I hadn't even heard that. And she said, from the police department. So I don't know if they're working with somebody else or what they're doing, but she's knowing, finding out information that I don't even know anything about, and telling it. And now they've got a, they're passing out missing persons and all that, and which is fine. It's just that I feel that they're trying to make me, I want to go out there. I want to do whatever it takes. And I don't know. And Kathy's questioning Jennifer as the information that she'd given me about what time the vehicle was there and all that. And, but I don't even know where the, Kathy asked me while ago, this morning, said, well, where would Karen be around the Mississippi River? I said, does she know where to go? Or I don't even know where the Mississippi River is other than, when I drive across the bridge every day to Blytheville. I don't know where it would be. Now, she has been known to go four-wheeler riding with Jamie and others and load up her four-wheeler when nobody's home and take off and ride with people. The river, but I don't know if that's in Mississippi or not. But I don't know where she got this information.
And again now, who got this information to share it with you?
Jennifer Lamb told me, which is my neighbor. She works at the school. She's substitute teaching now. So I saw her and talked with her this morning because I took the girls and talked to the principal and told them the situation.
And Jennifer told you?
That Kathy called her at 10 o'clock p.m. last night and told her that there was a ping off one of the cell phones. Now, I don't know which one it is.
Kathy Bona.
Kathy Bona, that she's in.
Okay.
And said it was near the Mississippi River. So I called Kathy this morning and confronted her about that and asked.
What did she tell you?
She said that there was a hit off of it at 4 a.m. and it was near the Mississippi River. And I said, where did you get that information? And she said, from the police. From the police.
She called a name, officer's name, anything?
Going back to the time when she picked up Ashley, and you said that you told her that you would go get her.
Yeah,
was this a face-to-face conversation?
No, it was about phone. It was just, she briefly called me and said, I'm going to pick up Ashley, I'm going to put her in bed with me, and that's what she said. And then, but I said, are you certain you're okay to drive, Karen? Because, I mean, it's one thing to drive intoxicated by yourself, but then when you put the girls in the situation, and she said, no, I'm okay. But here's something else that's odd. When they were both questioned separately, Bill and Kathy, yesterday, I was told that Bill said that Karen came home after the party to their house and changed. Well, when Kathy was asked, the last time she saw her, said she was wearing a black mini skirt and boots. Now, it might be that Kathy can't remember, and, I don't know. I just...
And again, how did you obtain this information?
From Alexander, Deputy Alexander. When we were talking last night, he had, I was, talking about the last person saw her or whatever, and we were trying to figure out what she might have been wearing, and he was even questioning my daughter, my 9-year-old.
Does any of the clothing sound like something she made home?
Do what now?
Does any of the clothing, the description you gave, the black mini skirt, does it sound like
That's
something
all in the vehicle that you've got. The vehicle, it's got the black mini skirt, the all black boots.
Is that her stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, she had it at home?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's what she dressed up as at the party. So evidently she changed somewhere before she came home, because she had jeans on when she came home. And,
Have you saw the stuff that was in the vehicle?
I saw some of it, yeah. I didn't go through all of it because, they were, you probably had to process or whatever, but I know there was beer in the cooler in the back, and you kind of smell beer in the front, and that's all I know is, and nothing surprising, everything.
How long have you guys been together?
We've been married 22 years, in a total of 22 years.
All in all for?
Well, we were married from 89 to 99, and for 7 months we were separated, but we got remarried. We had the 2 boys at that
Why
time.
the separation?
The separation was that we were having issues, and I screwed up. I personally screwed
What
up.
kind of issues?
Yeah.
We need to know.
Oh yeah, well I had
Just tell me.
I had an affair, and it was a person at work in the HR department. I was in management, and I screwed up, but I repented of all that. I you know, got actually her and her husband back together. They had divorced. Karen and I, you know,
So your relationship moved on from that stone?
Yeah, from that point on, we got remarried on our anniversary day. All was really good. You know, I knew I'd failed, and then we were married, and even since that, in 2000, we had Ashley, which is 9 now. We had her later, and then I guess we were married probably 6 years, and Karen had an affair.
Has there ever been any question about whether either one of your daughters is yours or not?
No, because it was shortly after Keely was born, and if you saw my girls, you'd know. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that, and it wouldn't change anything if it was, but
I guess what I'm leading to is, you've been married for 22 years.
totally.
And you know that she's having these affairs. From what you told me, and this is the first time we've even heard of what's going on, the average man, now let's be frank, the average guy wouldn't just sit there and wouldn't take this. You got to the point you fed up with this, right? Yes, no, maybe. Are you?
I put up with a lot. But that's just my nature. You know, I mean, I've always thinks there's hope, and I still love her and care about her. And I just think she's lost right now.
Okay. And you know that you've gone over to the neighbor's house. She's been in bed with a wife. She's been in a hot tub with a husband. She's acting out in ways that she didn't normally. She started to drink. She started hanging out with some people that's partying, doing all sorts of things there. And then, how do you feel about this?
I'm upset. I'm hurt. I mean, but we kept communicating, and I kept asking her, you know, if this is really what she wants in the life, and you know, but I've dealt with it.
How old is Karen?
She's 44. She'll be 45 in January.
You think she's going through some midlife crisis?
Yeah, I believe so, and I felt that if we could just get over that, but I also felt that 6 years ago when she had an affair, and at Pocahontas, and she got caught on video down at the gym, and he was quite a bit older than her, and on the small car lot, and his girlfriend caught him on video. She was a massage therapist down there, and it was a big ordeal. Mm-hmm. And that finally ended, and I said, listen, Karen, you know, let's move on. I forgive you. You know, I screwed up, and you screwed up in this marriage. I said, let's just move on, and everything was going pretty well. And then we had Keely, you know, our fourth child. She's 6 now. And so then we moved to, you know, Dyersburg, whenever I took the job with Tenaris and wanted to move over here because of the school system. And
how do you feel about Kathy Bowman?
How do I feel about her? I mean, I don't know that they're telling the whole truth and everything about what's been going on, what she might be involved in, or who she might be seeing, or, you know, I mean, I think...
That night you walked in that room and they were in there, I mean, you didn't get madder than hell?
Well, yeah, I was upset, but I can't say that Karen was over here and Kathy was over here. Mm-hmm. They later told me Kathy was just so drunk that she didn't go down to the hot tub, and that she's saying that Kathy was dressed. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I give them the benefit of the doubt, you know.
Then you go to Walmart.
Yeah.
You find a car. You go into Walmart.
Yeah.
You go up down every aisle. You don't see her in there. You go back to your vehicle. You sit there for a period of time, and then you see Kathy bringing Karen up. Mm-hmm. Nothing registered at this point?
Oh, yeah. I think that she's involved in something, or she's going somewhere.
Because a while ago, you questioned. You said, tell me what's going on. Why?
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't get any answer.
What makes you angry?
You can ask my co-workers. You can ask anyone.
No, I'm asking you. What makes you angry?
Your dog getting poisoned like that?
Yeah, that made me angry, you know, when my dog got poisoned, but that was...
What happened?
When
The 2 dogs that got poisoned out on Harness Road?
Yeah.
One of them was his,
I've had a bad year.
and one was
you know.
ours.
Yeah, we were dealing with all that. Now, this made me upset whenever going to that night. When all that was going on, that was a Friday night. The whole time we were dealing with all that, Karen kept, when you were there, and Karen, she came out there and she said, hey, let them do their job and come on and go to bed. And I thought, well, this is kind of odd. She's never asked me to hurry up and go to bed or whatever. She hadn't ever really cared. But anyway, so finally, about 2:30, 3 a.m., I went to bed. Well, I got up Saturday morning and came downstairs. The girls wasn't there, Karen wasn't there, which I thought, they just went to town or whatever. Kept texting her all day long. And this was over fall break. This was just recently. And so finally, at 8:30, I get a response from her. There's a letter and a notebook on the top dresser drawer. And that's whenever she left a letter saying she'd taken the girls. She had filed for divorce, and after our dog got poisoned, still recovering from that. Dustin comes home that morning with Jack, and, we're just shocked, and she wouldn't tell us where she was or anything. I didn't know if the girls were okay, and she later found out she wouldn't tell her older boys, Preston and Dustin. Preston's 21, Dustin's 18, where she was. And Preston finally said, I pinged your phone, I know you're on the beach. He just shot it out there, and she said, fine, I'm at Orange Beach, Alabama. Come to find out, she was with Bill and Kathy. And
How did that make you feel then?
upset, just, I was angry, I was mad, I was hurt.
Did you break anything?
No, I didn't. I didn't break anything, I just...
Want to?
Yeah.
Not really. I mean, I deal with things that I've never been violent. She's done a lot of things to provoke me, but I've never laid a hand on her. I've never hurt her. She's poked me in the chest. She's broke a plate over my back once when I caught her in the affair and grabbed her cell phone and saw it was him and said, hey, why do you keep trying to hurt our marriage? And she picked up a porcelain plate once and busted over my back, and I just...
Out of the 22 years you guys have known each other, have you ever put your hands on her?
Never once.
But you can't say that about her, or
I can't say that about her. And there's people that know. And
if you had to use an estimated guess right now, where do you think she is?
I don't know. I'm so worried about her. I mean, she could be anywhere. With Kathy telling me that at this point in time, if she knows that there was a ping on the Mississippi River, then that's where my mind's going now. Is she somewhere?
Do you think that she may have just told you that to throw you off? What if she's at her house?
Why would she be putting us through this and the girls?
Why have they did? That's right. Why have she done the things that she's done before and lied to you?
But what advantage or motive would that be? I mean, what?
Sometimes people get caught up in a situation like that, and they prefer to live in this until their mind get clear.
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. With all the lies, the deceitfulness, she went to Nashville a few weekends ago to go to her Y training to do the silver sneakers. And I thought it was kind of odd 2-day event. Karen was going to have to go for 2 days, and she left early on a Friday morning. And she came home Saturday morning about 4 p.m. She got her stuff out, and she told me, said, will you go get my curling iron out of the vehicle? So I left her there, and she was getting ready to go out or something. And anyway, so I went and got her curling iron, and I looked down there, and there was her panties were on the floorboard. And I looked down, and I could tell they'd been worn, And so I just left them there and put her curling iron in. And I asked her later, I said, why are your panties in the floorboard? Oh, well, I changed before one of the classes or something. I said, why would you change in your vehicle? And she said, no, I didn't stop at the convenience store. And I said, well, why would you be in the floor? Why would you not put them in your bag in the zipper side or something like that? And it's just stuff like that all the time. I found a dildo in her coat pocket, a glass dildo. You know, whenever, you know, I was suspicious and searching her closet, searching for things, trying to find her, and in her coat pocket was a glass dildo. When I first looked at it and saw it, I thought it was a crack pipe. I didn't know what it was at first because it had a handle on it and stuff. So
I don't know, and I'm not trying to be deceitful or anything. Only way I know to do this is to ask, okay? Is your wife into threesomes and stuff there? Yes, no, I don't know.
And we were intimate. And we were intimate not up till that long ago. I mean, I can't say the sex was ever really, you know, bad and it seemed to get more heightened when she would go over there and then come home and stuff. And she said when she got a few beers down her, you know, she was, and I never drank. I mean, I hardly ever drink at all. And you can ask anyone. I don't now. Now, I did some to try to fit in and see what was going on, but that's just not me. I've never needed that.
So to get her stimulated, you let her go to these parties and things?
I didn't let her. There wasn't no letting her.
Well, she went to these parties and things, and when she came back, you reaped the benefit of it.
Yeah. And so she would talk about Bill and Kathy while we're having sex. And she would talk about Kathy, that she feels so sorry for Kathy because Bill don't give it to her in a home, and he has to take Viagra when he does, and all this, and that Kathy would really like to be with me probably, and she could talk her into all this, and I thought it was just role play. I just thought it was
great. And what was your answer?
You know, I guess I played along with it just to, you know, but I wasn't. Afterwards, it was afterwards.
I mean, I understand.
To me.
But you would, to her, you would consider, yeah, okay, you know, if you can set it up, fine, no, not a problem. Okay.
Yeah,
but this past weekend, what do you think happened? I mean, what do you think, in your mind, what do you think is going on here?
I don't know, other than when it appears that she had a flat. I don't know if she called someone or if she started walking and someone picked her up, or so
Would it be normal to say she had a flat on her car?
Yeah.
Would she not call somebody and say, hey, my car is out of gas, it's on a flat, I'm having car trouble?
She's pretty independent, but there's been times that it could go
that's my question. Who would she
close. Call? She should have probably called Kathy, or she would have called. There's been other than she wouldn't have called me if she didn't want me. If she was trying to hide something, she wouldn't have called me, or she'd have been out and early and.
Okay, but common sense. If she's going to leave the vehicle on a main thoroughfare, that everybody's traveling back and forth, they're going to see the vehicle.
Exactly.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Unless she might have thought she could take care of it soon enough or something, or if she called somebody, or I don't know.
But from the time that they found the vehicle, you went there to see it to say, yeah, this is ours or whatever. What did you see on the inside when you first arrived?
When I first arrived?
Yeah, when you arrived. Who was there?
There was no one there when I first arrived.
Okay, the vehicle was sitting on the left side, right side of the road,
in a
field.
I was on the right side off the shoulder.
Okay.
Highway.
Was it locked up?
Immediately I hit the unlock because I want to check, so I don't know if it's locked or unlocked.
Okay.
And so I opened up the door and looked to see, what was going on.
Okay, when you unlocked the door, you approached it. The first place that you looked was in the front seat, back seat?
The front seat.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw her black boots.
Okay, on the passenger side,
on
driver's side?
On the driver's side. Her black boots, and there was another bag, and I didn't remember at the time, but I guess it was the black skirt, because later Alexander pulled it out, and it was a black skirt. And there was
Where was the skirt?
It was kind of under the seat, on the passenger side. The driver's side.
Okay. Was there any other kind of container or anything in there, in the front seat or back seat?
There was a cooler in the back. When you raised the hatchback, there was a cooler that had beer in it.
Okay. Was it any of the beer unopened on any of the? Was there any containers up front?
I don't believe so.
Nothing in any of the cup holders?
I don't think so. No.
Was the keys left in it?
And I didn't see her purse either. Not that I'm aware of. I've seen her smoke with Jenny across the road once, one night, and also questioned that, and then, I actually saw her kiss Jenny once, just a peck, you know, when they were partying across the road, you know. But
Where does her parents live?
Walnut Ridge, Arkansas.
Have you contacted them?
Oh yeah.
What did they tell you?
They're concerned also, but Karen's mom has talked to me a lot and been concerned about this whole ordeal. And they're aware.
When was the last time you made contact with them?
I talked with her mom about an hour ago.
Okay, the day that you found the car, did you call her?
Yes, I did.
You told her that you found the car and that she was nowhere around, right?
Right. Yeah. She's borrowed money. I found a contract where she had borrowed money. Bill Bono had loaned her money, $2,000 recently. And then she also, well, I can't understand if he loaned her $2,000, why she called her Aunt Florence in Little Rock. And Aunt Florence loaned her money too. Well, Aunt Florence didn't realize what all was going on.
How much did she get for
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me.
Undisclosed.
Undisclosed.
How did you find out that she had borrowed money from you?
Well, Karen told me, said, because I questioned, because, you know, during all this, we're really not supposed to do anything financial or anything, and Karen's also being sued. Yeah, I changed bank accounts whenever I realized that, you know, she was filing whatever, because the money, she couldn't manage it anymore. It was gone. I didn't know where it was
So
going.
y'all have two separate accounts?
Yeah, I opened up an account with down at First State, the same bank we have our joint. And so I told Karen, I opened up a separate account for my direct deposit to go. I'll put money in our joint account to show that I'm still supporting, and, you know, we'll get through all this or whatever. So I was putting like $350 in there at a time.
Where's it at?
First State. First State. And I've been dealing with both.
Does she have a debit card through First State?
She did, yeah, she does. But last Thursday, that joint account got levied because she was a failure to appear recently at court for Capital One. She just would not go to her court dates. I'm not on these credit cards. I didn't know anything about
See,
this.
that was my next question. What other credit cards did she have?
Capital One, Credit One, and Washington Mutual. She's being sued by all three. She has...
Maxed them out?
Oh yeah, and we would never pay him.
Capital One, what were the other two, I'm sorry?
Credit One and Washington Mutual. And I was not on the credit cards. I don't know where the money went. This is over a period of a couple of years, 3 years, whatever. That they've gone after her. Now they've garnished, or they levied the
How much did she owe Capital One? You have an idea?
I know she was like $2,500 on one, and $1,500 on one, and $2,000 or $2,500 on another. I think it's total of maybe $5,000 total, or $6,000.
And how did you find out that she borrowed money from Bill?
I found a contract. I've got a copy of it. And as a matter of fact, I mean, it's there still, I guess.
How old do you think the contract is?
The November 3rd, 2011. She filed on November 5th, 2011. But it says, I Bill Bono.
Wait a minute now. November ain't got here yet.
I'm sorry, October. Yeah, we're in October. I'm sorry, October. Yeah, it's October the 3rd, and she filed on October 5th. I picked up papers on the 10th.
Did somebody tell you, or you just happened to come across it?
The papers. That contract, I just came across it. She'd left it. The guy left it.
What about your insurance? You have insurance on it?
No, I do not. I don't think. Yeah, life insurance? I don't believe so. I mean, I know I've got insurance on myself, life insurance and everything, but I don't think we ever took out any on her.
Through your work?
Don't believe so.
What about the kids?
I've got, for the kids, I've got like a $5,000 each or something. It's not a major, it's something that's offered by the company that basically the company pays for it. If anything, that the company would pay, you know, the same on her, you know, the 5,000 or whatever, but I've never had life insurance with her.
Go back to the morning you got up and the kids were gone. They went to Orange Beach. She just jumped jumped in the car and drove down there.
Yeah, they left early that morning, I guess. And she wouldn't tell me, and I found out maybe, I searched the Verizon account, I looked it up, and I saw, I think a 205 area code or something. I called it, it was a lobster or seafood place in Orange Beach, and I thought, okay, that's where she is. And then Preston called her and said, listen, I know you're on the beach, I pinged your phone. She said, yeah, I'm in Orange Beach. So, and I realized that she was with Bill and Kathy, and then the girls, she was letting me talk to the girls finally. She said, just don't ask them any questions, blah, blah, blah. And so it was Keely's birthday, which was Friday, that same day that the dog incident, all that happened, So, Friday, I guess it was maybe Monday or Tuesday, Keely told me, said, on the phone, said, Kathy finally gave me my birthday present. So I said, oh, really? What'd you get? And she was telling me. So they told me they were all together, and they all stayed in a condo together.
So, let me get this straight. The Friday night that I was out there with the other incident,
she was
wanting you to go to bed, hurry up and go to bed. That Saturday morning she left?
Yeah, when I got up Saturday morning, she was gone. And she was probably packing as everything was taking place with investigation with the dog.
How many times do you think she sneaks? I'm sorry. How many times do you think she sneaks out a week?
2, 3. I mean, I know she was going every Wednesday night, at least, to Kathy's and Bill's. And there was times throughout I would just catch her. And there was another time that, when Jenny and Chad, when they moved from across the road, this Garin, they moved to Lexington. I thought, oh, thank God they finally moved. Maybe things should quit partying with them and everything, because my neighbors know that too, Marty and Jennifer. They were just like, I don't see how you can put up with it, blah, blah, blah. Because she'd be over there till 2, 3 in the morning. I'd have to go over there sometimes and say, Karen, please come home, I mean, haven't you partied enough? And make sure she was safe and home. And anyways, when they moved, this was probably 7 months ago, 6 months ago, it was midnight. I heard her sneaking out of the house. And I called her. And I said, where are you going at midnight? Oh, well, Jenny called me, and she's going to be over at Jamie's. She's at Jamie's right now, just wanting me to come over. I said, at midnight? I mean, she was already in bed and everything. I said, at midnight, you're going over there? And she said, well, yeah. I said, Jenny's just wanting me to come over to Jamie's at Ridgely, Tennessee, and that's where Jamie lives. And so when she got there, Jenny, she called, let me know she was there, and that she was with Jenny, because Jenny said, hey, David, blah, blah, blah. And then she got in about 4 o'clock that morning. I don't know.
Okay. This little group, Bill and Kathy and Karen,
Brian, Shannon Lee, there's Mark Snyder, Allison. I mean, there's
a, well, I'm not going to say there is, I have heard rumors of it, of a group in Dyersburg that pretty much likes to...
Pink Poodle Club or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
I've heard about it too, but I don't know if they're associated with that, but everything, all the signs, everything she was pointing toward that.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of stuff that Karen would bring up, and it wasn't just Kathy. She was talking about other friends about me, and she would think it'd be hot to be with me coming in and catching her with another young woman and stuff. And then whenever I found the dildo and all that, and I'm thinking,
So were you in this circle?
No, I wasn't. I tried to
Who was the girl? There was some girl you said you and her got shunned from there.
Robin.
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 Was she part of this group?
No, she was.
Robin who?
Alfred, A-L-F-O-R-D, Alfred. Robin and Paul, he owns a security business in town.
security system alarms.
Yeah. Call.
No problem.
And we were over there that night when all that took place, and that's when, Robin told me what happened in the living room when she was passed out naked, and so I confronted Bill and I confronted Kathy, and then they got mad at Robin and they got mad at me for confronting it, and then we were shunned. I haven't been back over to the house since, other than sneaking around the back and seeing what's going on. And
Do you know if this was an exclusive?
or going it, but not that I went up to get Karen whenever I found her in bed with Kathy.
Was this an I don't know, use the word exclusive. Were they all married couples, or were there single people there also?
The only ones I saw were married, other than Karen, and I know it's not usually that way, but I don't know. I can't tell you. Now, I know that I drove by their house and saw other vehicles I wasn't aware, didn't know of. And there's no telling. Kathy's covered for Karen so much by picking her up, there's been numerous times that I got called into work one night. We're having a lot of issues, and I told Karen, I said, you're going to have to come get Keely and Ashley. I said, I've got to go into work. I said, we had an accident or something. And anyways, I said, I'll just bring her by Kathy's. No, just me and Kathy will come to you. And so they met me at Walmart, or at McDonald's parking lot, and, I saw the little 99 proof they'd been drinking and everything, and she was upset because she had to get the girls, and so I said, where's your vehicle? Because it wasn't at Kathy's, and so she was somewhere else, and Kathy went and picked her up to cover and bring her to, or something. I don't know, there's just so much stuff that...
Dave, from 0 to, starting at 0, going to 9, how many times do you think you participated with a group?
Participated? As far as being involved, or
As far as
0?
Sexually involved?
Oh, 0.
Okay.
Well, I've never had any involvement. Whenever I realized what was going on, I tried to pull her out of it. And Robin did too. We confronted, but I wouldn't. It's one thing to, behind closed doors, to talk or whatever, but to actually do and go through with something, I value. And that's why.
And the reason I'm asking this because this whole thing may do a 360-degree turnaround. Instead of her having a strong sexual appetite or want to participate, when we start interviewing people, they may say it was you. So that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Clear this up.
No, I've never had any involvement whatsoever.
What do you think would be the odds that Kathy has helped her orchestrate something? Orange Beach, gone somewhere.
Why would she do that to the girls? I just can't picture. I can't imagine. Although Kathy said, I'll take the girls if you need for me to, or whatever you need for me to do, and I don't want the girls to be around her right now. I don't trust them. I don't want her to manipulate, and I just don't trust them. And I don't trust Bill. I'm wondering if Kathy is aware that Bill loaned her that money. Because I was told by Janie that lives next door that Karen would show up to clean their house, on Mondays, maybe at noon. Bill would be there, and then Bill would leave 45 minutes to an hour. And I even saw that once before Kathy would come home or something. And there's just some weird stuff going on. And my mother-in-law and her brother, when they came down for Dustin's graduation, they thought she acted like she was on drugs or something. And I don't know. I'm just saying that she would do anything to stay thin and to appearance. She's had an addiction to diet pills, and she's had, that issue before, and we got through that, and that, Janie next door said that she's thought that Bill and Kathy were swinging, and the pastor suspected, and she said she wouldn't put it past as far as maybe marijuana and stuff like that, but But to everybody else, you know, they're business owners, they don't want this brought out, they don't want that. I mean, that's what I know.
Do you own any weapons?
Yeah, I've got a 9mm a Ruger P95, which I used to reserve with when I was in Randolph County.
How long did you do that?
I did that, off and on, maybe a year or two. I mean, it was, I went to the academy for half as much as a regular,
And where you said Randolph?
Randolph County in Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah. So I did that as a hobby and to volunteer, didn't get paid, had to buy my own equipment and everything. I had a good friend of the state police. He is now the director, Steve Schultz, he's director of the academy at Pocahontas. And, I've had all background checks, FBI, security clearance, everything. And I also was involved in social work right out of college. I wanted to be a social worker. And I also wanted to be involved in law enforcement. And I did that. I was part of CASA. I was court-appointed special advocate for abused and neglected children.
So you just had one handgun?
Yeah.
Dustin, the boys have guns?
And I've got that and a 22 that they got me for Father's Day, just a long rifle several years ago. That's the only two that I've got.
At the present time, how many people are living in the household?
Right now, including Karen, we got 4.
You, Karen, 2 daughters.
Yeah. When Dustin comes home on the weekends. So.
Will you give us permission to go back out there and look around?
Yeah. They did the other night. I don't have one issue. I don't have any issue. Anything I can do to help and to...
We're just trying to cover all bases and everything.
I know, and it's hurtful.
And I understand. I understand totally.
I just want her to come home and to...
Okay, let's take this also in consideration. What if she has left with somebody? How are you going to take that?
I just want her to come home and to be a mother. If she don't want to be a wife, that's her decision. I can accept that. But if there's someone else, as long as they're not hurtful or harmful, but to the girls or whatever, I just have to accept it. But that's not something that I want or something that it'd be hard.
Have you filed for divorce?
She filed on the 5th.
And that's her attorney?
Creasy.
Okay.
Jason Creasy.
Do you have an attorney?
Yeah, I got one. Matter of fact, Tim Nathy.
Nathy?
Yeah, he was there the night. He's the brother to the Chris Nathy, their dog. And so I didn't know any other attorney and stuff, so he's been talking with me and we've been trying to figure stuff out. I had to do something. We came to an attorney, and he's the only one that I really knew, and I thought, well, maybe that was fate, but he was there that night.
Well, maybe.
But I don't know.
All right. Well, we're going to start. We got people out right now, so obviously it goes without saying. If you hear anything, no matter how minute, call up here, leave a message on my phone, or leave a message on.
Have you got a card with your personal number? Has anyone talked with that hog shooter? Everybody's scared to death of him in the neighborhood. And then, keep in mind, we've also had several break-ins out there. I caught him one night stealing Miss Mary's, the old couple. She just lost her husband. And there was a truck coming by, and they were loading up her stuff off of reporters and stuff. And I was having issues with my leg then, and I couldn't catch him, and I called 911, and came out there, and, they did investigation and everything, and then this ordeal with hog shooter, and said he's upset now. He said somebody's been throwing nails in his driveway and stuff. So he's upset over that. And,
You mind if I hang on to this?
no, that's fine. Matter of fact, I'm trying to think of where else we went.
It's a Barbie car, so it's probably got a 12-month warranty on it.
Do one? Oh, Barbie car.
It's
Yeah,
cars,
it's
yeah,
like
you got
cute
warranty on
on it. Yeah, cute. So, but we was also.
No, we will talk to him. We're gonna cover all the bases. Anything else you can think of?
No, I mean, we went to the mall and everything. I talked with Janie. Her dad used to be the mayor here, I believe, or grandpa. Janie.
Ravel?
Is that what it is? No, Janie. She's got a daughter, Peggy Jane. That's Peggy Jane. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
They live on Forsyth Street or past the park in town. Just past the park, and the next road to the left. Like you pass the park, not the first one where you turn there, but the next one. It's,
Do you, either one, does the older girl have a cell phone?
yeah. Numbers 3432
What is it?
It's 731-377-3432.
Have you taken a leave of absence from work?
No, I haven't. I was supposed to go today to get a second opinion on my. I had it set up at Blytheville at 10:45. Of course, I canceled so I could. And with the orthopedic surgeon over there, because of the issues. But
What's your address at home?
it's 65 Willie Johnson Road.
And there's no one there at the present time, right?
And Dustin, my oldest, or my second son, he's there.
We can take do a walk through this, okay? You mind? What are you driving, my friend?
The Volvo, the S60 Volvo,
What color?
silver.
Do you think she would get to the point she would call her daughter? Or Dustin?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, she's, I've seen nights that she would speed down the drive and Ashley's chasing after and stuff, not wanting her to leave and go out at night. Which was very hurtful to her, but never where she just wouldn't call or just prolonged.
Right. Okay.
But I can't understand why people are communicating, giving information to Kathy. If that is the case, of information that I don't know.
Well, I can assure you it didn't come from us.
Unless they've got someone else, or I don't know. But also, is there any way to retrieve the text messages and stuff from both phones, or from?
That's being worked on. And I'm telling you it didn't come from us, and the only reason I know it didn't is because he called me this morning to see if I was on my way in. We got a missing person. I didn't even know about this thing until this morning. So it didn't come from us. So I don't know where she got her information, and we're not the police either. So we're law enforcement, sheriff's department. We're not the police.
Well, that's why I was so odd.
Yeah, she may have. I don't know. Anything you hear, no matter how minute, or if you remember something, it don't matter if it's something just minor. If you find go home and flip open the phone book and there's a phone number written down with where was Florida, 250,
205.
Yeah, well, and there's
Well, I'm
an area
checking
code.
and I don't care if y'all want my password and stuff in my Verizon account, I mean, that's what I was there, last night with Alexander and showing him, we were looking at, messages and texts and things. Of course, I can't read, what they say, but the timeline, we were trying to come up with something that, and
You mind meeting us out front so we can follow you out there and just do a walkthrough through the house and.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Investigator McCray, would you make that interview and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
75.
Exhibit 5.
I do have more questions to ask the investigator. However, at some point, there's a second interview with this investigator where he interviews the defendant. We want to play that. I think that would take us well into.
We'll wait on the second interview until after our lunch break. Let's hear this. Why don't you go ahead for a few minutes? If you have some other questions, go ahead.
I do. I can.
I'm sorry. If you have some other questions, go
I do, Your Honor. I can skip ahead and then come back to the interview.
That's fine.
So, Detective McCray, Investigator McCray, when initial procedures used to locate a missing person, like trying to contact them on their phone, are unsuccessful, do you change tactics? In this case, did you try other means to find Ms. Swift?
Yeah, like I said, we introduced documents to Verizon to start pulling phone records. We, again, talked to family members.
Did you contact the news media?
Yes, we contacted news media. We did Facebook. We did everything we could to get her name out there to let everybody know that she was missing.
Did you ever organize any searches for Ms. Swift?
Sheriff Box did, along with us.
Did you participate in those?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, just describe for the jury what those searches consisted of and where you searched, that type of thing.
We focused there on Willie Johnson Road near home. We acquired the assistance of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, the TBI, Dyersford Police Department, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, the Dyer County Rescue Squad, various agencies that helped assist in trying to locate her.
And where were those searches of?
In the area of Willie Johnson Road, the Obion River, on the west end of the Mississippi area river.
No, that's what I was going to ask next. You've heard this ping described several times. Did you guys go to that location?
Yes, we went to that location.
Where is that?
That's going to be west of the Swift residence, and it's an estimated guess, maybe 5 to 6 miles, maybe.
And this is the Mississippi River?
Yes.
Ping? Okay. Is that area known by a name? Is there any?
Near the Great River Road.
Okay. And did y'all go down there and search?
Yes, we did.
Did you find any evidence while you were down there?
We found items, but they were not usable for as evidence.
Okay. Did you ever enlist, for lack of a better term, a cadaver dog to find?
Yes. We went back to the Obion River, which is on 78 Highway. I asked the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. They had cadaver dogs. So we began to drag that river there on right off Highway 78.
And were those searches successful?
It appeared that one of the dogs, being a cadaver dog, jumped in the water. We had people to go in the water to see if we could find anything. We didn't recover anything, so I asked for another dog to come in and get in the boat with us, another cadaver dog, and that dog alerted the same way the first dog did. And we realized, of course, later, those dogs are cadaver dogs. They can smell decomp that we can't smell. So we think that was coming off the area near the cross, area where the kudzu was.
When you say decomp, explain that word.
It's where the body has gone into decomp and started deteriorating.
Okay. Did you ever enlist any type of aircraft to search for Karen's body?
Yes, sir. We asked for the Tennessee Highway Patrol to come with a helicopter. They were not able to fly that area because they have an obstacle thing to fly. But it's in a computer that tells them they're too close to power lines or obstacles, so they couldn't exactly fly the area where the cross was due to the power lines.
Okay. I'm getting out of order here because we're jumping ahead. Other than the walkthrough that Deputy Alexander and Sergeant Walker, was the Swift home ever formally searched?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Later, we got a search warrant. Went out with the TBI crime lab to go to the residence to see if there was any usable evidence there.
Okay, and describe that process.
The agents, he submitted a search warrant. It was granted. We met the crime lab team that came from Middle and West Tennessee there to search the property.
Okay. Did you discover any relevant pieces of evidence while you were searching?
We were there. I noticed bleach, bottles of bleach outside near the home there on the property.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir, I do.
And could you tell the jury what that is of?
That's bleach, several gallons of bleach that's sitting there in the yard.
Okay. State would ask that be marked for identification only at this time.
All right, that'll be number 6 for identification only.
Were there any other evidence obtained during the search?
There were some issues inside the garage that we suspected might have been blood, but it was later tested, and it didn't show any signs of blood.
Did the officers use luminol?
Yes, they did.
Would you describe for the jury what luminol is?
It's a product that they spray, and then in darkness we had to close the garage to see if we could illuminate anything that may appear to might have been blood.
And you're saying that the luminol test was negative?
Yes.
Okay. Were any phones or computers at the house taken into evidence?
Yes, that day they did recover phones, computers, cameras, recording device, things of that nature.
Okay, what happened to those items, if you know?
Those items were collected and went to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Okay, did you ever enter Miss Swift's bedroom during the search?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you recognize any evidence in Miss Swift's bedroom that you would consider significant?
Well, there on the nightstand, there was a bottle of some type of sleep aid, cough drops or cough medicine that was there. I don't remember the exact name of that sleep aid that was on.
Did y'all take that into evidence that day?
No, sir, we did not.
Is there a reason why you didn't?
We didn't think it had any bearing on her disappearance.
Did you later change your mind?
Yes, after the autopsy report.
Thank you. Did you locate any court filings related to the Swift's divorce during your search?
Yes, in Mr. Swift's Volvo, in the trunk, underneath a spare tire, were the divorce papers, and I thought that was kind of strange too. If you're getting a divorce, why would you hide them under a spare tire?
The objection is sustained, ladies and gentlemen. You need to disregard the last statement. You may not refer to it in your later deliberations.
Investigator McCray, who was John Hogshuter?
He was a guy that lived down the road from the Swifts.
Had you had any involvement with him prior to Miss Swift going missing?
No, I haven't. I didn't.
Do you know whether or not the Dark County Sheriff's Office had an involvement with him?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe that briefly?
There was a report where dogs had been poisoned out in the area near the Swifts' home. In my recollection, Mr. Nafee dog died from the poisoning. Mr. Swift's dog did not die from the poisoning.
Okay. Going from the dogs to Miss Swift's disappearance, was John Hogshuter ever considered a suspect in her disappearance?
Yes, we looked at him.
Did you get a search warrant for his home or his
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes.
One or both?
Both.
Okay. What happened with that search?
There was no usable evidence there. Mr. Hogshuter was willing to assist us any way he could in the investigation.
Did you ask him to give a DNA sample?
Yes, we did.
Did he do that willingly, or did you need a search warrant?
Yes.
Yes to which?
He did volunteer to give a
Okay.
DNA sample.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Hogshooter's DNA match any of the evidence collected?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office take plaster casts of tire tracks on Willie Johnson Road?
No.
Okay. Is it unusual to look at a person as maybe as a person of interest in a homicide case or a missing persons case and later rule them out?
It happens all the time.
Okay. My next line of question is a little bit more lengthy.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. I think we're close to having lunch for you all there. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the lunch break, do not discuss the case with each other at all. Do not form or express an opinion about the case at this time because, you know, we've just begun the proof in the matter there. Also, I don't think you'll have the opportunity, but avoid any conversations with parties, witnesses, or attorneys. And if you are approached or if there are discussions, I will need to know about that after lunch. We're gonna knock off now. Let's look at 1 o'clock for our target time to restart. So have a good lunch, and we'll see you in a little while. All right.
were you there when the bleach bottles were photographed?
Yes,
Did you ask the defendant about those bleach bottles?
I did.
And did he give you any response?
He told me that came from because the dog had vomited in the garage and he'd used that to clean up the vomit.
Okay. Let's fast forward to, we just finished playing the interview that Investigator Gregory and Investigator Johnson conducted. Did you watch that video?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember when you watched it?
I was actually present in the audio room when they did the interview.
Okay. Did watching that video affect your investigation in any way?
Yes.
Okay, tell us how, please.
I told them that we needed to get Mr. Swift back in for a second interview.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and who conducted that interview?
And TBI agent Nathan Bishopman and I did.
Okay, and did you also bring a copy of that with you today?
Yes, sir.
Asked to play the video you want.
All right.
Hey, Bill. This is
I'm Nathan Bishop, Special Agent of TBI. How are you?
Surviving.
Have you heard from her today, this morning, or anything?
I heard anything.
Has any family members heard from Karen at all?
I've talked to her mom. I've talked to her cousin. Lives in Crothersville, and no one.
You know the cousin's name?
Angie Constance. Yeah. I don't think she was on the list earlier, but she had said that she talked with Karen, some that recently that she talked about her drinking more often and all that. But
Karen drinks?
Karen?
Yeah. She drinks quite a bit.
It turned out to be, she used to never drink. I mean, until we moved here, we've never ever, drank. I mean, her dad was an alcoholic, and she grew up in, a pretty bad situation. And so she really don't have a really good, close relationship with her mom and dad, because for one, her mom didn't take her out of that situation, and her dad was always abusive towards her mom and all that. So we always vowed never to drink, but when we moved here, she became friends with the girl across the room, Jenny, which you all got her number, Jenny Gone. Garen, and that's when she started really drinking. At first she told Jenny that, you still have fun without drinking, Next thing I know, she's drinking with them in the parties and the 2, 3 a.m., going over there to get her. And my neighbors involved, seeing that, Marty and Jennifer Lamb. And
When was the last time Angie talked to her?
I didn't ask, but
Do you have a number for her?
Yeah, it's probably a week or so ago. Her number's 573-724-7657.
And that's her niece?
That's your cousin.
Cousin, okay.
And my son.
Has any of the kids talked to her? Have any of them tried to text her? Or?
Yeah, we tried to text. I've called. Just go straight to her voice message. I haven't checked her messages today, but I know the passcode on it, so I'm retrieving. I'm hearing the messages that people are leaving, but
You mind giving me her passcode?
it's 5. It's sort of the last 4 digits of her phone, 5549.
Okay.
So.
Everybody that you listen to on there pretty much
much you know who they are.
Yeah, and that's what I've been listening for, to see if there's any unusual calls or numbers. But yesterday when they were out at the house, we listened to all of them. That was, I guess it was Gregory and
Johnson.
So, but now I haven't listened to him today.
Has she ever run off before and not contact you or the kids before?
I mean, she's been gone a lot, but never this long, not without the kids.
So that's what I'm saying. Did she ever make contact while she was gone and not call you or the kids and say, hey, you hadn't heard from her or anything like that?
No, not like this. I mean, you know, she'd kind of go a lot, you know, at all hours, and she would sneak out of the house, you know, at midnight or whatever, and several encounters. And Jenny Gurin, she went to her house at midnight one night, or Jamie Gurin at Ridgely. And whenever I realized she was going out of the house, I called her, and it was like midnight. And I said, where are you going at midnight? And she said, oh, Jenny's over at Jamie's, and she just wanted me to come over for a while. And, you know, she got in. I don't know.
Does she have a full-time job? No. Just part-time? You told me
she doesn't work up until a couple weeks ago. I mean, she started cleaning Bill and Kathy's house on Mondays for a month or so. And, you know, being over there from 12:31 till 8:30 at night or whatever on Mondays, she was doing landscaping stuff for them. She was, you know, always over there. She would go, a lot of times get the girls in bed. She'd take out on, you know, Tuesday night or Wednesday night, get in at, you know, 12, 1, whatever time. A lot of the times, you know, reek the smell of alcohol. There was a lot of concerns there. There were several weekends that someone would have to go get her. Or Shannon and Brian Lee brought her home one night from a party over at Bill and Kathy's where she couldn't drive, and then I had to go get her a time or two. The next door neighbor, Janie, the next door neighbor to Bill and Kathy, her daughter had to bring her home one night.
Did you see her Saturday night when she came in the house?
Saturday or Sunday morning when they came in.
Early.
Yeah.
Sunday
All I
morning.
did was pop my head down to make sure that she had Ashley and Ashley was okay. And, you know, that they were, you know, home.
Did you
I
go
went back upstairs.
Oh, so you slept upstairs?
Yeah, I always slept upstairs.
Did you actually physically see her?
Yeah.
What part of the house did you see her in?
It was in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Did y'all have any conversation?
It was very, very limited. She said, I'm putting Ashley in bed with me, and that was briefly it.
You remember what clothing she had on?
She had, they were blue jeans, I believe they had holes in them, and then a gray coat. It was like a tied coat. I didn't know what kind of shirt or anything she had on, but it was a gray coat.
Did she indicate that she was going anywhere else?
No.
Did she tell you if she was going to bed or?
No, I assumed she was going to bed because she said she was putting Ashley in bed with her. But Ashley vaguely remembers that she put her in bed with Keely, the next bedroom over next door.
When did you notice when did you find out the car wasn't there?
I found out whenever I called the neighbor, because whenever I got up, it was about 10 or so, and that's when the girls got up, and they went in the bedroom, and she wasn't there, and so, which wasn't uncommon. So about 10 or so, I texted her and asked if she was bringing breakfast home for the girls, or if I needed to cook. And I didn't get a response, so, which wasn't unusual, because a lot of times she wouldn't answer my phone or text or whatever. And so I waited a while, and I texted her again, and then I called her, and then it was about 12:30 or so, and I probably called again. I waited until about 1, and I told the girls, let's go look for her, you know. I mean, I was starting to get worried, and So I called Jennifer Lamb, the next door neighbor, because Keely didn't want to go. She wanted to stay there. So I called Jennifer. I said, are you back home from church? I said, Keely's, want to stay with you. Me and Ashley's going to go look for Karen. She's probably over at Kathy's or something, but she won't answer the phone. And whenever Jennifer said, was that not her vehicle up on Millsfield? And I said, my daughter. Hello? Did I call you? Oh, I probably did earlier. Did Preston show up for Ashley to eat, or do you know? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll call you in a little bit, okay? No, I haven't. Okay. Well, I'll call you in a little bit. Bye. And so whenever Jennifer told me that she thought that was her vehicle up there and had a flat, I said, well, I'm going up there. So I got the girls' vehicle and I went up there, and it was her vehicle. And so immediately I called Kathy and said, Kathy, have you seen Karen? Her vehicle is up here on Millsfield and it's got a flat. And Kathy said, no, but we're really worried. We've been trying to get a hold of her. Said, Bill's calling police right now. And so immediately when I got off the phone with her, I called the sheriff and said that something's wrong, or if she hadn't, Bill and Kathy, if they had known about her, and that Bill was on the phone. And then
So Bill and Kathy saw the car first?
No, they didn't have. Whenever I told them that her vehicle was on Millsfield, that's when they reported it on Millsfield. And
Who told you it was up there?
Jennifer Lamb.
Your neighbor?
Yeah. When she went out to church, she saw it at 9:30, but she didn't think anything about it, I guess. And so nobody called me. But it wasn't unusual for her to be gone in the morning, especially on the weekend, or go to the wire or something, and to be gone, and she...
If she'd have had a flat, would she have called you to get it changed, or?
She's run out of gas before and called other people. If she didn't want me to know she was out, because everything was so secretive, everything was so, she didn't want me to know things, and when she was sneaking out at night and stuff, and
the night that you saw her in the kitchen, who was all there?
It was just...
It was you, your daughter?
Yeah, my 9-year-old.
Your 9-year-old? Where was the 6-year-old at?
She was in bed.
She was in bed. So it was just the 4 of y'all in the house?
Yeah. And Dustin was going to come home. We weren't certain if he was coming home, or not. He had gone to the Halloween party, and he's at UT Martin, so he thought he was going to come home. And I guess he decided not to.
So did Bill and Kathy ever come to your house Sunday? They never came to your house?
Not that I'm aware of.
But they called you and told you that they were looking for her?
No, I called Kathy.
Okay. So I'm getting confused. I didn't know if they called the sheriff's office first or you called the sheriff's office.
Well, whenever I was on the phone with Kathy, she said, Bill's calling right now. I was the one that reported to Kathy that her vehicle's, and I'm worried, her vehicle's got a flat.
Right.
And that's when she said, well, Bill's calling right now. Well, when I realized that Karen wasn't with Kathy, or she hadn't heard from her all morning.
Was Bill calling you on a cell phone or landline?
No, Bill called direct to the sheriff's or police department, I guess.
Oh, so what you're saying, you and him never had a
No,
conversation?
we never had a conversation. Okay. I didn't talk to Bill at all. It was just with Kathy.
And how did you find out that he was on the line? That's when you talked to Kathy?
Yeah, when I was on the phone.
She called you?
No, I called
them?
Kathy. Yeah.
And asked, where is Karen?
Yeah. I asked if she'd seen Karen, that her vehicle has got a flat. Jennifer told me about it, and I'm worried. And she said, well, Bill's on the phone. I guess he was on his cell phone at that time when Kathy said, well, they found her vehicle's got flat on Millsville.
And you don't have any idea that where she may have gone or anybody she may have, has she ever went off? Somebody we don't know about that we can call and say,
well, I found a number yesterday. I reported. I talked to that guy. I didn't know. Something just seemed odd about that. I called Jamie that, I felt in the past that she had a cell phone with, a year ago or so that I found. I wasn't aware of this cell phone, so I don't know what her activity is on her other cell phone that Bill and Kathy gave her.
So how many phones does she actually have that you're aware of?
Well, 2 now.
Okay.
The one that,
That's the one Bill them gave her?
the one that Bill...
And then your phone? The family phones that y'all have?
She has.
Has she called her mother or anything?
No.
Mother hadn't talked to her? Does she have any other sisters or brothers?
She has a sister, Lisa, and she called me. I've been talking to her. She called me last night. I called her today, I believe, and they're not really close. So she went and called her for,
Hypothetically, if y'all had a disagreement or something, where would she go to kind of just
Bill and
meddle out?
Kathy,
Bill and
or she's gone probably Tiffany Glass, or one of her friends there, or she.
And you talk to all her friends?
Yeah. Of course, Bill and Kathy's not talking with them now because they're pointing fingers. Mm-hmm. My son just went over there to talk to them, and the neighbor gave Bill's number, and Bill talked to Preston on the phone and saying that I didn't seem concerned or, all this, and I'm worried.
Well, let's say in a week's time, how much time does she spend at Bill and Kathy's house?
What?
Out of a week?
In a week's time?
Yeah.
3-4 times.
A week?
At least. She's usually over there on Mondays, then Wednesday nights. But I don't know. I'm at work, so through the day, I'm sure she's seeing them.
You work across the river?
Yeah, I work near Blytheville.
Newcourt?
Tenaris.
You said that she never started the drinking or anything until you moved here. Where'd you move from?
From Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Pocahontas, Arkansas?
Yeah.
Was she born and raised there?
No, she's born in Illinois, but most, as a baby, and then she, most of growing up was Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, and we lived in Pocahontas, Illinois.
Is any of her friends from Pocahontas or Walnut Ridge called you?
Oh yeah, and they're planning on coming down here, and they're being very, supportive, and everyone's just really concerned. And
did she ever indicate to you at any time that she's had some problem with somebody?
Or? Not long ago, she at Kathy's dance a few weeks ago, she got into it with a parent and grabbed her and shoved her up against the brick wall.
Who was that?
That was Amanda McCarthy.
Did you tell the investigators that yesterday?
I don't know if I did or not. And she's had several. At Pocahontas there was several people
This
she
Amanda McCarthy, where does she live?
She lives out Crown Point, I'm in New Bern, but she teaches dance or something at Dyersburg. But
I'm just now coming on. I just found out about this last night. It'd help me if you just tell me a little bit about her.
About
your wife. Just describe her personality to me, But
her personality is, she's usually outgoing. She just recently started working at the YMCA. She's in, want to be a trainer. you know. I mean, it was, she would, when she got angry, you know, she was somewhat hostile, you know, a lot of times. My 18-year-old now, he witnessed, you know, when she wanted something, she wanted it right then and there, you know. I mean, one day he was on the cell phone in the bathroom, upstairs in his bathroom, and she needed a cell phone. She was in some Verizon account, and he wouldn't give it to her. He said, I'm using the restroom, you're going to have to wait. She said, no. And in front of our daughter, she picked up a suitcase, I guess, and started beating the door in. And put holes all in the door. I didn't know anything about it until about 3 days later. I was in Dustin's room, and I opened up his closet door, and there was holes all in the closet door. And I asked him, I said, what did you do here? You know, what happened? And he said, you need to talk to Mom. Well, come to find out, after she did all that, she didn't want me to find out about it, I guess, and she made him help her change the bathroom door to the closet door, so it'd be on the inside instead of the outside. And, you know, it's just, she could be loving and caring, and then she, it was just always up and down.
She have been suicidal, anything, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't know what the alcohol has done. I mean, there was Jennifer told me, you know, I found out recently that Jennifer, Rob and Alfred was over at our house one day, you know, while I was at work, and Jennifer said she got a phone call and said Robin was going to have to leave with her kids to go somewhere, and that Robin called her and said, I need you up here because Karen's so intoxicated that I need you to help me get her undressed and get her in bed. Mm-hmm. And so Jennifer Lamb, my neighbor, went up there and helped get her in bed. They told the girls that Mom was sick or whatever, and that they were, and then Jennifer took the girls to her house so Karen could sleep it off or something. And then another time Dustin witnessed, she was with Holly Jones one day, and I came home that day a little bit early from work, and they both had been drinking. Holly had her little boy there, and Ashley Keeley was there. I didn't realize Dustin was there at the time, but later he told me he was. He was upstairs, but Karen was on the front porch of our house, and she was so drunk that, and this is probably maybe 3:30 afternoon, and she started throwing up on the porch, and she was down, almost face down in her vomit, and couldn't get up, and Dustin told me later he saw it. He went down there and called her an idiot and went back upstairs. And then we had to get her around and get her, you know, in the house, give her something to drink, clean off the porch, the vomit.
Did Bill indicate to you or Kathy on the night of the party if she had been drinking?
No, I haven't talked to him. I mean,
they didn't question who, you didn't have any questions them about who she may have been with at the party?
I did. I mean, I asked if there was, and they said there wasn't anyone unusual or whatever, and, you know, we found a cooler in the back that had beer in it in the back of the Murano, and then it smelled like liquor when we opened up the door in the front, but, you know, so.
Was there anything in the car that you may have touched while you were out there?
Well, actually, me and Alexander, you know, when I first went there, you know, I just unlocked it. I thought, well, she's, you know, got a flat. I opened it up. I looked to see if there was anything missing, her purse, or, you know, the keys might have been in it or whatever. And, you know, I opened up the trunk or the hatchback to see and looked in the cooler and stuff. But other than that, that's all I did. Immediately, you know, I shut it and called. And then Alexander came out, deputy, and, you know, I think he was the first to arrive. I'm not certain. Of course, he touched a lot of stuff, but, you know, I didn't touch or remove anything or anything like that.
You know why it would have been on that side of the roadway?
What That, don't want a situation like this. Unfortunately, I got to ask this: what was the source of you and her problems? Was it alcohol? Was it?
Well, it was that. It was the. We were trying to pull her out of that situation. She was involved with Bill and Kathy. I saw a lot of stuff. She was.
When you say involved, what do you mean? Because I don't know Bill and Kathy.
I caught her over there several times. Where she was missing or not where she was supposed to be. And I would park my vehicle down the road and I'd come up there and I'd look around back and she'd be naked in a hot tub with them.
With who?
Bill and Kathy.
Bill and Kathy.
And also another couple, Brian and Shannon Lee. They're teachers at Dyersburg. And when I confronted her about that, she said she'd never do that again. And we were over there one night, and it was after Kathy's birthday party. And when I saw and realized what was going on, that was the night that we all got in a hot tub. But I didn't think anything of it at first. I mean, we'd been at the country club, and we'd all been, kind of drinking, but Karen was totally naked, and there were several others, and I kept trying to get her, and she finally was going to go in, we thought, to get dressed. Well, shortly after that, Bill followed her in. And then Robin Alford said, I'm going to go check on Karen. It was probably 10 minutes later. I can't remember exactly. So, and she went in there. Then we all got out. It was ready to go home. And Karen was so drunk, she was passed out in the living room, kind of halfway on the couch. She had a towel over her, but she was just totally naked. And, we left. Robin said that she encountered Bill. She prevented Bill from raping her that night, is what Robin told me. And so, whenever I realized what was going on, everything was going on, I tried to pull Karen out of that. And I confronted Bill about it, or Kathy. And Kathy said, oh, it's just bad judgment, it'll never happen again. Okay? And so, then I didn't really talk to Robin about that after that, but then it was a week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, or after that, it was about, Karen said she was going to the country club to a birthday party, and she promised she'd be back by 11:30 or 12, and she never showed up. Well, Dustin was home, and I told him, I said, they're right here. I said, I'm going to go check on your mom. And I went over there at 1:30 in the morning, and I heard some people in the hot tub. It was Brian and Shannon Lee. They were naked. Looked like they were having sex or something. Bill had just gotten out, but I heard Shannon say, where'd Karen go? I thought, oh my God, she would never do this again. So I went to the door, and Bill was standing there. I said, Bill, where's Karen? It's almost 1:30. I'm worried about her.
For just a minute.
Oh, she's just upstairs talking to Kathy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I just walked on up there.
Can you pause it? Yeah, it's tough after lunch to sit here and watch that. Let's just stand up for a second and stretch, and that way we'll all get refreshed. Tell them that. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, let's sit back down. Let me make a suggestion. If you notice that somebody next to you is having a tough time, and it's just part of human nature. If you notice that, if you'll give them a bump. What we do in Dyer County, I say, cough or clear your throat, and the person next to you will wake up. So, okay, sorry to interrupt. Let's go.
I saw Karen was in bed with Kathy, and I asked her, I said, I listened to the conversation just a little while. Kathy said, oh, I think my husband coming back up here or something, Bill. Here's how off he wants to get in bed and kick me out or something. Anyway, so I finally said, Karen, what are you doing? Why are you in bed with Kathy? And she said, oh, just go home. I'm just talking to Kathy. I'll be there in a little bit. I said, no, get up. Come here. I want to talk to you. And she never would get up. And so I went over there, and she started cussing at me and everything. She was upset. I could tell she was drunk. And I went over and pulled the cover back, and she was naked. She just had a little bit of a wet towel over her. And I asked her, I said, why are you in bed naked with Kathy? And anyway, that's the night that I just left and went home. And Brian and Shannon Lee drove her home that night. She wasn't able to. And so,
are y'all separated?
Well, and then I confronted all this. Well, then I talked with Robin about that, about her being in bed and everything, seeing all that. And she said, I can't believe that. She said, well, let me tell you what I encountered that night. She said, I prevented Bill from raping her that night. Why does she keep going over there and putting herself in these situations? And so when Robin told me that, I confronted Bill and Kathy both about it. Of course, Bill denied it. Bill told Karen, my wife, and Kathy, his wife, that Robin was trying to fondle him in the hot tub. I don't know if that was to ruin her credibility or whatever. So whenever I told Robin that, Robin was furious and Paul, and they wanted to confront Bill about it because she said, "No, you're not going to say that about me because I didn't do that or anything." And so Robin went over there and confronted Karen and Kathy about all that, what was said, and then from that point on, it was just really bad. Karen withdrew even more, and then probably about 3 months later, that's when she, I guess it was the 7th, October 7th was whenever, that Friday night, her dog got poisoned, and the sheriff, everybody was out there, and we were dealing with all that ordeal. She kept telling me to come back in the house, that I said, well, I'm dealing with this, and it got to be 1:30, 2 o'clock, and I thought it was kind of odd that she wanted me to, come in the house and go to bed, because normally she's not worried about it, but anyways, so I did, went to bed, got up probably 8:30 or 9 in the morning. She wasn't home, the girls weren't there Saturday morning, and all day long I was texting and calling and worried about her, and no response. So this here wasn't uncommon, and finally at 8:30 p.m. she sent me a text, said there's a letter and a notebook in the top dresser drawer. And I got it, read it, and said that she'd taken the girls for a while, and she'd filed for divorce, pick up the papers, and she wouldn't tell me where she was or anything. I texted her, I said, I want to make sure the girls are okay. Because there's been times that she would leave them at the babysitter and take off, and I didn't like that because I was available or whatever, but she didn't want me to know where she was.
And when was this?
When she would leave the kids at the babysitter.
No, when she took off.
That was, I believe, the 7th. October 7th, it was on a Saturday.
This month?
Yeah.
Or last month?
Yeah. And,
did you ever find out where she was?
Well, what I did, I went on the Verizon account, and I saw a number that she'd called, and I called, and it was a restaurant in Orange Beach, Alabama. And so I figured, okay, that's where she is. So Preston and Dustin, she wouldn't tell them, my boys, where she was. And they were worried and concerned. And so finally my son said, I know you're on the beach. He finally said, yeah, I'm on Orange Beach. So what? Basically. And so they were really upset and said, Mom, you're the drinking, the heavy drinking, and everything. And they tried to do an intervention over the phone with what she was doing to make sure that's what she wanted to do. And she, we had a friend at Pocahontas that kind of did the same thing. And she said, remember when you told me when I was little that if I ever acted like Melissa, to let you know, he said, you're acting just like Melissa with everything you're doing. And so she cried at first, and then it turned to anger, and the boys really hadn't talked to her since. They just, Holly, upset with her. She was stealing money from Dustin all summer. She was taking money from his, he worked at the animal clinic. We claimed Preston on our taxes. He was supposed to get like $900 back, but she never gave him all the money. It was just, we didn't know what she was doing. Our account, the bank account, was going down every month, overdrawn. It was just constant, didn't know where the money was going.
Did you ever find out?
No, I mean, everybody was telling me, you know, family and even her mom. I was talking to her mom that you got to get your own account, you got to know, you know, what's going on with it. But I was still trying to trust her, and then so that morning, you know, when she did that, the bank account was totally overdrawn. I had $20, you know, for all week. And
when she went to Orange Beach and left, did she just come back, or?
Well, finally, Keely, I talked to I talked to the girls, you know, and finally, you know, a day or two, Keely said, well, Kathy gave me my birthday present finally. Or Keely's birthday was that past Friday. And so I said, really, so I knew she was with Bill and Kathy. And he had taken her. And anyways, they came back on Thursday night.
So when did she come back to the house where you live?
Thursday night. I mean,
okay.
we had never been apart, you know, separated. I mean, finally, I didn't have any finances or anything to really retain with attorneys. It just so happened that the night that the dog incident happened, my neighbor's brother's an attorney, and he was there, Tim Navy, and so I got to talk with him, telling him the situation, and so I told him what had happened, so you know, got him to be start to be my attorney, and you know, I still care about her. I love her. I want her safe and return home. And I don't know what I can do. I mean,
So you said that she became friends with the girl across the street or whatever, and that's when the erratic behaviors?
Yeah, really extreme. She got a tattoo. She's always thought tattoos were. She got a tattoo. She started listening to different kind of music all the time, just partying. You know, she didn't work. The boys always wanted to go to work because, you know, we were struggling financially to keep everything going, and the account was always something going on, and she was, and that's in senior year, you know, we really struggled, and it felt like we took away from the senior year, and but she wouldn't work, she wouldn't, you know. And her mom and brother, when they came down for graduation, they brought this up. I hadn't even really thought about that. I thought surely not, but they were thinking that she was acting like she was on something, you know. And she did have addictions to diet pills and stuff in the past, which several people, you know, kind of are aware of that. And she's kind of got an addictive personality. You asked earlier what I would say that she's either, if there's something that she's involved in, she's really gung-ho, you know, and that's all it's about, you know, and she would do anything to stay thin. And
would she voluntarily leave her children?
Voluntarily?
Like, she just wanted to disappear, would she do that?
No, I can't see that happen.
You can't see that?
No, I mean, I know she cares about them. You know, she hadn't always made her best judgment. I've seen her, you know, poor Ashley and Keely running down the drive chasing her, but she wanted to get to Bill and Kathy's or something. And then there was one time I thought she was almost going to hit Ashley getting away from her. So, you know, I think she's just had some lack of judgments, but I can't see her just
leaving
and disappearing. I mean, I just, you know, somebody had to have seen something. Somebody, I mean, there's just, you know, it was Halloween weekend. It was just.
And when she came home, was it Sunday morning early?
Yeah.
What time was it?
I believe it was about 1:30 or 1:45, something like that.
And you said you got up about 10.
Yeah. Got up about 9:30 or 10.
Where does she normally sleep? You said you sleep upstairs.
Yeah, downstairs.
Does she sleep with the girls, or?
Yeah, well, sometimes. I mean, it just depends, you know.
Sometimes it just depends.
And I asked Ashley, I said, well, did you go to bed with Mommy? Do you remember her getting up? And she said, I kind of remember her taking me and putting me in bed with Keely. So, but it was not uncommon for her to get up and go, and I just, so many times she would, I was so worried about her, if you want to call that controlling or whatever, but I was just always trying to protect her. When I was worried, when she'd get up and, leave at night, and I would see it, and one night she asked where she was going, and she said, I'm going to go ahead and go to Walmart. And I said, this late? And I said, no. I said, you're probably really going to Kathy's, aren't you? And she said, no, I'm not. And she said, fine, you don't trust me? You go to Walmart. And I said, well, okay. She got mad. I said, fine, I trust you. Well, she didn't show up for, 10:30, 11, and I kept, texting. I said, I need to go to bed. This was like a Thursday night, so I need to go to work in the morning. And she said, no, it's peaceful and quiet in here. Just let me be. I'll be home in a little bit. I said, okay. But got later, and I finally told Dustin. I said, Dustin, I'm going to go check on your mom, make sure she's okay. So I went to Walmart, and I saw her vehicle, and I went to Walmart, nowhere to be found. And so I thought, well, I'm going to find out, she's having an affair, what she's doing. And anyway, I went and I sat in the back of the vehicle. I sat there, and it was hot, and finally about 12:30, here came Kathy. Drop her off. And I got out of the vehicle, and I tapped on the glass, and I said, Kathy, what are you doing? I went over to Karen's side, and of course Karen was angry and upset, and I said, why did you lie? Why are you? I asked Kathy, I said, why are you taking her places, or what are you doing? I said, where are you taking her and going and picking her up? Because I'd seen that, she was doing stuff like that, because I've witnessed it before. And Kathy owns a dance studio where our girls go, and they've only been friends really close for less than a year, to be so. And Kathy has a master's degree in psychology, but she doesn't practice that or whatever. But I told Kathy, I said, you're enabling her, and I know you know what that means to, it's just hurting our family. I said, why are you doing this? And Karen got very angry and upset, and everything's just so secretive, Why, a mile and a half away, why wouldn't you just drive to Kathy's if you wanted to go there or whatever, And she went to Nashville a few weekends ago for training, to start her silver sneakers class or whatever. And I didn't think it was Friday and Saturday, she said it was. So I said, okay, she withdrew like $1,000. And I didn't think it was going to be that much to go to this training. But she came home Friday at 4 p.m. Saturday. She left 4 in the morning, she said, on Friday to get to Nashville. And she said she had to go back Saturday, so she went back and spent the night with Jenny in Lexington, Tennessee, supposedly, to save a motel room. But, that was quite a drive back to Lexington, I thought. But anyway, she got back Friday about 4 p.m. On Saturday, about 4 p.m. And she got her bag out and stuff, and she said, I forgot my curling iron in the vehicle. We get it. She was getting ready to go somewhere. And I said, yeah. I said, I'll get it. I looked down, I noticed her panties were in the floorboard under her seat on the driver's side. I thought that was odd, and I looked down my tail, they'd been worn. I put them back down there and took her curl iron in, and said, later on, I said, Karen, I said, why is your panties in the floorboard? She said, oh, I had to change. Or I said, you changed in the vehicle? And she said, no, I changed at the convenience station before class or something. I said, well, why would you put them in your floorboard? Why would you not put them back in your bag or something? And why would they be in the floorboard, So it's just stuff like that all the time. And then I found stuff, around the house. I found I hate to even say and bring stuff like you said, but I found a glass dildo in her coat pocket. you know, and I took it out, and I thought, you know, first I didn't know what it was. It was a glass, and a handle on it, and at first I thought it was a crack pipe, or I didn't know what it was, and I realized, no, it's a dildo, and so I took it out, and, you know, hid it, and then about a week later she says, I want it back, and I said, what are you talking about, you know? She said, you know what I'm talking about. And I said, well, where'd you get that? Why would you have that? I said, why? You know, what are you involved in? You know, and you know, what's going on? What's, you know.
Let me see if Terry needs anything else. I appreciate your help. I really do.
I mean,
and
I've been cooperative. I mean, I had my attorney from Dort. He's worried about all this. He don't want, and he probably wouldn't like us here right now. But I'm trying to be cooperative. But he's saying, you know, you've been very cooperative. He said just to protect you and your girls. That, you know, but I just want her, you know, home and found, and I don't. You know, we're all hurting, and I still love her. And you know, regardless of whatever other situations, we can all deal with that.
Let me see if Terry needs anything. We'll go get you up here, man.
If you hear anything, please give us a call.
I will. I promise. I just don't know how much more I can take. I'm trying to be strong for the girls.
Yeah.
And for my boys.
Right.
I just, you know, it's just really hurtful that, you know, I don't really have any family here or anything. People are coming in from Pocahontas and stuff that knows us better and knows us more. And you know, they're willing to talk and help out whatever, and you know, past situations or so I mean, if you need anything, let me know. And
okay.
I told him that you know, that, you know, my attorney that I had, you know, for for the divorce, you know, he's concerned about, you know, me talking and stuff. But I told him I don't have anything to hide. I've been fully cooperative, but you know, it's not like I've lawyered up or anything, but he said, you know, just be real careful, and that, you know, he talked to the sheriff last night, but I'm not, you know, I don't want you to think I'm trying to hide or do anything like that. It's just, I just want to protect, you know, my daughters and be here for them, and, I mean, I'm willing to do whatever.
Okay.
And, so.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming by.
Okay. Well, can you tell me the status right now? What's going on?
We're just still trying to follow leads, talk to her friend.
Investigator McCray, would you make that second interview exhibit your testimony?
Yes, sir.
It's that. Where is that?
Number 7.
Investigator McCray, when was Karen's body discovered?
It was in maybe around December. I can't remember the exact date.
10th, sound familiar?
Yes, yes.
Where was she discovered?
She was discovered off of Harness Road there, near the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Is there any significant landmarks around that area?
It's a cross is on top of the hill there, near a cross that stay lit at night.
Okay. Describe the terrain that
It's a hilly area where her body was found. It was all kudzu. There's a field road next to where her body is found. There's a road, gravel road that goes down into the Bledsoe Cemetery.
Bill's going to hand you some photographs, like if you would examine them for me.
Yes, sir. This is accurate.
Okay. Do you know who took those photos?
I did.
Okay. So obviously you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they a true and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you publish those to the jury, Your Honor? Ask them to make exhibit to his testimony number 8 and publish them to the jury. Out of respect for the decedent, we're not putting them up on the board.
All right, that'll be number 8, collective. You want the jury to see those now?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a minute and let them go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay. Investigator McCray, was an autopsy requested in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And where was the autopsy performed, if you know?
It was performed at the Forensic Center in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay. And who was responsible for securing the body and getting it transported there?
TBI.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the panties that we saw in the picture there?
They were collected as evidence.
Were they sent to the TBI?
They were sent to the TBI for analysis.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any usable DNA obtained from them?
No usable evidence.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that was obtained from the body at the crime lab that you know of that was sent to the...
Fingernail clippings, those were obtained. There were no usable evidence there.
Okay. There are some names that are going to come up during the rest of the state's case. And I was going to see if you can identify some people for us. Do you know the name Wyman Brasfield?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me who he is?
He was the tow truck driver that towed the car to the TBI lab at Nashville.
Okay. How about a Virgil Wingard?
Yes, sir.
How does Virgil Wingard fit?
Virgil Wingard was a guy that located a hammer there in that area of the cemetery.
Okay. Do you remember when he located that hammer?
Not the exact date.
Was it?
It was after we had discovered the body.
Was it days after, months after?
I would say maybe a month after.
Okay. How about Alejandro Hernandez?
He was a worker that was Mr. Wingard.
Okay. And did all these people agree to give DNA samples?
Yes, sir, they did.
Okay. Well, Karen's Morano was in the impound lot there at the Dyer County Sheriff's Office. Did anything out of the ordinary occur to it?
Yes. There was an inmate that was out on trusty detail. There was a mechanic had broken into the car.
Okay. Was he arrested?
Yes.
Was he confronted?
He was.
Did he confess?
He did.
Was he charged with a crime?
Yes, he was.
And was he convicted?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain his motive in breaking into the car?
He broke into the car to get a set of, I think it were headphones that were inside the car.
Yes, sir. Did you have the occasion to investigate a man named Thomas Hayes?
I did not personally, but I know the TBI did.
Okay. Was he ever considered a suspect in this case?
He was.
And was he ever cleared?
Yes, he was.
Why was he considered a suspect?
Apparently he had met Karen at some concert or spoke to her somehow or another at a concert, and they had text messages.
And do you know where Mr. Hayes is now?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. Pass the witness.
You're the lead investigator in this case,
Yes, sir.
and you have been involved in this case since October the 30th of 2011.
Actually, I wasn't there on the 30th, but I came back on a Monday and started on it.
The two interviews that we saw, the first one was October the 30th of 2011. You did not attend that.
The first interview?
Yes.
Yes, I did. I was in the audio room when that video was being recorded.
And Mr. Swift voluntarily came in and answered a lot of questions.
Yes, you did.
All right. And the video shows what it shows. He had crutches.
Yes.
All right. The second interview, was that the next day?
Yes, the next day.
And that was at your request?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Swift again came in and cooperated and answered a bunch of questions.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right. The officers, you've been in the courtroom the whole time, so the officers that have already testified today, if you can't hear me, let me know. All right. The officers that have testified today, you had talked to them. I guess, you know, you had knowledge of what their reports were or what they had to say.
Yeah, I read their reports, and I had spoken to Sergeant Walker on the day of the event.
Okay. And the first time you went to the Swift house was what day?
I believe it was on that Monday, I believe.
Okay. Was the day after she was missing?
Yes.
All right. And you went in the house?
I think several of us went there that day.
Right. You and other officers went in the house and the property. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the point, sir. And were there dogs involved in either day or at the time that you were there on the property or in the house?
Oh, you saying was dogs involved?
Yes. Cadaver dogs or dogs about scents?
I don't recall us taking any dogs to the house.
Or the property around the house?
I don't recall that.
Okay. At some point, the next day, you and others are at the house. You're there for a period of time.
Yes.
All right. You go in the house.
I think all of us went in the house.
Yes, all of you. And you look around wherever you want to look at.
Yes.
And you didn't have a search warrant, did you?
No, he volunteered
Right.
to let us in.
Right. And you looked wherever you wanted to go.
Well, sure.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And did you come back the next day?
I don't recall coming back the next day.
All right. And then after that, you went back to the house several times, you and other officers.
Yes.
All right. You requested the assistance of the TBI.
Yes.
All right. In fact, quite a team came and assisted you at the house, didn't they?
That's with the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And in fact, detailed notes and examinations were made by the TBI team and your team of the house while you were there.
The TBI conducted the examination.
And this went on for a number of days, didn't it?
I don't know. No, they didn't do that a number of days. They conducted their investigation that day that they did the search warrant.
Okay. And are you familiar with some diagrams and charts that were made of the house?
The TBI would have had those charts.
Right. But you also are the lead investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
And so you're talking to them, aren't you?
I'm talking to the agent that's on our area and assigned to our area.
Right. And you're there when they're there, aren't you?
I'm there when they're conducting the search.
Right. And you're familiar that detailed drawings are made of different things and parts of the house?
I didn't have their drawings, no.
Okay. Just 1 second. So you didn't examine those or anything?
No.
All right. And so, but the TBI did extensive swabs and testing in the house when they were there.
Yes, they did swabbing.
Wherever they chose to do it.
That's correct.
And you're with them while they're doing it.
Well, I'm there on the scene. I'm not on the heels every minute, but I'm there on the
Right.
scene.
You can see them going around and doing a lot of different things in the house and outside the house.
That's correct.
All right. And this goes on for hours, you say, that day?
I think they were there several hours.
All right. And that was the TBI. Who was the agent in charge?
Nathan Bishop.
Okay. And you say Mr. Swift was there?
Yes, he was at the residence.
All right. And so from that, the TBI whatever swabs or tests they did, samples, they took those and submitted things for testing at the lab, didn't they?
That's correct.
And as lead investigating officer, you're familiar with that.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about some of them.
Yes.
Okay. And all the things that they tested that were in the house, whether it be in the garage, whether it be in different rooms of the house, the results came back, and you talked to the TBI about it.
Yes.
All right. And there was nothing of evidentiary value.
There was some evidentiary value, and there was, as it relates to blood, there was not.
Okay. All right. And numerous things were sent to the lab for testing, swabs and things.
That's correct.
And also, Karen's Morano was, you said it was processed, sent to the TBI and processed.
TBI processed it. That's
Right.
correct.
And there was no evidence of any blood or anything out of the ordinary in her car.
That's correct.
All right. And you said earlier the same thing about the house.
As it relates to blood, there was no blood.
And forensic evidence.
There was other evidence that was obtained by TBI.
Right. And you got those reports back.
Yes.
And you had access to them. Okay. Things like beer cans, swabs from the garage floor, swabs from any stain that was in the house. Those were all taken.
Yes.
All right. Swabs from the molding in different rooms.
Out in the garage.
Right. Handkerchiefs, carpet, anything that had a stain.
There was no usable evidence.
But those things were
There were
swabbed
items
and tested.
taken. Yes, things was taken.
Okay. And the things from the car could have been any sunglasses, toothbrushes, or cell phones that were recovered.
Out of the car?
Out of the car, yes.
Yes.
All right. Any jackets or clothing that you found around the car or down near the Mississippi River was tested?
Some clothing was found down near the Mississippi River. It was tested.
Right. The cell phones that were found in her cell phones that were found were tested.
That's correct.
They were tested for DNA.
That's correct.
They were tested for blood or any DNA type evidence.
We sent them to the lab for analysis.
Right. And David Swift's blood or DNA was not obtained from any of those.
Not to my recollection.
All right. David Swift's car was on his property, I guess, when you and law enforcement were there.
Yes.
And that was looked at and searched too.
That's correct.
All right. And there's no evidence of any blood or DNA evidence of Karen Swift.
That's correct.
All right. They indicated a struggle or a body had been transported.
No, we didn't detect that.
And the same thing with Karen's Morano.
That's correct.
All right. Any physical item, if it be clothing or boots or anything, was checked.
Physical items that we collected, yes, was checked.
That were anywhere near where the car was or her body was later found.
Items that we checked?
Yes.
There wasn't any items near her body other than what she had on.
All right. But any clothing near the Mississippi River and all that?
That was...
Your standard procedure was to check anything that was close by if there was anything.
We submitted those clothes for evidentiary for DNA purposes.
All right. On the Swift property, there was a pool.
Yes, it was.
All right. The bleach bottles that you talked about in that earlier.
Correct.
You recall that?
Yes.
Those were tested also.
I'm not sure if they were or not.
All right. But those were things that you thought might possibly be evidence.
Well, after he had told us what he had done with them, that he had used the bleach to clean up the vomit in the garage.
But were they swabbed or tested?
Not that I recall.
All right, but you're not sure.
I'm not sure, but I don't ever remember us collecting that.
All right. They weren't collected?
No.
All right. You didn't deem it important to collect at that time?
No.
All right. You're looking for anything that's important?
Correct.
All right. You didn't stand over the officers while they're swabbing everything, did you, though?
No.
Okay. Mr. Hogshooter, the prosecutor asked you about. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, let me just ask you a few things. He was a possible suspect or person of interest.
He was looked at. That's correct.
In fact, the application was taken out by you about him, wasn't it?
Beg your pardon?
It was an application for a detailed records and a pen register and trap and trace device taken out for him by you?
I'd have to see that to remember, sir.
If I can approach or ask, can I ask you just to look at this, take a minute, see if it refreshes your memory?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is your memory refreshed?
I remember doing that.
Okay. Can I have that back if you don't mind? Is this an application that you took out, sir?
Yes.
And what was it for?
It was a phone record to see if we could locate anything that might have been evidentiary in this case.
Who was it for? Or what number was it for?
I think it's Ms. Hawkshear's number.
You think? Did you put him, list him as a person of interest in this?
Say that again now.
Did you list him as a person of interest?
I thought that he might have been involved, so we thought he might have been a person of interest.
And this was dated November the 4th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And this is something that you signed and filled out the application?
That's correct.
All right. And you were trying to locate him?
We did locate him.
Okay. But you took this application out
Yes.
because you deemed it important enough to look at?
Well, in light of what had happened in the
Yes.
past, yeah.
All right. Now, you were aware of the poison dog incident.
Yes.
You were here when the officers testified, and Mr. Hogshuter was charged with that.
That's correct.
All right, and that occurred before this incident,
That's
October the 30th,
That's correct.
like a month before?
Something like that.
Okay. And Mr. Hogshuter's house was searched and photographed,
That's correct.
and he was employed as a contractor,
He was a contractor, yes, construction
All right.
contractor.
and pictures were taken of his house which showed equipments, hammers, and screws.
There were photographs taken of the
Yeah.
house.
It included, if he's a contractor, some of the materials that you saw in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Had a new roof on the house.
I think he was in the process of building that residence that he was living at or remodeling or something there. I can't recall.
Okay. And his vehicle was searched and pictures were taken of his tires?
Yes.
Okay. Anything around his property was photographed?
Yes.
All right. If there were some roofing shingles or building material located near his property or close to it, that would have been photographed?
Yes.
All right. The cell phones of Karen Swift that were recovered, his house is close to that location, isn't it?
That's correct.
All right. And Mr. Hogshuter, he was interviewed.
He was interviewed.
You interviewed him.
I sat in on the interview with Investigator Gregory.
Right. And he indicated he was present at his house on October the 30th, that weekend, 2011.
And you're talking about interviewing for the dog poison, or you talking about?
I'm talking about, you interviewed him when you found him about the Karen Swift case.
He was interviewed, yes.
Yes. And isn't it true that he indicated to you and the other officer that he was at home during that weekend?
If my memory serves me correct, that he was at some type of camp church meeting or something like that.
Right. He indicated he was at home that weekend. Yes or no?
I don't recall him saying that he was at home.
Okay. All right. This statement. He was interviewed. There was an audio done.
Okay.
Was there?
I can't remember his audio or video, but it was recorded, the best I can remember.
Right. Would that have been November the 6th of 2011?
That may be accurate.
All right. If I pass you something to refresh your memory, would that help?
Sure.
All right. Can I ask you just to look at it?
Sure. Are you asking me, is this an interview of Mr. Hogshuter?
Yes. Does it refresh your memory?
It appears it may be an interview of his wife.
Okay. Can you pass me that back? Yes, excuse me, that is my mistake. Can I pass this? My apologies. Page 43, when you have a chance to get there, to refresh. Page 43.
While he's looking at that, let me see counsel for just a second.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I found in there where he did say this was by Investigator Calvin Johnson.
Right. But you're the lead investigator, and you
Yes, I saw where he said he was at home.
All right. And that was on November the 6th, 2011?
Yes.
And that was that Saturday night until October the 30th of 2011?
Yes.
All right. If I could have that back. You've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, I guess, since that time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this case has become an issue in the sheriff's race and the district attorney's office during this time?
Well, this seems like a good time to take an afternoon break. Why don't we why don't we do that? As you all can see, we've got a couple of things we need to do for just a few minutes. So you all take a break, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay? All right.
Be seated, please.
Okay, since we have the jury out, sounds like to me he needs to go ahead and let's see what the questions and the testimony is going to be, and then you can tell me whether you object or not to that. Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Investigator, you've been with the Dyer County Sheriff's Department in all the years since then.
That's correct.
All right. There's been a lot of media attention and scrutiny about this case over the years.
Yes, there's a lot of media attention.
Right. In fact, signs were printed up and used in elections during this time at different times.
I'm not aware that I did that.
I'm not saying you did it, but those things have happened in Dyer County. You've seen that.
I saw signs in people's yards.
Okay.
Says justice for Karen.
All right. What about during the sheriff's race and the district attorney's race?
I wasn't involved in either of those races.
I know you weren't, but did those become issues, signs, and during the campaign?
Mr. Taylor, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. All right. If he's not aware, then I'll stop there.
Yeah,
I don't think that should even be asked in front of the jury. Your Honor, basically what that is he's insinuating prosecutorial misconduct by me by saying that I brought this case and indicted this case for political purposes and for my own political gain. And Your Honor, I have gone through 2 elections. I was elected in 2018, and I did not prosecute this case or bring it then. I was elected in 2022. I did not bring this case before the election. As a matter of fact, if you look at the indictment, you'll see I intentionally waited until the election was over before I brought these charges to specifically keep from something like this happening. Now, I would never use a case for political gain, and I think it's a slap in the face for Mr. Taylor to even think that he can come up here and tell a jury that I indicted Mr. Swift specifically for my own political gain.
Can I respond?
yes, sir. Please do.
The fact that this case became an election issue, I think, is relevant to show pressure, to show that there's pressure on to solve this case. I'm not saying he committed anything misconduct. That's the whole reason why I'm bringing it up. I think it's proper to ask that question and leave it at that. This witness has indicated he doesn't have any knowledge. So
then what's the point in asking the question if he says he doesn't know?
I just answered that, Judge. I said if he doesn't have any knowledge, then that's it. I'm not going to ask it in front of the jury.
You're what?
I'm not going to follow up on it in front of the jury.
But you're going to ask the threshold question that you did ask, and that is, were there signs up? Tell me again exactly.
Was this case brought up in the elections of the sheriff and the district attorney during this time frame?
Okay.
That's what I asked.
Okay.
I think it's...
And it's just not proper. He brought it up in opening, and I called it when he brought it up in opening. I didn't object that time. But, Your Honor, there is no way that something like that can be appropriate in a murder case to say that the only reason we did it was because of political pressure. There's no proof of that. There's no witnesses. The only one testifying is Mr. Taylor.
It's to show pressure to do something. I'm not saying it's inappropriate, but it became an election issue in both cases, in both races.
Well, here's the thing, Mr. Taylor, is if we know that if we know that the witness doesn't have any knowledge about the subject matter, what you're doing is asking the jury to make a wild guess about something that there's not going to be any evidence of. And to me, it seems unfairly prejudicial there.
Judge, I asked the question in front of the jury, and the prosecutor objected, and the investigator may have said something, and then the jury went out, and then Your Honor allowed me to follow up with my line of questioning. He doesn't have the knowledge, so obviously he says he doesn't have the knowledge, so I'm not going to follow up.
I think you're finished then.
Yes, sir. I'm not saying I'm not on this witness. Yes, sir.
No, I mean you're finished with that line of questioning.
Yes, sir.
We're not going back to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What do you think I need to do, if anything? I mean, he's saying he's not, there are no more questions about that.
There are no more questions. He actually did ask the question.
He did. There was not an answer given, so there's nothing for the jury to consider about the matter. Okay. All right, that's what we're going to do then. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. Okay, we ready for the jury now?
We are, Judge.
State, ready? Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in if they're ready.
Okay.
All rise.
He does. Hear me? Okay.
Trying to get you where you can be heard. All right, let's be seated. Officer, you are still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Most importantly, can y'all hear me? Have y'all been able to hear me this whole time? I'll try to speak louder if not, okay? Officer, let me go back just a few more questions. Was any chemical testing done at Mr. Hogshooter's house?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay. And the Hogshooter residence, was it in close proximity to the Swift house?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, in fact, you played the interviews from these 2 days.
Of Mr. Swift?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And he was asked a lot of questions and things, a lot of discussion about where he had been Saturday. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. He indicated he was at the skating rink with his daughter and another girl. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall that.
And did you seek to verify and find proof of that?
I believe my investigators followed up on that. I directly didn't.
And was that confirmed?
Yes.
All right. And he also indicated that he went to Walmart with his daughter.
Yes.
All right. And was that confirmed?
Yes.
In fact, wasn't a videotape obtained of that?
Yes.
All right. And it did show Mr. Swift and his daughter at Walmart?
That's correct.
All right. And it showed him with his crutches walking different places in the store?
Well, the video I recall seeing him at the cash register with his crutches.
Okay. And what about at the mall?
I don't recall seeing a video of him being at the mall.
Right. But was it verified? Do you know whether or not it was verified he was at the mall?
I think they did follow up with it.
And it was confirmed or not?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, there was never any introduction or proof of any marks or scratches on David Swift from October the 30th or the 31st, was there?
No.
All right. He was interviewed both days.
That's correct.
He was interviewed, that afternoon after the car was reported.
The officers did, yes.
Yeah. In fact, he testified, and he verified that there were no marks or scratches.
I didn't see anything like that on his body.
But you're an investigator.
That's correct.
All right. You indicated when the prosecutor asked you that there were swabs from her body and fingernail clippings.
That's correct.
All right. And the fingernail clippings, is that done to indicate DNA or tissue underneath her fingernails?
That's correct.
All right. And there was no evidence of any of David Swift's DNA or blood?
That's correct.
All right. You mentioned the bleach, and you didn't think enough on the interview to even ask him about that, did you, in the video interviews?
No, I did not.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. McCracken, do you recall when the pictures of the bleach were taken?
I think it's during the first search warrant.
And that was November 7th?
Yes.
And when did you interview Mr. Swift?
I have to refer back, counsel, to the date, but it was.
Was it prior to the TBI search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. You can step down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bach, tell me again what the name is.
Jason A.
Thank you.
So you're Jason Page?
I am.
You're a trooper with the Highway Patrol?
Yes.
Were you employed as a trooper with the Highway Patrol on October 30th, in October, November of 2011?
I was.
Okay, were you asked to participate in a search for Karen Swift?
Yes, I was sent to Dyer County for
Okay,
search.
were you in what they called the strike team back then?
At that time I was, yes, sir.
Okay, and when you were helping perform these searches, did you come across any evidence while you were searching through the fields?
I found 2 cell phones in a abandoned lot that I thought were odd.
Okay, and what did you do when you saw those cell phones?
I just contacted the sheriff's department, who was head of the investigation, and they came down and
They took it from there?
they took it from there because we were searching for a missing person at that point.
Okay, pass the witness.
Just briefly, we've met before, Mr. Page.
Yes, sir, Mr. Taylor.
All right. You were assisting along with other officers.
Yes, there were multiple troopers there and deputies, and yes.
All right. And y'all did things like form a line to see what could be found?
I was there multiple days, but as the strike team searching, we would just show up at a certain time, and they would give us a grid. I don't know who set those. It was above me, and
Right.
we would just get in viewing distance of each other and walk, pretty much.
And how many officers you think were involved with you, just roughly?
I mean, there's 2 strike teams for the Highway Patrol in West Tennessee, the Jackson and Memphis, and there's 10 to 15 people on each team. So I don't know the exact number of that day because we were there. I don't even know how many days I went.
Was it more than one day?
I believe so.
And could it have been 3 or 4 days?
It could have been because we did some searching, if I remember correctly, around the Great River Road, the Lake Dyer County line in that area.
All right. And your involvement is you happen to be the one in line that found the cell phones.
Basically, that's it, yes.
And basically you alerted somebody and they took photographs. You didn't take photos.
I did not, no.
And then they retrieved them and did what else?
I mean, I would guess somebody would retrieve them and take them as evidence.
All right. Were dogs involved any of the times you were there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And was the team there for several hours each day?
Yes, it would have been all day long, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you
So you are Sergeant Jason Gossley,
Yes,
and you were with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
that's right.
How long have you been with the Highway Patrol?
Over 20 years, about, whatever, 20 years, 5 months.
Okay. So you were with the Highway Patrol in November of 2011, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you on duty on November 7th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what unit you were assigned to then?
I was assigned to our critical incident response team. It's a unit that's within our Special Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And could you tell us what the critical incident response team does?
So critical incident response team is available to help all troopers and other agencies with crash reconstruction mainly, but we also do crime scene investigation documentation.
Okay. Did you have the occasion on November 7th of 2011 to travel to Dyer County, Tennessee?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that trip?
That trip was made to document the scene where the vehicle was located on Millsfield Highway, and the location of the cell phones that were found, and also the property, the Swift's property.
Okay. What did you do when you arrived in Dyer County that day?
I believe we met with Investigator McCright at the site on Millsfield Highway, and reviewed that area with Mr. McCright, and he took us and showed us where the cell phones were found, and then ultimately we made our way down to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you map all of these areas that day?
We did. Initially, it was requested that we map the areas individually to document where these items were located. Once we arrived on the scene and saw the close proximity of everything, we made the decision to just go ahead and tie the roadway into all of that. So Millsfield Highway, down Harness Road to where the phones were located, then back down Harness Road to the Swift's residence.
Okay. Did you use some sort of equipment or computer program to do this mapping?
Yeah, so it's basically survey equipment, what you would see at a job site, or when they're building a roadway, it's called a total station. And it's a very accurate way of measuring. It's a laser-based measuring system.
Okay. I'm asking the bailiff to hand you a map. It's the road. That's not it. Oops, not it. Not it. Not it. That's it. You passed it. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Okay, you tell the jury what that is.
So this is a scale diagram created in AutoSketch software, and this is accomplished through the use of the total station and a data collector. So we go out to the scene and set the total station up and take multiple shots with the total station to different points. Those points are depicted on here now as a line drawing, but all of the data that's collected is imported into the AutoSketch system and used to complete the line diagram and complete it to scale.
Okay. It has some distances included in the little inset box there. Do those have a margin of error?
They do. The device is, like I said, it's a survey grade device, so it's within an inch of accuracy.
Okay. And you said that this is to scale. So is there the little inset box on the bottom right? Does that have any significance when you're telling the jury it's to scale?
Yes, it's hard to see, but there's a scale bar located there, and if you take that scale bar, transfer it anywhere in the diagram, that's what the measurement would be.
So is the map that you created a true and accurate map of the area and the items that you were pointed out to that day?
That is correct.
I asked that it be made an exhibit to your testimony.
I'm going to say number 9. Helen, what did you say?
Number 9.
Same question, Your Honor, or excuse me, Mr. Sergeant Gossley. Did you have the occasion to again visit Dyer County in August 2012?
Yes.
Okay, and were you requested to return, or why were you requested to return then?
We were requested to return to an area there, I believe that's also on Harness Road, where Miss Swift's remains were located.
Bailiff's handing you another map. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell the jury what's that map of.
Okay, so the same thing is an auto sketch diagram, same principles. We use the total station to map different points around the property, and then those points are imported into the auto sketch software to complete the line diagram.
Okay. Would you also make that an exhibit for your testimony today? And is that also to scale?
That is to scale, yes.
And, Your Honor, if we could publish those to the jury.
Well, number 9 and 10 go
Yes.
to the jury.
And pass the witness.
Mr. Taylor, let's wait a second and let the 2 exhibits be passed to the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Taylor?
Judge, could I use Exhibit 9 to hand back to the officer?
Yes, sir.
To hand to the officer? Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I missed that part.
Exhibit 9 is, I guess, the evidence where you have it marked on there, area where evidence was located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that referred to the cell phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that on your diagram where there's sort of a trees drawn in near the abandoned driveway?
That's correct.
All right. I know you have like a little arrow, but would you mark an X at the bottom?
Certainly.
Do you have a pen?
I do not.
And let me just ask you a few more questions. You can refer to Exhibit 9. Willie Johnson Road sort of runs into Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind moving closer to the microphone just a little bit? I'm not one to say people need to be louder, but I don't know. And then the area where the trees are, where the cell phones were found, you characterize it as an abandoned driveway.
Yes, sir.
All right. You didn't draw like structures that were close to that end, did you?
No, sir.
Do you recall a structure being next to those trees?
There was.
Like a house?
I believe it was, yes.
Right. Was that near the trees?
It was, yes, sir.
All right. And did you take photographs of this area to assist with this?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess, did you review your photographs?
Yes, as part of the drawing process.
All right. Do you know what the address was that was the area near where the evidence was located?
I do not.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer?
You finished with Exhibit 9?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, sorry.
I will give it back.
No problem.
You still have Exhibit 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recognize that photograph?
I didn't take the photograph. I recognize where it is.
Okay. Now, the area near the trees, do you see that structure, a house on that photograph?
No.
You're not sure?
No, it's not there.
Okay. Do you see the area where the abandoned driveway is?
No.
All right. Do you see the Swift residence on there?
I do.
Okay. And okay. All right. If you could hand me back my photograph. But you didn't write down the address of the structure that is near the trees.
It was abandoned.
Okay. It was a house.
Yes.
It was it looked like it was not completed, or?
I do not recall.
Okay, that's fair. Now, let me see if there's anything else. Okay. Thank you, officer. Now, what you've drawn on there, I don't know. We can hold it up in front of the jury, or they can look at it again if they want to. Okay. I'm fine with just walking in front of the jury if anybody wants to look at it. The area where the cell phones were found, so. And before I do sit down, can I pass you one more photograph?
Yes, sir.
I ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the abandoned roadway on there, driveway on there?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind taking the officer's pen and marking that on there?
Circle?
Yes, just how about a X on that one?
Yes, sir.
And would you draw an O on the...
Why don't you mark it with that, officer, so we can see?
Yes, sir.
Yes. An X where you see the abandoned driveway on the actual photograph. And that's a true and accurate picture of that area from what you recall?
That is correct.
All right. Do you also see the structure that's near the abandoned driveway?
I can't make it out in the picture, sir.
All right. Can I pass this to the officer to see if it refreshes his recollection? The structure near the abandoned driveway.
I can't make out a structure in the picture. I know the area where it, you know.
Do you see that area on the map? On the photograph, excuse me?
Yes, sir.
Would you mark that where you believe it is? Okay. And is what you marked your true and accurate recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you mind passing it to me? Where you marked the X is where you recall the structure being?
It appears to be in that area, yes, sir.
Okay. And it's on both maps that you marked the X?
Yes, that area is in both photographs.
Okay.
The first photo you asked me to identify the driveway.
All right. And you marked that with the X?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that, Your Honor, I would request that this one here be exhibit number 11.
Okay, won't you hand it to the officer, and we'll go ahead and get it marked?
I hand you this, and this is the area where you marked the abandoned driveway. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I asked if that be exhibit 11.
All right, let's go ahead and mark it.
And if I could pass this to the officer, we can pass both of them at the same time, I guess, to the jury if they want to. Where you marked on this one, which will be exhibit 12, is that X mark where the house, you believe the house was?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked that be the next exhibit.
Any objection? We'll go ahead and admit it as number 12. You want to pass those to the jury now?
Yes.
You take them to the jury.
If I could pass back Exhibit 9 to be given to the court reporter. Yes.
Go ahead.
That's all the questions I have.
Sir Gosseley, did you take those pictures?
I did not.
Do you have any way of knowing when they were taken?
I do not.
You stated they appear to be true and accurate depictions of what you saw.
They're true and accurate depictions of the area, yes.
Anything else? No. Trooper, you step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trooper, release.
Yes.
All right.
Agent Carla Rexing, R-E-X-I-N-G. Ma'am, you are Carla Rexing.
Yes.
Okay, would you please state your employment?
I'm a special agent with the FBI's Memphis division as part of the Nashville Resident Agency, which is a satellite office out of our Memphis office.
And what unit are you assigned to?
I'm assigned to what's called the CAST unit. I've been in that program since 2015, and as well as my regular duties of a special agent. I work violent crimes and cyber intrusions.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Accounting and a Master of Engineering in Civil Engineering and Geographic Information Systems.
What does your day-to-day duties consist of in the Bureau?
So primarily as a special agent, I'm assigned to a cyber squad currently, so working network intrusions. But as a collateral duty, as part of the CAST unit, I look at cell phone records on a pretty weekly basis, I would say.
Okay. And what do you do when what's the purpose of looking at those cell phone records?
So the CAST unit specializes in historical cell site analysis, and so those records that I look at are typically for trying to give a general geographic area where a cell phone was. I utilize this in a historical manner as far as placing devices near a crime scene, for example, or utilize these records during Amber Alerts or to find missing hikers in national park areas, as an example.
Okay, and do you have training in cellular record analysis?
I do. So as I mentioned before, I started with the CAST program, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team. I started that in 2015. As part of that certification process, you have to go through certain courses and take tests and pass those tests in order to become certified to conduct historical cell site analysis. So I've received several hundred hours of training in radio frequency theory, cellular networks, as well as phone records themselves from both private and government contractors.
Okay. Are you certified in those types of areas?
I am, yes.
Okay, tell us what you're certified in, just so I...
So the certification is to conduct historical cell site analysis. And as part of the CAST unit, we utilize that analysis for three primary purposes. One being to locate missing people through real-time or historical analysis, to provide training to our state and local law enforcement partners, and then to provide expert witness testimony.
Okay, that was my next question. You provide training to others in this area?
I do. I teach courses primarily in the Southeast region.
In your job, do you utilize these CDRs? Okay, you already answered that. I'm sorry. How many times do you think you've performed real-time CDR analysis or real-time historical cell site analysis? I misspoke.
So since 2015, I've processed and analyzed in excess of 1 million phone records and have found hundreds of devices utilizing this technique.
Have you ever testified in court as an expert witness before?
I have, yes.
Okay, were you declared an expert in the field of historical cellular port analysis in those courts?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall how many times?
About 10 or 11 times so far.
Okay. Your Honor, I asked the witness, or does defense wish to order the witness? No, sir. Okay, I asked that she be declared an expert in the field of historical cellular record analysis.
I'm writing that down so I don't forget it. Mr. Taylor, would you like to examine the witness with respect to qualifications?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Court will accept the witness as an expert in the area of historical cellular
record
analysis. Couldn't read my own writing. Sorry.
Okay. It's kind of a confusing topic, so let's start with the basics. Please tell the jury, what is a cell phone?
So cell phones are radios, and they communicate with cell phone towers via radio frequency. And so your phone is programmed to listen to those frequencies. So it's very similar to the radio in your car. You have stations or frequencies, like 99.5 or 102.5 if you wanted to change the station. The only difference is your phone can talk back. And so your phone is constantly scanning the towers in the area. That way, when a phone call or text message, for example, is made, a record is generated with the cell phone company.
Okay, and you mentioned cell tower. Describe what a cell tower is for us.
So a cell tower is a location where electronic communications equipment and antennas are mounted in order to allow for the use of wireless communication devices.
And how does a cell phone engage a tower?
So the very simplistic way that I explain this is your cell phone is either in a single mode or a married mode. So in single mode, your phone you're not making a call or text. It's scanning the available cell towers in the area, trying to figure out which one has the best and clearest signal. So when you're ready to make a call or a text message, for example, then your phone enters into married mode because it knows which one, based on scanning the network, has the best and clearest signal.
Okay. What is historical cell site analysis?
So by law, the cell phone providers have to maintain records of users on their network. And so historical cell site analysis is just analyzing those records that are maintained by the providers.
Okay, what kind of records do you look at?
So I look at what are called call detail records, or CDRs, and other engineering type reports, which will be referred to later on as time in advance records.
In layman's terms, what are CDRs, call detail records?
So CDRs are very similar to the old paper billing statements that we used to receive in the mail for our phone calls. It would tell us the who, what, and when. It would tell you if you made a phone call, at what time you made that phone call, and the duration. The only difference in those billing statements versus CDRs is the when. So the call detail records provide us the tower and the side of the tower that phone connected to when an event happens, such as a phone call or a text.
Okay, and what do you do with those records when you have them?
So in addition to the CDRs, the providers also maintain a list of all the tower locations of the towers in their network. And so historical cell site analysis is simply acting as a Google translator by taking those CDRs, marrying them up with the tower list, and providing a geographical representation of where a phone could be at a given date and time.
Were you asked to examine some phone records in this case?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you recall the numbers that you were asked to examine? Or would you...
They ended in 1577 and 5549.
Okay. For clarity, I'll tell you that it's been established it's not disputed. The 5549 number was the victim, Karen Swifts, and the 1577 number was the defendant. Were you asked to review records for a particular time period?
Yes, for October of 2011.
Okay, and did you prepare a report on your findings?
I did, yes.
I asked you to either look up there or there. Do you recognize? Is that the first page of your report?
I do, yes.
Okay, go to page 2. All right, would you tell us about your introduction on this?
So this slide just goes over a little bit of background about the request. So in this particular case, I was asked to analyze 2 particular phone numbers in a given time period. It also goes into the methodology that I briefly explained before on marrying up those call detail records with the tower list to provide a general geographic area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time.
And could you tell us about this slide, explain how sectors and orientation come into play with your analysis?
So this slide, on the left-hand side of the page, there are 2 graphics. The top graphic is what a typical cell tower would look like. It's on a large pole. Sometimes cell towers can have antennas affixed to sides of buildings, and so that's also considered a cell tower. On the right side of the screen, you'll see another graphic with a circle divided into 3 pie wedges. And so that's a top-down view of a typical cell tower. A typical cell tower is broken up into 3 different sectors. And so typically the sector 1 faces in the north direction and covers about 120 degrees of a 360-degree circle. Sector 2, which is the blue shaded area, typically faces in the south-southeast direction, while Sector 3, the green shaded area, typically faces in the south-southwest direction. And in addition to the tower location and the side of the tower that's utilized in a transaction, our phone records will give us what is called an azimuth, which splits each of those sectors down the middle. So for example, Sector 1, if the azimuth on the records indicated 0 degrees, we know that you'd go 60 degrees to the right and to the left to give you your 120-degree wedge of coverage.
Okay, and were some records submitted to you to help you prepare your report?
Yes.
Okay, would you describe what kind of records were submitted to you?
There were call detail records, some of which did not have cell site information associated with them, some data session records, as well as time in advance records.
Okay, do you recall what company they were from?
Verizon.
Okay, and what format were they submitted to you in?
They were given to me in Excel format, which is typical of Verizon.
Is that for the RTT?
Yes, so RTT is also referred to as a time in advance records, yes.
Okay, and did you also examine a 3G record?
I did. 3G is a type of technology. In this particular case, they were 3G data sessions.
Okay, was 3G common back in 2011 when this event occurred?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you go to 4. Okay, can you explain this slide for us and tell us how you make your maps for your illustrations?
So this slide is going to refer to the graphics that you'll see later in the report. So you can see that in the 3 graphics on the top, you have the 2 arms that extend out with a small shaded area in between those. So that just indicates that that was the particular tower and side or sector of the tower that was utilized in the transaction. And the shaded area in between those 2 extended arms doesn't indicate the coverage area of that cell tower. It's just telling you what direction that it's facing. You'll see the graphic in the middle has something that looks similar to a rainbow or hot dog looking arc. So what those records will represent are RTT or time in advance records. And so what I mean by time in advance records are a special engineering type report that contains data that is collected independent of you actually using your phone for a call or text message, as an example. So the RTT is a distance measurement from the tower that the network thinks that your phone is located at. And how that distance is derived is the time that it takes from the signal from the cell tower to get to your phone and back. And so what these records tell us is they can narrow down the area of where a cell phone could be at a given date and time. And so these records are necessary in order for a cell phone network to function properly. It allows each of your phones to have a certain time slot on the network to avoid collisions or dropped calls. So if there was a fire alarm that went off right now and everybody tried to exit the courtroom at the same time, there would be collisions, people would get hurt. If I gave each of you a number and you exited the courtroom in that number order, everybody would get out in that order in a more safe and efficient manner. So that's very similar to how the phone network works. Everybody has to have a certain time slot on the network. So the last part of this slide at the bottom is just a call-out box that gives you information about the particular record.
Okay, and it says, it gives you the date and the time, and it says distance from the tower. How is that distance from the tower ascertained?
That's the distance that the network believes that the device is located at, and it is collected based on those time in advance measurements from the time it takes for the signal to get from the tower to the phone and back.
Okay, and you have some locations, times of interest on here. How did you, how were you able to ascertain those?
These were provided to me by another law enforcement agent.
Okay. And they include the victim's residence, the intersection of Millsfield Harness where we know the victim's car was found. You have
I would ask if it would not lead to ask questions.
Okay.
Objection sustained.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I was trying to move quickly. The locations of interest you said were provided from another law enforcement agency, and I guess the jury has a second. Let them read them for themselves instead of me reading them for them. All right, can we go to page 6 if you get a chance? Okay, can you explain the map that we see here?
This is a geographic overview of the area of interest with the locations of interest as well as the cell towers of the Verizon network during the time frame of review, which are indicated by the red circles.
Just out of curiosity, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cell phone towers in this entire, or approximately 10, I may have missed one. If we looked at the similar map today, would there be more towers on, would you expect to see more towers on the map?
Not necessarily. There are more densely populated areas of cell towers as you would get to maybe Memphis or Jackson, but cell tower networks are designed to provide some overlapping coverage area based on the users in their network. So there hasn't been a ton of changes to this particular network over the last 10 years as far as new constructed towers.
Okay. Go to page 7, please. First, can you tell us what this slide is telling us about?
So these are the cell site activations for the red phone ending in 1577 on October 29th, 2011 from 9:59 to 11:16 a.m. These are all time in advance records, so these are the signal measurements that are independent of whether or not your phone is making a call or text. So you can see there you have those hot dog looking arcs between that time frame, which is an indication that the device is somewhere within those rainbow hot dog arcs.
Do the differing colors of red and pink, do they have a significance?
No, it's just indicating the distance variance. So the distances there range from 0.02 miles to 0.24 miles.
Okay. So that would indicate that between 9:59 a.m. and 11:16 a.m. that morning of the 29th, the defendant's device was in this area.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a distinction that you like to make between those two things? As far as, I guess what I'm asking is, can you tell if a person is in a certain area, or are you only able to tell if their device is in a certain area?
This is only for the device.
Okay. So if someone leaves their phone at home, perhaps their device might still be connecting to towers, and it would appear that they were at home, but when they possibly could not be.
That's correct.
Okay. Can we go to page 8? Okay. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
These are cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th of October from 12:04 p.m. to 1:48 p.m. So again, these are your signaling measurements or the time in advance records. And so from 12:04, so that's your red box in the middle of the screen towards the bottom, you can see that it's using a tower near the Dyersburg area. Then at 1:31 p.m., you have a measurement that has a hot dog looking arc several miles away that goes over some of the locations of interest. And from there, from that 1:31 time frame till 1:45, you can see that the phone begins to travel in a north-northeast direction based on those time in advance measurements that were collected.
Okay. And then explain the top left box where you say that the 1557 has no cell site records from 1:49 to 8:18. Does that mean the phone was turned off, or?
So there weren't any call detail records that contain cell site information for the 29th, so I only had RTT measurements during this time frame. It doesn't necessarily mean that the phone was off, just there were no signaling measurements collected or not enough data was provided for me to analyze at the time. Okay,
and the top arc there, or the rainbow, does the defendant's home appear on that?
Yes, the residence is close to the timing in advance band. Yes.
Okay, is that your yellow?
That is the yellow flag.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
So you say I'm sorry, I hate to ask that again. You said that it's not necessarily that the phone was off. Do you know of any reason why, if the defendant was home, that his phone would not be connecting to any cell towers? It
could be off. It could be connected to Wi-Fi, for an example.
Okay. Can you tell us what a network extender is?
So a network extender is something that you can utilize in a home or office setting to enhance your voice and data capability. And it's something that has a relatively small range to it.
Okay, and if someone's using their cell phone in their home, is their phone going to connect to their network, and they have a network extender in their home, is their phone going to connect to the network extender or to a tower?
So again, the phone is going to connect to the best and clearest signal, but the purpose of the network extender is to provide a coverage area, stronger coverage area in places that you may not get good coverage. And so theoretically, you should connect to the network extender as long as the load capacity hasn't been reached. So for example, if your network extender limits you to 5 users and you've reached that 5-user capacity, you may then connect to a standard cell phone tower. Or if your internet was down at the time and your network extender wasn't available, you would then connect to the nearest cell tower with the best and clearest signal.
Is a network extender designed to be your best and clearest signal in your home?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. Okay. Now we're moving to the evening of, I believe your slide says 10:29 from 8:19 to 9 p.m. Can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes. May I refer to my report so I can see the timestamps?
Yes. I assume, Your Honors, do you have a problem with her looking at a report?
Sorry, it was a little small. Okay, so these are the cell site activations for the red phone on the 29th from 8:19 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay. Does that show any sites of interest on there?
So from 8:19 to 8:23, there were some time in advance measurements collected in the Dyersburg area, where it does encompass two of the locations of interest, the Dyersburg Mall and the Walmart area.
Okay.
At 9 p.m., then you can see that the phone has moved in a northern direction based on the 9 o'clock time in advance measurement collected about 12.54 miles away from that tower that's at the farthest north of the graphic.
Okay, so tell us something about that. That's a pretty wide arc. Do you have any indication where, is there any way of telling where on that wide arc the defendant's phone was at 9 o'clock?
So without any other overlapping hot dog or rainbow looking arcs, we can just say that the phone was somewhere along that arc or slightly closer to the tower to account for any obstructions in the way. So the two hot dog arcs at the bottom of the graphic, those have an overlapping area where we can narrow it down, but the time in advance measurement at the top of the graphic, since it's so far away from the tower, it could, in theory, be anywhere along that arc.
Okay, let's go on to page 10. Before we get started on the 3775549, I noticed there's a little box at the bottom left of this slide. Can you tell us what that means?
So on the 30th of October, for the red phone, there were no cell site records captured prior to 2:26 p.m. Again, the call detail records didn't have cell site locations within them, and so the only records that I had to rely on were the time in advance records, which didn't start till 2:26.
Okay. And you say 2:26, that was on the 30th?
On the 30th, correct.
Okay. So tell us what we're seeing here for the 5549 phone.
So
in the early morning hours. This is the early morning hours of October 30th.
Yes, so for 5549, the gray phone, from 1:28 a.m. to 1:45 a.m., you can see there were cell site activations in the Dyersburg area. And based on those time in advance measurements, distances as well as the time stamps, you can see beginning at 1:37, the phone begins to move from a west to east direction.
Okay, and then the second slide, the second slide, is that what you're? I'm having trouble following you. Okay, we'll start with the, okay, the upper left box at 1:28 is the first one time-wise. Can you tell us what you see with that? Let's go with that.
Sure. So at 1:28, which is the far left cell site that's on this graphic, it's pointing in the southwest direction, and we can tell that by the azimuth of 240. So 240 faces in the southwest direction, and with that measurement collection, the network believes that the device is approximately 0.98 miles away from the tower.
And that's in Dyersburg.
And that's in the Dyersburg area, correct.
Okay, so then let's move down and to the right to the 1030 at 137 box. What does that tell us?
So about 10 minutes later, you can see there was a cell site activation on cell tower 225. And the azimuth is indicated as 240, so again facing in the south-southwest direction at a distance of 1.4 miles away. So between 128 and 137, you can see that that phone is moving in a south or a southeast direction, so from west to east. And then as you move from 137 to 1:40 a.m., you can see that now the device is utilizing sector 2, which is indicated by the 120-degree azimuth. And so it starts with measurements collected at 1.7 miles, 1.93, and 2.08. So what that indicates from the time period of 1:28 to 1:45 a.m. is that phone is moving in a west to east direction away from Dyersburg.
Okay, can you explain why, like, in the first two boxes to the left, there's only one notation, whereas in the box to the far right, there's 5 different indications? Is there a reason why it appears to be hitting more towers at some time rather than the others?
It's just that the network had collected more measurements on the tower that's closest to the right side of the graphic, or the time frame of 1:40 to 1:45.
Okay. Go to the next one. Okay, and this is now at 1:52 to 1:53 a.m.
So for the gray phone from 1:52 to 1:53, now you can see that the time in advance measurements are utilizing a tower back towards the west direction from the last time in advance measurement that was collected at 1:45 on the previous slide.
So it appears that it has gone to the east and now it's moving back towards the Dyersburg area?
Yes, so at 1:52:51, you can see that the measurement collected was 1.05 miles away from the tower. And then another measurement was collected about 30 seconds later with a distance of 0.73 miles, which indicates that that phone is getting now closer to the tower and moving in an east to west direction.
Okay, and then number 12. Okay, and tell us what we're seeing here.
So this slide indicates the same time in advance measurements that were on the previous slide, but now includes activity from the network extender records related to this particular device.
So you're saying, or excuse me, please explain. You said it looks like it says approximately 15-minute drive. What does that mean on there?
So if your device was in the time in advance measurement collected at 1:53:26 a.m., which was 0.73 miles away from that cell tower that's indicated there, it would take you on a drive in normal driving conditions approximately 15 minutes if you were going back to the residence, as an example, which is consistent with what the network extender activity indicates, that that phone was connected to the network extender at 2:08 a.m.
Okay. And your yellow box, you're indicating that it was connected to the network extender from 2:08 a.m. to 4:38 a.m.?
Yes, there was a very long duration data session that was captured during this time frame, beginning at 2:08 until 4:38 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to examine. Have you seen? It's in Exhibit 3. That's just a printed. Now, I'm handing you a printout of a document that's already been admitted, part of Exhibit, I believe, 3. Is that our thumb drive?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do, yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
These are 3G data session records associated with the gray phone ending in 5549.
Okay, and would you walk us through what you're able to tell from that 3G session report?
So these data sessions for this device, there are 5 entries that cover data sessions from 2:08 a.m. on October 30th to 5:09 a.m. on October 30th.
Okay, and the one at the bottom is, I think, is where you got your information for that yellow box, the network extender activity. Can you tell us what it means for that? You said it's on the network extender from 208 to 438. What does it mean when 438 arrives?
So at 4:38, that particular data session was terminated, at least utilizing the network extender. So the network extender is a mini cell tower in essence.
Okay, and what's the most common explanation of why a network extender session was terminated?
You would leave the coverage area of that network extender, which is extremely small. They're not made to expand coverage outside of maybe a 50-foot radius.
Okay, layman's terms, she left the house?
If somebody left the house and this particular device was the device they were holding, then yes, you would no longer be within the coverage area of that network extender, which would cause you to utilize a standard cell tower.
I misspoke. The device left the house. Would that be the most common explanation?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us what the other, I believe it's 4 lines of the 3G report show.
So after 4:38 a.m., which was the end of that data session on the network extender, there are 4 other records that happened after that, which were data sessions utilizing your typical standard cell tower.
Okay, and this is the 5549 phone that we have already identified as being the victim, Karen Swift's phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm curious why, can you go to the next one? Okay. When was the next tower, I've lost track of, since I gave you my record, I forget, but was it at 5 o'clock or so, the next tower connection? Will you tell me, or tell the jury?
Your Honor, I would object to leading. You can ask questions.
Okay. When is the next tower connection after the network extender, it leaves the network
Objection's
extender?
overruled. I don't think it's leading. Go ahead.
Can you tell us when the next tower connection, if there is one, after the network extender is disconnected?
Yes, there was a data session connection at 4:57 a.m.
Okay. And walk us through the rest of them, please.
So again, we had time in advance measurements and data session records. So the data session record was the network extender. There were subsequent data session records at 4:57 a.m. on a tower south of the residence, which is one that I typically saw in other time in advance measurements that would service the residence, for example. At 5 a.m., I saw another data session on another standard tower that is located closer to the Dyersburg area. Again, that has provided coverage area as far north as the residence, for example. And then another data session at 5:04 a.m. and 5:09 a.m.
Okay. Now, you said that you've seen this this particular tower connection before. Tell us, do you have any information as to where you think the device was on this big arc?
So on this particular RTT measurement, or time in advance measurement, this was the last one that was collected on the 5549 device. And so this was at 5:04 a.m. This particular time in advance measurement was captured a duration of about 15 seconds. And on that RTT record, there are also additional columns in that report that may indicate additional connections during that 15-second time frame. And so there were additional connections made with corresponding distances. So generally, I would say the device is located anywhere along that arc. But based on the other signal measurements that were collected during the 15-second duration here, the phone is most likely in the southeast part of that hot dog rainbow-looking arc, which encompasses the area of some of the locations of interest.
Okay. And you just testified that the last connection they made to a tower was at 5:09. And then there were no more connections, is that correct?
Yes, so the 5:09 a.m. tower, which was a data session hit, didn't indicate the side of the tower, so we only know which tower was utilized. This graphic here represents the last, at least time in advance measurement, where it had a direction on the tower that can give you a better idea of where a phone could be located.
Given the number of towers from the time it left the network extender until the last one at 5:09, given the relatively few number of towers that it connected to, does that tell you anything about whether or not that device was possessed by someone on foot or in a car or some other scenario?
Based on some of the additional measurements collected, at least on the 5:04 a.m., is that this device is more likely in the area where all the locations of interest are, instead of, say, for example, on the Missouri side of the river or near the river. As you know, some of the drive times, like if a device, for example, were at a residence, to be able to get over to the river doesn't account based on some of the measurements that we do have collected and captured.
I guess my question is this: if someone had put that, when it went off the network extender at 4:38, if somebody had put that device in a vehicle and say we're driving south towards Memphis, would you expect to have seen more towers connected?
Yes, I would. If it was heading in that direction and away from the coverage area of this particular tower, yes, I would expect to see other connections.
Towers in that direction?
Yes.
Consequently, if it headed north, you would expect to see towers in that direction?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, more than you see on the RTT reports that you have?
Yes, like for example, the tower that's just on the Missouri side of the river, if somebody were closer to the river, I would expect to see an activation on that particular tower, which you can see indicated by the red dot on the left-hand side.
Okay. The last tower connections at 5:09, what are some of the reasons that you can think of why a device would stop connecting with towers?
So there are a couple examples. One could be that the phone is turned off. One could be that it's connected to Wi-Fi. There were numerous attempts to collect measurements after the 5:04 time in advance measurement that just didn't register any cell tower or corresponding distance, so which is an indication to me that the phone is likely off the network and it can't be found.
Would a phone being destroyed cause it to stop connecting with towers?
Yes.
Pass the witness. Oh, excuse me. Would you make your, I'm passing you to see if I have you'll look through this. Agent Rexing, is that an accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
I actually make it an exhibit to her testimony.
Be admitted as Exhibit 13.
Judge, are they?
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, these are basically just locations and charts for different times for the two cell phones.
That's correct.
All right, these do not contain anything about the computer times or about anything other than the two cell phones.
Yes, just the cell phones.
All right. And the network extender, That's something to boost a signal in a house, in layman's terms. Would that be like an accurate assessment?
Yes.
All right. Would it necessarily mean that someone left the house, or could it also mean that they walked to a different part of the house and the network extender got disengaged or picked up?
So typically a 3G network extender, which was what the records indicated it was used for, you may have about a 50-foot radius from the actual network extender device that you could travel within before you would drop your connection with the extender.
So let me just make sure I understand. If I have a network extender in my house located somewhere, and typically how are they, is it like is located in a central room or a location where you don't have good coverage?
I would typically put it, if I had a network extender, probably by a window or somewhere where the connection could be established the best, but you could put it theoretically anywhere in your home or office.
Okay. And if you walk to a different part, the other end of the house, you could either get disengaged from the extender just by doing that.
If you are far enough away from it, yes, it's possible.
And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're leaving the house.
Not necessarily, no.
It could, but it's not a guarantee. It could be just walking to a different part of the house.
If your network extender, if you go beyond the coverage, which again is about 50 feet radius, which I think is about 7,500 square feet.
Okay. So you've gone through and at different times tried to chart as best you can direction or locations, in essence.
From looking at the records, yes.
Okay. And how is it different, and was it different in 2011 than it is now? Now, is there more detailed information that could give you more precise locations?
No, we typically see the same call detail records and timing advance measurements. These records were on a 3G network, and typically we see more 4G and 5G nowadays, but you get the same types of information in the reports.
So you wouldn't have a more precise or accurate GPS now than you did back in 2011?
Not compared to what we have today. It's the same types of records.
It's not any more detailed now than it was back in 2011?
Nope.
Okay. Just a couple of other things. So basically what you have is just different, and some of these are wide locations that you can't say exactly, other than they're in these wide areas where their locations are.
That's correct. Without overlapping arcs, for example, these towers are spread out because it's more of a rural area.
And if I'm in my house and I set my phone down to charge it, or it could still possibly, if I'm getting emails or downloads that are coming to my phone, there would still be some activity showing?
Yes, because time in advance measurements are collected independent of what you're doing on your phone. As long as it's on, a measurement can be collected.
But in the middle of the night, there could possibly be less activity.
Sometimes RTT measurements, there could be gaps in the records collected because the network sees that the phone is likely stationary, and so it may not, for example, continue to collect measurements throughout the middle of the night.
So there wouldn't necessarily be any data?
Yes, so you may have a record collected at 9 p.m., for example, and not another one until 2 a.m. as an example.
What is the central time conversion?
We are typically in UTC minus 5 or 6, depending on daylight savings time.
Okay. And I guess, do you take that into account when you make this conversion?
I do typically with most records. However, Verizon is providing their records in the local time.
Okay. So they make that distinction or calculation for you?
For these records, yes.
Okay. Just 1 second. If you're using Wi-Fi for communication, you won't be on you may not be on the extender.
There would be no records that I would look at that would have cell site information if you were on Wi-Fi.
Okay. And it's because you're in, it's picking up the Wi-Fi and you couldn't measure any data.
You'd have to be utilizing the network to call, text, or a data session. So if you're on Wi-Fi, there are no records that would indicate that would collect a cell site.
Would I guess with the cell phone signal, would it collect to the best signal, or is that a true statement or an untrue statement?
The phone, when it's scanning the network, it's going to use the best and the clearest signal.
Okay. So if there's two, it'll go to the best or clearest signal.
Correct.
All right. I guess can the insides of houses be barriers or affect these?
Sure, the best signal would be you standing out in the middle of a field with your phone on top of your head with direct line of sight to the tower. And there's going to be obviously times when you're in a car in a house, but it doesn't affect, it's a very negligible effect on the signal. It still travels through walls. When you make a call from your bedroom or bathroom, your phone still works.
Okay. All right. I believe that's all I have.
Ma'am, you're excused. Thank you. Witness release. Mr. Taylor.
She is.
All right. Recall your next witness.
John Hawkshear.
I think this will be the last witness we'll try to get to today.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Beg your pardon?
May we approach?
Yes, sir.
brief witnesses after this that need to testify today. So we'll take care of that, and then we'll knock off for the day. Okay, just want to let you know where we are with things. All right. General? He's not been sworn yet. He's not been
Raise
sworn.
your right hand, sir, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon. You're John Hogshooter.
Yes, sir.
Would you please spell your name?
JOHNHOGSHOOTER.
Okay, just like it sounds.
Just like it sounds.
All right. Mr. Hogshooter, do you know David Swift?
No.
Okay. Have you ever known him? Did you know him previously?
No.
Okay. What about Karen Swift? Did you know Karen Swift?
No.
Did you ever live near them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me where you lived on October 30th of 2011.
I lived on Harness Road. I don't remember the address to it. Directly across, probably 2 football fields from them.
You lived 2 football fields from Mr. and Miss Swift's house?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe further. I don't know.
Okay. Did you have an incident concerning dogs on October 7th of 2011?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was building the house right there, and Mr. Nafee's dogs had come over to my property and was tearing up some of my property, and I went over to try to see if he could keep his dogs in his yard and everything, and I didn't actually talk to him. I talked to his daughter, and she said that he would tell them, and
Would tell who?
her parents.
Okay. Not Mr. and Miss Swift?
No.
Mr. Nafee?
Nafee.
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And they just was tearing up my yard, so I just kept going, you know.
Okay. So after you asked them to keep the dogs in the yard, did they do that?
They did not.
Okay. So what'd you do next?
I was having a bad fly problem at my house because of the dirt being hauled in, because I was building a house there, and they was building a new school at Fifth Consolidated, and I asked them if they could dump all their concrete, dirt, and debris there at my place, and they said, yeah, well, the dirt attracted the flies and then dogs, I guess, and so I put out some fly bait to try to kill off all the flies, and the Nafee's dogs got into the fly poison.
Okay. And where did you put that fly bait?
Outside by my front door.
Okay. Did Mr. and Miss Swift's dog also get into that poison?
I was told that they did. I wouldn't know what their dog looked like.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. and Miss Swift about that?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever have words with them or any discussion about the dogs being poisoned?
No, I did not. I know it was the Nafee's dogs because they went to their house. It was just 2 big dogs. That's all I ever seen was their dogs.
Okay. All right. Did the police department or the sheriff's department come out and talk to you about that?
They come out and kicked my door in and left me a note.
Okay. Were you eventually arrested and charged with cruelty to animals?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you plead guilty to that offense?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, were you arrested on November 5th of 2011?
I don't recall the day, but I was arrested the day that they did a big search for Miss Swift.
Okay.
The whole community was out there looking.
Okay. So you were taken to the sheriff's department, I assume?
Yes, sir.
When you were there, were you questioned?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who you talked to, which officer?
I think it was this officer right here. I'm not really for sure.
Okay. All right. Did they ask you to if they could search your truck?
Yes, they did.
Okay. What'd you tell them?
Absolutely.
Okay. You gave consent?
Yes, sir.
No problem with that?
No problem at all.
Okay. Did they ask you to give a DNA sample?
Yes, they did.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you make them go get a search warrant first?
No, sir.
Okay. You just voluntarily gave it to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you cooperate with their investigation?
100%.
Did they ask you anything about Karen Swift and about her being missing?
I don't really recall what questions it were, but I'm sure they did. And it's been so long ago, I can't remember the questions they did ask me. I'm sure they asked me something about it.
Okay.
I remember talking about it, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay, all right, that's fair. It's been a long time ago.
It was a long time.
All right, Mr. Hogshooter, do you remember the weekend of October 29th and 30th of 2011?
The Halloween weekend?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what you were doing on October, well, let's go back to the day before, October 28th, the Friday?
Friday? I don't remember what I did that day per se, but that night, the whole entire church, we went to Bolivar to a judgment house to see a theatrical play Friday night. We didn't get back till late. You know, we had some fellowship and stuff there, you know. We didn't get back till late. I don't know what time it was.
Okay. And that was the Friday night before Halloween?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, let's go to the next day, which would have been October 29th. That would be Saturday. Do you recall where you were that day?
Saturday, got up fairly early because I tried to get some applications put in. I didn't have a way of doing it on my computer. For some reason, it wouldn't let me do it on mine, so I did it at the library. So I did that, and then we had a thing at the park where we were serving hot dogs and fellowship and witnessing to people, and, you know, to try to talk them to get to God, you know.
Okay, so when you said we, are you talking about the church?
Church, yes.
Okay, and which park was that?
Okino?
In Dyersburg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how long you stayed there?
No, I don't.
Okay. Was it late?
It was late.
Okay. Any idea what time you got home?
It was after dark, I'd say.
Okay. Once you got home on the 29th, did you leave the house again for any reason?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to the next day, October 30th. That would have been a Sunday.
Sunday I got up, went to church, and that's Sunday night. I come home after church to try to get a nap in because we was going to have a hayride at the pastor's house. So tried to get a nap in and went to a hayride at the pastor's house Sunday night.
Okay. Did you ever see Karen Swift on any of those dates?
I did not.
Okay. Did you know what she drove?
No.
Okay. Did you know what Mr. Swift drove?
Not really. I mean, you see vehicles, you just don't pay attention to things. He could have been driving a truck, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Did you know that Miss Swift at some point went missing on October 30th? Did you hear that?
I did not.
Did you hear it in the news, or did it?
I didn't have no way. I had no TV.
Okay. All right. So you had no idea about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever see, after that weekend, the October 30th weekend, did you ever see Mr. Swift out in his yard or out in a neighbor's yard at that time?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about him? Do you know if did he appear to be injured in any way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me about that. Was he using crutches, or tell me about it.
He was on crutches talking with the Nafis outside, and it was kind of around, I don't know, dusk, maybe a little after, I don't know. Can't remember. It was right at dark. And he was talking to him, and you could see him using his crutches while he was talking. But after he got done talking and they went in the house, he just walked like he didn't need crutches anymore. And I thought that was strange. I just didn't think nothing about it at the time. But I was like, well, maybe his leg ain't hurting no more. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after everyone else went inside?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the TBI showing up at Mr. Swift's house and doing a big search?
Yes, sir.
Was you at home at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think they was actually there twice.
Okay. Did you notice anything strange about Mr. Swift's house before the search happened?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
If it had just been ordinary, routine run of the day, just seeing somebody on crutches, I probably wouldn't remember. But he was carrying a 5-gallon bucket of something. I don't know what it was. Just carrying a 5-gallon bucket into his house.
Okay. Did you notice anything else that day?
No, I just thought that was strange. Somebody on crutches trying to carry a 5-gallon bucket.
Do you know what was in the bucket or what he was doing?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Did you notice anything that day?
Later that night, I went outside and noticed a industrial chemical smell in the air. And thought it was really super weird. So weird, I went over to my friend's house that David lived that way, and he lived right over this way. And I went over and got him and said, man, can I smell this? And it was just a real odd smell. I'd never smelled before. And it was after dark. And the wind was, David's house is right here, my house is right here. The wind was blowing that way. So that's the only reason I smelt it. It was a light breeze.
Okay. Any idea what it was?
Never smelt that smell before.
Okay. In 2011, were you married?
Yes, sir.
What was your wife's name?
Bronwyn Hogshooter.
Okay. And, I'm sorry?
You want her maiden name?
No, so that's fine. And I don't mean to get personal, but I need to ask about this. Were the two of you having any marital issues?
Oh, it was volatile at best.
Okay. Would you mind telling me about that?
She was an opiate addict, and it was terrible. I don't know if anybody's ever seen opiate addicts, but they tend to get to the point where they overdose. And she was at that stage I had to take all the checkbooks away from her. I had to take every finance we had and lock it up so she couldn't go get the money and go spend it on dope.
Were you using drugs at that time?
No, sir. I was using the Lord, I assure you.
Are you still married?
No, sir.
Well, I assume you were divorced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
I know it's been over 3 years.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you lived on Harness Road. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Willie Johnson Road connect into Harness Road?
I lived kind of in a curve. Well, in that curve, Willie Johnson went that way.
Okay.
So I kind of lived in that curve right there.
Okay. So Harness would have gone around?
Yes.
Okay. Around. Did you ever have a reason to be on Willie Johnson Road or to be driving to the opposite end of the road?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Charlie Whitnell was selling dirt, and I was going to buy some dirt from him, and he kind of told me about where it is, so I've tried to find it. I wanted to see what kind of dirt that it was because I had all that construction debris. I needed dirt to kind of help fill it, and I wanted to buy some dirt. He's going to sell it to me cheap, but I wanted to see what kind it was.
Right.
So I went down that way to see if I could see where he was digging at.
Okay. And what kind of vehicle did you have?
I had a F-250 diesel truck.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you two very important questions. Did you kidnap Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you kill Karen Swift?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Hogshooter, let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You lived on the Harness Road.
Yes, sir.
You lived there on the weekend of October the 30th of 2011.
Yes, sir.
Could you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, sir.
All right. You lived there with your wife.
Yes, sir.
All right. You say you were home that weekend.
Yes, sir.
You were there Saturday night through till you left sometime Sunday morning around 9:30 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Your wife was with you.
I don't recall if she was with me or not.
All right. That Saturday night, October the 29th into October the 30th, you didn't say that you heard or saw anything strange or out of the ordinary, did you?
No, sir.
All right. In fact, the officers interviewed you for quite a long period of time on November the 6th, didn't they?
I don't think so.
They interviewed you sometime after that weekend, didn't they?
I don't remember how much, but it was after that weekend, yes, sir.
Okay. They brought you in and ask you questions, officers?
It was started out with the dog event, and then briefly at the end of it, got asked a few questions about Karen. I don't recall what they were, but it was mostly about the dog event.
But they read you your rights and had you sign a rights waiver, didn't they?
I'm sure they did.
Okay. Now, there's two different incidents. There's the dog poisoning that is earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Just 1 second. Which is October the 7th of 2021. And you got arrested or approached by law enforcement after that.
You're saying 21?
Oh, excuse me, 2011. December the 7th of 2011.
December?
No, October the 7th of 2011, excuse me.
Okay, yes, sir. That sounds about the right time
It was
frame.
about a month before the others.
That sounds about the right time frame.
This printing's pretty small. And you were approached about cruelty or poisoning of animals.
I was arrested on the day that they did I don't know what day it was. There was a big search. I mean, 1,000 people or better was out there. They had the roads blocked off. I pulled in to my house, and the deputies approached me and arrested me.
Okay. And then after they arrested you, at some period after that, they interviewed you.
Yes, sir.
You stayed in jail.
Yes, sir.
All right. And it was a long interview, wasn't it?
I don't recall. I don't think it was.
Okay. If I could, can I pass this to the witness? Would you look at that and just look at it and see if it refreshes your recollection?
Just the front page, or?
Just look at the front page and look into it.
You want me to keep going after the first page?
Yeah. Does that refresh your memory about the date?
No, sir, it doesn't.
All right. Is the date November the 6th, 2011?
That's what it says.
All right. And does it appear to be an interview of you?
I mean, it's got my name in it.
And Calvin Johnson and Glenn Cook, were they the two officers that talked with you?
Sir, I don't recall. I don't remember. I thought it was this young man right here. I can't remember.
Okay. And you're saying they asked you a bunch of questions.
Yes, sir.
They asked you about the dog poisoning.
Yes, sir.
All right. You want to look through this and see if it jogs your memory?
Yes. You go right ahead.
Does that refresh your memory at all?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. And let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So you don't recognize any of the information, or that you were asked questions by the officer?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And when you testified earlier, you're saying that the dates that you saw David Swift talking to Mr. Nafee on his crutches was when? This weekend?
Way after the incident.
Okay. You're talking way after October the 30th?
Yes.
All right. Do you know if it was several months or not?
I don't recall that neither. I don't recall the time frames of things. I just know it was after. That's all I know.
Okay. And when you saw him walking out, you're saying with a bucket. You don't know how long after October the 30th of 2011 that was?
Them two things kind of happened in the same, really close together.
Right. And you don't know if it was weeks or months later, do you?
It could have been weeks. It could have been a week later. I don't know. I don't remember.
All right.
But I just know it was after that date. A week, 2 weeks. I don't know.
It could have been a month?
No, I don't think it was monthlies.
You're not sure of the exact time frame, how long after October the 30th, 2011 are you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, the night of October 29th through October 30th, you're not saying you heard any strange noises or screams or anything like that, did you?
Sir, it was a busy weekend for me, and I was exhausted, so I didn't hear nothing.
All right.
I was in bed. I just didn't hear anything.
All right. You didn't hear any noises like a flat tire going by or anything?
No, sir.
All right. That's all I have.
When you saw Mr. Swift carrying the 5-gallon buckets, was it prior to the search by the TBI?
Yes.
Okay, so if the search was by the TBI was on November 10th of 2011, it would have been before that date?
It would have been.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you can step down. The witness release. Can I ask? Yes. Go ahead.
Did you indicate you were employed in construction?
Sir?
You were employed at this time in construction?
Employed in construction, remodeling.
Okay. And you had construction material near your house or tools and things of that nature?
Debris from the 5th Consolidated School that was being built.
Okay. You had that on or near your property?
It was on my property, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Is the witness released?
Yes, sir, about the state.
Mr. Taylor, is the witness released?
Judge, I would just ask that Monday.
Mr. Hawkshaw, you need to be back upstairs on Monday morning.
Here Monday morning?
Yes, sir. In the witness room. Call your next witness.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth? Raise your hand.
Would you raise your hand, please, sir? Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name, please?
Stephen Brian Lee.
Hey, Shalee, do you know David Swift?
I know who he is, and I've met him once, and this is the second time I've ever seen him in person. So We had one meeting.
Do you
before.
recognize him?
I do. Yes, sir.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
He is.
Would you point him out, please?
He's right there.
Could we just make a record of the fact that he's identified the defendant?
Mr. Lee has identified Mr. Swift in the courtroom.
Mr. Lee, did you know Karen Swift?
I knew Karen.
Okay. How did you know Mr. and Miss Swift?
I knew Karen through the bonus, Bill and Kathy. Bill and I were friends, and we hung out a lot, and that's how I came to know Karen.
Okay. Were you around Karen very often?
Not very often.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with her?
Oh, sure. We had some social events where we talked.
Okay. Do you know if there were any kind of marital, I'm sorry, let me strike that. Do you know what type of relationship Mr. and Miss Swift were having in late 2011?
When I first met her, I didn't know she was having any kind of problems. Later on, I found out she was going through a divorce.
Okay. And what type of person did you observe Miss Swift to be?
She was very nice, and she was had things together. I was surprised to find out she was going through a divorce because she was such a pleasant person and always seemed happy and smiling.
Okay. Did you ever see her around her children?
Just once, but not very often. The one time we went over, and she hadn't have her kids there with the Bona kids.
Were you able to get an idea of what type of mother she was?
I did not, because we were just there to hang out on the back deck, and
okay.
I didn't see her interact very much with her kids, because her kids were with the other kids, and they were doing their thing. So.
All right, I got you. Thank you. Were you present at a birthday party for Kathy Bona? I think it might have been her 40th birthday party.
When you asked me that, I tried to remember when it was, but I don't remember it being Kathy's birthday party.
Well, it's just, were you present at a social event?
We were present at a social event.
Okay, and where was that?
I think at the farms, but
okay.
I don't remember us being at a birthday party with Kathy at the farms. So,
okay. All right. So was it in 2011 or was it another year?
I can't. I don't even remember being. I don't remember it being a birthday party for Kathy at the farms. That's
okay.
So
okay, all right. But do you recall being at a social event in which it was the Bonas and Miss Swift was present?
At the farms?
Yes, sir.
No, vaguely. I don't know. We had, we would hang out at the farms a lot, and I can't remember. I can't remember the time that we were there, and it was Kathy's birthday party.
Okay.
So.
All right. Let me just move on from that then. Do you recall a time that all of you ended up at the Bonus house and some folks ended up in the hot tub?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
All right. So all I know is we were at the farms for some function, and we ended up at the Bonus after the function at the farms.
Okay. And
we were just hanging out.
Was Mr. Swift there?
Not when we first got there.
Okay. Was Miss Swift there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she got in the hot tub?
She did.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift show up later?
I was told that. I never saw him.
Yes, sir.
I did not see him.
Okay. You never saw Mr. Swift there?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you at the Halloween party on October 29th, 2011 at the farms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift there?
Miss Swift?
Yes.
She was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Swift there?
I never saw him.
Okay. What did you see Miss Swift doing when she was at the party?
She was just having a good time like everybody else and mingling and dancing and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anything seem out of ordinary that night?
I saw nothing. It was just nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you see her arguing with anyone that night or having any problems with anyone?
I never noticed anything. No arguments, no anything.
Okay. All right. I'll pass the witness.
You indicated you were at Kathy's house at a party.
Yes, sir.
There was a hot tub in operation.
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. Just a few questions. You remember there were people in the hot tub that had bras and panties on?
Yes, sir. We did not have bathing suits, so we just boxers and bras and panties, and yeah.
Was anyone naked?
I cannot tell you what they were wearing because I can't even remember who was at the party other than Kathy and Bill and me and my wife and Karen. And that's all. I can't remember what anyone had on.
Just 1 second. The only time I guess you saw David was at the 5K run?
That's where I met him, yes, sir, the 5K run.
He was watching the girls and assisting while Kathy was there?
It was a fundraiser, a 5K fundraiser. I think it might have been for the girls in the dance club. And Kathy was there because she runs the dance place. And my wife and I were also running. And I think Karen was running also. So.
Right. Was Karen helping Kathy at that event?
I believe so. I believe she was assisting, yeah.
And did you see David with his children?
I saw David, and I remember him. He did have some kind of injury at that time, but I can't remember what it was.
Right. Did you see him with his children, though?
I didn't pay attention because I just met him that one time, and I didn't really pay attention to what. I just said, hey.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Now, sir, you can step down. Witness released?
Yes.
Thank you.
Tyler, witness released? He is. Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
State called Shannon Lee.
The chair scooted about the time you said the name.
It's Shannon Lee.
Always have an excuse why I don't hear from you, know.
Oh, my wife's here. She tells me I can't hear all the time, so I'm used to it.
This was the moment.
Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
You can scoot your chair if you need it.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name, please?
Shannon Lee.
Okay. And Miss Lee, do you know David Swift?
I know of him.
Okay. Do you know him when you see him?
Yes,
Okay. And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
And how did you know Mr. and Mrs. Swift?
I met Karen through Bill and Kathy Bona.
Okay.
I had never met David in their presence.
Okay.
I mean, not at any gatherings or anything.
Okay. Were you friends with Karen Swift?
We had just sort of begun a friendship before all this happened. I had met her through Bill and Kathy Bona. We had been at their house when she was in our presence.
Okay. So more of an acquaintance, I guess?
Yeah, I would say it was more of an acquaintance.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to see Miss Swift with her children?
I think on one occasion we were at the Bonas, and her two younger daughters were with us, or with her there.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of mother she appeared to be?
She seemed like a very caring, loving mother.
Okay.
Concerned about her children, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you have an opportunity to observe what type of person Miss Swift was?
The times I was around her, she seemed like a very nice person, good character, caring, loving.
Okay. Do you remember a time that there was either a party or some kind of social gathering at the Bonas and some people ended up getting into a hot tub?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if Miss Swift was present?
She was.
Do you know if Mr. Swift was present at that time?
The only time I can recall seeing him was we were leaving that night, and he came through the door, either coming from the house out to the back porch or the opposite. I'm not sure which way that worked, but we ran into each other.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Swift approaching, had he been there earlier in the night? Had he been a part of the social gathering?
No, he had not.
Was this at about the time the party was breaking up, or were you the only ones leaving, or how did that happen?
Yeah, things were breaking up, and my husband and I were heading home. And I was going into the house to get my belongings, and we kind of ran into each other.
What did you see Mr. Swift do at that time?
He just seemed upset. He didn't do anything. I didn't see him do anything. I think he went on out to the back porch, and I was going in the house to get my purse and my things, and we left. So I don't know what happened after that.
And when you say you ran into one another, do you mean physically?
Like he brushed against my shoulder as I was coming in, and I think he was going out. We just sort of bumped into each other.
Do you apologize for that, or make any statements?
I don't remember any exchange verbally. I just know his expression on his face, he looked like he might have been upset.
Okay. And that was my next question, was what did his demeanor appear to be? He appeared to be upset that night?
He didn't look like he was in a friendly mood, no.
Okay. Did you stay around after that?
I did not.
Okay. Let me move on to the evening of October 29th of 2011. Were you present at a Halloween party at the Farms?
I was.
Okay. And were you a host, or were you just present?
No, my husband and I were both hosts. We helped decorate and get it set up.
Okay. Did you see Kathy and Bill Bona there that night?
Yes.
Did you see Karen Swift there?
Yes.
What about David Swift?
I did not see him there.
Okay. While Miss Swift was at the party, did you see her throughout the night?
Yeah, she was there. I mean, we ran into each other some, and maybe we visited some.
Okay. Did she sit at the table with you?
I believe at some point in time we all kind of sat at the same table.
Okay. Did you see anything out of the ordinary with her that night?
I did not.
Did you see her arguing with anyone?
I did not.
Did you see her dancing with anyone that night?
Not anyone in particular. We all kind of danced as a group, just a social event type thing.
Okay. But not just one individual, two people dancing?
No, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
That's the witness.
Thank you.
Ms. Lee, let me briefly ask you some questions. Did you were interviewed by officers after that?
Yes.
And they asked you a bunch of questions?
Yes.
All right. this was after Karen Swift went missing?
That's correct.
All right. And you answered their questions?
Yes.
All right. You went into the, I guess, did you go into the station and do an interview?
I did.
Okay. And you answered several questions about what you're testifying about and what you recall back then.
That's correct.
Right. And that, when you gave that statement, that was closer in time to when you remembered it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Just a few things. You never indicated you saw David and Karen arguing.
I have never seen that, no.
All right. And you do recall that you were asked questions about the, I guess, Kathy Bona's party. Was it her birthday party?
I think that's what I can't recall what brought us to that night of being on their back deck, but
Was it her 40th birthday party, or do you remember?
I've been told that I went, but I don't recall going. But
okay, was that when you talked about the hot tub, being over at the Bonas and seeing people around the hot tub?
There was an occasion where I was at the Bonas and some people did get in the hot tub, but what brought us there before that, I really can't recall. I don't know.
All right. And you said there were several people there, and you saw people in the hot tub?
Yes.
All right. And is that when you indicate that David Swift, you were leaving, or you went by each other? Is that when you're saying that occurred and you brushed each other?
Yes.
All right. And let's see, Karen Swift was there.
Yes.
And the Bonas were there, and several other couples.
Yes.
All right. You recall seeing people in the hot tub with panties and bras?
No.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Karen Swift in the hot tub in her panties and bra, and then remove her bra and throw it?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I can, at the interview you did, you answered a bunch of questions. I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
I want to pass you a document to have you look at this and see if it refreshes your recollection, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, we can't pick you up without the microphone, so it's okay.
Trying to get back. That's why you don't need to let us move, I guess. Let me just say it again.
Do I need to come out there? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I was trying to save trouble. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Would you just take a moment, Ms. Lee, and read that, and then when you're through, just let me know. If I could have that back, just 1 second, ma'am. I know it's been a long time. Does looking at this these 2 pages refresh your memory?
Honestly, I don't remember all those details at this point, but if that's what I said happened after, then I can't dispute that. I don't.
All right. And do you recall responding that you did see people in the hot tub with their bra and panties?
I don't recall it now, but it might have happened.
Okay.
But
And do you recall saying that you saw Karen Swift in her panties with a bra on, and then she removed her bra and threw it?
I don't remember that. But if that's what they said I said, then I can't dispute that.
That was November the 3rd, is a lot closer to when you were interviewed, or at the time you were interviewed.
That's correct.
All right. Just 1 second, I'll be through. Do you recall saying that Karen was up in Kathy's bedroom?
Yeah, I don't know.
During Kathy Bona's party?
She might have gone up there.
You see in the statement where you talk about you and David brushing past each other?
Yes.
All right. You indicated that Karen was upstairs in Kathy's house in her bedroom.
People were mingling in and out of the house, and I never even went up into Kathy's upstairs to know if that was a bedroom or a bathroom. To be honest with you, I don't know.
But you recall answering questions, and you've reviewed the statement that you were interviewed.
Yes.
And that's in your statement.
Okay. Then she might have been up in her bedroom.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Lee, do you ever recall being at a party where you were in a hot tub along with your husband and Mr. Swift was present?
No. He was not part of the party. I recall bumping into him when we were leaving.
Okay. I'm talking about a previous party.
No, I do not.
So if there was an interview of Mr. Swift played earlier today, and he made a statement that you and your husband were having sex in the hot tub, would that be true?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, you can step down. Witness released.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor's witness released. Ma'am, you're excused and free to go. Okay, I think we'll stop there for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go home for the afternoon and the evening. I hope you all have a good evening. Remember this, do not discuss the case with anyone, certainly not with each other. Do not speak with any of the attorneys, the defendant, anybody in the courtroom, or anybody who approaches you about the case. Do not form or express any opinion about the case. Again, as I told you yesterday, there are many media reports, and as you know, the trial is being streamed. You are not permitted to read, watch, listen to, interact with any media reports or streaming of this case. You're not permitted to post anything on social media or any other internet site about this trial or your service as a juror. Again, I'm asking you, help me preserve the integrity and the fairness of this trial. Don't do any research whatsoever. And we'll talk again in the morning. We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If you'll be here by 8:15 a.m., we'll try to get started on time and cover as much ground as we have today. Thank you for the day.
All rise.
All right, let's be seated a minute. Is there anything else we need to do this afternoon before we adjourn for the evening?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
We're going to start again at 8:30 in the morning. If y'all will be here, then we'll get going on time and get going. You have witnesses lined up for tomorrow. One of the things I was trying to suggest earlier was if you want to get somebody to stage your next witness outside in the hallway, it might reduce our turnaround time.
I've been doing that this afternoon. I've been texting.
Well, the last several were quick, and okay. Okay, all right. Very good. All right, we'll see you in the morning then. We'll stand adjourned.